Mate.
Okay. Are we live? It says we are, but I'm waiting for my video preview.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. Oh, yeah, boys. Here we go. It is time. Potentially to finish this off. I don't know if tonight will be the finale. But last time, it felt like we were incredibly close to the end of the game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we are in the climax.
Yep.
Like,
Everything is blowing up.
Look at this. Look what he did to Central Boulevard. Look at that. Look at what he did.
Look at what our boy Maou.
Yep. Look at what our boy Maou did to Central Boulevard.
Within hours.
Uh-huh. Him and his literal army of kids. That is so fucked. What he did.
Yeah. Yeah, the energy already in the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
We're pumped.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this since we finished last time.
Yes. I'm waiting for the time where we hear the final...
Yep, the final theme.
Menu
the final
main.
menu theme.
Yes. Before we begin and while I get licks out, I'm gonna get some ice in my drink. We need to be ready for this. How are the links coming?
I'm working on that
Nice.
while we've been talking.
Yeah, just imagining the announcement. It's like, holy fuck!
But seriously, while I'm getting that typed out, can we talk about the fact that he has such influence over the young ones in this city that he has commandeered he has a literal army of kids that has commandeered several street blocks around the Sannou Corporation building. Like, that is the most nuts thing about this climax to me. That you know, his army consists, like, entirely of miners, basically. That did all this.
Ugh.
You know, everything that's going on around the Sannou Corporation building.
Now that's just powerful.
Uh-huh, yeah, that... Also just goes to show how fucked up this guy is. But, like, he knows exactly what... At the same time, he knows exactly what he's doing. And he knows exactly why, you know, he chose these people.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's because it's like, what, you're going to prosecute literal kids? Like, this guy's my new benchmark for the calculating intellectual for an antagonist. Like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. What this man has done in these final chapters just put him over the top.
I'm just imagining, like, you fucking play a character with her trying to, like, be an intellectual villain, and you're just referencing Maou fucking, like, 2 years to come.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna remember this.
Yeah, just like, I see you pull forth a villain antagonist, but is he Maou? Like, I haven't really seen a lot of villains that actually come close to what we have seen this man do. From the very beginning, like, to kidnap a child, to, like, manipulate masses, then to pretty much stage a hostage crisis to then destroying nearly the entire city.
HDMI.
Fuck. There we go. But yeah, this shit has gotten real. Ah, you're just typing out the sheer, just like, holy fuck. Fucking, we're getting close to the end. I can feel it in my balls. Oh, fuck.
This is probably the longest, like, opening flare thing I've written for one of these, because... My god. It deserves it for what it's set up for tonight. Like,
oh, yeah.
I felt so bad about where we had to stop last time.
No, here we go. Holy shit.
I told you it was long.
It is time, boys. Mao's grand plan has been put into action. It is complete and total chaos. He has a literal army of kids that have commandeered several street blocks around Sannou. British building. Mao is held up in the top floors of the building, holding political hostages captive, demanding the release of so-called freedom fighters in his father's name. Their boy Kyousuke is caught in the middle of it, with Usami in tow. What will they do about this? Can they escape this carnage? Can they bring Mao to heel? Join us and find out.
Yeah, this story is fucking nuts.
Yeah, fucking. If we fucking go, yeah, I don't even need to search this up. It's literally in our server. The NDV, g-senjou no Maou. Yeah, this definitely fucking brings forth the two-beginner deadly cat-and-mouse game, bringing you and your friends into the crossfire, plotting political intrigue, and layers upon layers of interlocking traps are the weapon in this epic battle of wits.
Yeah, no kidding. It has reached its apex now.
Oh yeah, the time has come.
Yes. Yeah, so the bet for tonight, for those of you who were following along the last couple episodes, or for those of you watching in the future, if you're one of the folks who was betting on this series ending in under 30 episodes, you might win that bet. Well, if you're watching in the future, that's kind of a stupid question, because you can just look at the number of videos in the playlist and be like, okay, it's this many episodes long. So I don't know why I said for you viewers in the future.
You're likely on episode 12 of Steins Gate or something else. No idea. But
yeah, we'll have to figure out what's going to come next.
Yeah, we still gotta we've had a lot of ideas, but we haven't actually
had a few ideas, definitely. Steins Gate among them, but
yeah,
I don't think we've actually decided on anything yet.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna be like, if it ends in this episode, we'll be like, fuck, what do we do?
Yeah, it's like, what do we do now? So honestly, I don't want this to end. This is just so good. I need more of this. I need more of this, dude.
We need more of Usami in her penguin outfit.
Yes! Oh, I need more of this.
We need more Aichi creating devilish plots against the women in his class.
Oh, yes.
We need more Shiratori, trying to come up with weird ways to flirt with Kyousuke.
Yup, that was hilarious.
We need to see Cannon on the ice again.
Hey, Radioactive is the first one in tonight.
Nice.
I suspect it's a little quiet because I don't usually go live this early. It's not that much earlier than when I usually go live, but I wanted to make sure we had the extra time tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm just imagining when Zach comes in, we'll be like, "Hey, Zach, we finished the game."
I don't think it'll be that fast, but we'll see.
We'll figure it out.
Alright, I'm gonna minimize Discord.
Oh.
Alrighty, let's
I'm gonna put
get it. Let's
Discord
get
in
into it.
full screen.
There you go.
Alright, I'm already
let's
halfway through my
continue.
drink. I'm excited.
What is Devil on G-string? If you're in the server, click on the visual novel content role and then go to the VNDB section in the server. You can find a synopsis there. Because we are too far in to try and explain this now. Like,
yeah, to a quick summary, like, as just generally what this is, The Devil on G-String happens to be Ben's first original visual novel playthrough. And so far, we've been... the Discord server, just on the stream overlay, there's a QR code on the left, the right. I fucked that up. Which you can happily join our Discord server, and... Yep, then if you're let in, just go to the roles section and click the visual novel content, which looks like a little Megaroo one, which is, just Megaroo. And, you go from there. But yeah, besides that, this has just been the first official real visual novel outside. Oh, you've already joined? Well, fucking visual novel section. Go to VNDB.
Yep.
And g-senjou no Maou, which is The Devil on G-String.
Yep, just
which
in
I've
its
already
native
pointed
tongue.
someone towards it. Like, the most recent message in there is literally linked to,
But anyway, I don't want to wait anymore. I want to dive into this.
Nah, let's do this. You'll find it.
Tiles had been upturned here and there along the path we walked. Splinters of glass were scattered about. Streetlights were bent over, crooked, and on the verge of falling over at any moment. Yeah, dude, this is like the shit you'd see in a post-apocalypse. Except, no, it ain't that. This is Mao's literal hell on Earth.
Did this to a town. Did this to the main street within 6 hours.
Yeah, him and his army.
Fucking hell.
An army of miners, I will remind you. That is the most insane thing about all of this.
Yeah, mate.
Out of everything
without context,
he did,
you will not ever understand it.
Yeah, without
For
of all the insane things
watch
that
the
Mao
other
did,
episodes.
that is the most insane thing to me.
Yeah, just
that he has such influence that he has a literal army of miners at his disposal that have commandeered, several city blocks around the corporation building that he's holed up in.
Yeah, well, he'd been planning this for 10 years.
I know, yeah. So, he's thoroughly planned all this out, but it still impresses me. Just the level of foresight that he has and the ability to see it through, it's utterly insane. And in its own way, I have to respect it.
Yeah.
The shopping district was less than a shadow of its former self. Yeah, I agree with you. How are things on your end, Usami? We hid behind our wrecked car as we searched for some form of escape.
No luck.
The main exit out of Central Boulevard was blocked by a huge bus. Yeah, they've got like buses and semis, cutting off every entrance into this area. His little nation, as he calls it, or whatever it was that he used to describe it.
Yeah.
Sandbags were piled further on top of it, blocking any view of the outside world. That's an additional layer that he has. In addition to just the buses and the semis.
Granted, you are pretty much going to be looking through I think maybe 40 to 50 hours of stream footage.
It's probably closer to 60 or 70 now because we did
we've had some pretty long
episodes lately.
Yeah, we did a 7-hour stream the other week.
So yeah, anyway, if you got several days to burn, then yeah, if you want to get caught up on the series, please do. Occasionally, we heard the sirens of ambulances and police cars from beyond the blockade. Men in uniform and young boys fired off their pistols and machine guns, almost like a warning to those outside. The pandemonium all around us had shown no signs of abating. Oh no. As a wise man once said, fuck it, we ball. Yeah, dude, like I said, you're gonna have to get the Japanese equivalent of, you know, the National Guard or the military involved to subdue this shit. And even then, you know, Mao is just like, you are doing this, you know, against an army of miners. Yeah. Like, he always has that card in his back pocket when you want to bring in, you know, any form of, you know, heavier resistance against him.
Yeah. This is literally just hell.
Yeah, it is. No matter how you approach it, it's hell. Hip-hop fashion boys were chasing around the poor unfortunate souls that had been left behind.
And just this music, dude, just take a second to...
Oh yeah. Yeah. This is the only time in the game this music is played, I think. And it perfectly fits the mood. I'm gonna turn it up.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh. This is climax music. I love it.
This is like fear-inducing.
Yep. There were women among them, too. Each one carried either a pipe or a gun.
Sam.
Huh? You talking to me? My eardrums had already been saturated with noise from the hell around us.
Sup, Oreo?
Hey, Oreo! Just in time. We're just getting started. The sound of smashing concrete. The sounds of screams and gunfire. Piercing shrieks. Dashing and running. Fighting. Cries of death. Hey, you! That's why we didn't notice the voices stealing up on our backs. Usami yanked my arm. Go! We ran our hardest. Get out of there! We passed under crooked streetlights and dove under a gasoline pump covered in soot. Jeers and whistles assaulted us from various directions. Usami's exhaustion was made clear by her face. Yeah, it ain't gonna get any easier. I probably looked just as pathetic. As I panted, I felt something sour creeping up my throat. After jumping into a cafe with all of its windows busted, we were finally able to turn around. A disheveled man was closing in on us with a nasty grin.
We can't stay here.
She's right. Running into a building with only one exit isn't going to do us any good. Feeling a bit dizzy from the lack of oxygen, I kicked my legs into action once again, crossing over the floor covered in shattered glass. Over there! My feet responded in kind with noisy footsteps. Getting back on the road, I still could not afford to rest my legs. No, I get the feeling you're going to be on the move for a while, boy. I crossed the street, jumping over an open manhole in the process. I passed an elderly man's corpse and a broken vending machine along the way.
Fucking hell, this game does not fucking hold back.
But in the end, this was all a hopeless escape. No matter where or how far we ran, mobs of people would be there to greet us at every turn. Uh-huh. You're in Mao's country now, boy.
We need to find someplace to hide.
Just the act of running makes us stand out. We turned a corner. There was a department store signboard about 200 yards ahead. Oh, happy birthday, man. Nice. Yeah. I didn't know that was coming up. That's
Yeah,
awesome,
I thought it was
dude.
like the first day of your job or some shit, but cool. Over there. Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
Over there.
I kind of jumped yet.
That was the only place we could run. Major department stores have multiple exits. And there should be plenty of hiding places inside. Bathrooms, the escalators, behind racks of clothing. It's not like these little goblins are chasing solely after us. If they lose sight of us, they'll probably just give up. The situation inside the department store wasn't much different from the outside. Display cases had been shattered and gems were scattered about the floor. We stepped over torn bags and pieces of dismembered mannequins as we searched for a place to hide. Looks like they found one. Well, this'll buy you some time at least. We're on the second floor. We're trying to hide ourselves in a fitting room. After settling down and catching our breath for a moment, we take stock of the situation. You're not injured, are you?
I'm tough like that.
So in other words, you're built different. She smiled weakly. She really is, though.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do we do now?
Try to stay alive until the mob dies down.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think we're gonna do? Will it? You think? Eventually something has to give.
Yeah. Their destruction is haphazard, without rhyme or reason. They should eventually run out of people to kill and things to destroy and get tired of it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about evil. When they run out of things to destroy, they look to each other.
Or then they find
inward.
something else.
Exactly. As I'm sure Lucasfilm has been learning the hard way lately. In other words, we should lay low until all the other ducks are done for.
Easier said than done, I know.
Absolutely. Usami tried to breathe as silently as possible as she engaged in deep thought. I heard footsteps on the other side of the curtain. Uh-oh. I immediately held my breath.
Ding dong, did I hear somebody home?
Her voice and tone gave off the spitting image of an archetypal hoodlum. She must have heard us talking. The footsteps came closer. What should we do? I asked Usami with my eyes. If they find us here, we won't have anywhere to run. Maybe visually, but thematically, not even close. Radioactive. I highly recommend you watch the series from the beginning. Trust me, it's worth it. Leave it is your line.
Hold on. So I'm just typing this out.
I figured something must have came up.
No, I'm typing in chat.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah. Hey.
Maybe we should just jump out. If we catch her by surprise, it might throw off her aim. This is true, that's the one thing you have going for you, the element of surprise. Use it.
Yeah.
I
Ooh.
looked over at Usami once more. For some reason, even in this dire situation, sensations of our night together resurface in my mind. I know what I have to do. No matter what it takes, I'm going to protect this woman. I ready myself to pounce the moment the curtain opens.
No, somebody help!
What is this? My arm had been grabbed. My hand was gripping something soft. Usami was shrinking back against the wall, her clothes suddenly disheveled. Ugh! Brain took over before I could feel confusion or panic. I've known Usami for a long time now, so I'm used to her drift. She may be a doofus, but she's pretty clever. Said take it off, you dumb bitch! There you go. Wordlessly playing along. There you go. Deflection. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
These two are not as dumb.
Yeah, they're not as dumb as you think they are. I love it.
Well, this dude is
hand over
Mao's
her
little
panties.
brother.
Yep. Oh, wonderful. Try all you want. It ain't gonna change shit. I threw her down.
Please, let me go.
I heard a voice from behind my head.
Hey.
I turned around and a blonde with a pistol was staring down at us.
Please, stop.
Usami squirmed desperately.
Just trying to have some fun, eh?
I answered in the most counterculture tone I could muster. Damn straight, so get the fuck out of here! I saw the bitch first. The girl lowered her gun.
Whatever, dickhead.
She turned around and headed for the escalator. Looks like we got through that one. So, yeah, Spider, what was your comparison to Doki Doki again?
I don't think he just said that it's kind of like Doki Doki. He didn't really say anything else.
Uh-huh. Anyway, yep.
This can
defense,
only
yeah.
go badly. Are you sure it hasn't already gone badly? The city's been destroyed. There's rape and death nearly everywhere. What the fuck do you think could not go any worse? I'm not gonna lie, like, kind of everything has already gone to shit.
Yeah.
If you have read the synopsis of the stream, Maou pretty much fucking commanded an army of miners to pretty much go fucking havoc.
Yep.
And now the city block has been destroyed.
Yep. Pretty much all of the blocks of the city around the Sannou Corporation building have been commandeered and blockaded by an army of miners. An army of literal miners. That is what is happening right now.
Yep.
And they just... My god. The scheme they just came up with to get this hoodlum girl to leave them alone should tell you everything you need to know. I mean, just rewind like 5 minutes.
Yeah, the story has definitely gone into a fucking direction that... Ooh.
Yeah. It's intense. So, what's new with you, Kaneko?
Yeah, how have you been?
They passed the deception check. Yes, they did. Anyways, I believe it is your line.
Yeah, I know how that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God you caught on. I knew I could count on you.
I didn't hurt your arm, did I?
Oh no.
She chewed her lip in embarrassment.
You know, you really seem to be in your element with playing the villain. I could totally imagine you as the guy with the mohawk in that post-apocalyptic end of the century anime. Spine chills ensued.
Yeah. You really like that show, huh? Has he discovered... Did they just unintentionally discover a new kink?
Yeah.
I'm surprised she could still make jokes in this situation.
Anyway, that last exchange pretty much sealed it for me.
Huh?
They don't have any clear distinction between friend or foe.
Yep. Indeed. They're all dressed pretty casually, and they aren't wearing any accessories or anything to identify each other. Yep, so they're uncoordinated. They might be destructive, but they're uncoordinated.
They're probably just going after anyone who doesn't have any weapons or people who clearly aren't minors.
It's impressive that you can make such rational observations at a time like this. I follow your logic, but I can't help but wonder why. We've kind of been discussing this.
Yeah.
That it's Mao's ace in the hole at further retaliation against what he's doing.
Yeah. Most likely Maou wanted it this way.
Yep.
If there are no identifying characteristics, then the police won't be able to tell the difference between rioters and victimized citizens. To form a deterrent that decreases the effectiveness of brute force solutions to the situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. But none of that really matters now. All we need to do is make it out of this hellhole alive. Well, at least things are looking up. We look like kids and all, so we should be able to get through this just by laying low.
Yeah.
Can only hope. She didn't look fully convinced. Hello,
that
Sarah.
only hold that none of the riders specifically after us or would recognize us on sight. You frequent Central Boulevard a lot, and me? Well, I'm on the beautiful and charismatic customer draw for the drugstore I work at.
Uh-huh. Somehow, I think Kyousuke doubts that. I still think we should try to hide here until nightfall.
Alright.
Usami nodded expressionlessly. The hero retained her calm in the face of unprecedented crisis. Later. What a fucking scene!
I repeat, release our unjustly imprisoned comrades.
The freedom fighters quotations I talked about in the flare message.
This fucking music though.
Yep, Unending Hell is the name of the track.
I gave him my demands. I'll give you 8 hours. I expect a sincere answer within that time. If you fail to deliver, this destruction will go unabated until the entire area has been burnt to ash. A large number of hostages will inevitably die, with Amagua topping the list.
Yep, the politician.
At first glance, it may seem a tad silly to bring up hostages when hundreds of people have already died in the chaos along Central Boulevard, but that is not the case. The life of the member of the Diet and the life of the citizen are vastly unequal in value.
Yup.
I know of at least three huge enterprises, a railroad company, and a road management company that will lose out on certain perks in the event of Amagua's death. Now then, what sort of counterattack can I expect out of Tokita Yuki's father? Very well. The negotiator had no choice but to accept the demands. Mind if I ask you a direct question? Go ahead. Do you belong to a radical organization? He's sharp. What do you think? Yeah, right. Sorry. He must have figured that I was a bit young to be a Japanese radical. Spend as much time as you want profiling me, Senior Superintendent. Kyousuke and Usami are already privy to Mao's true identity. Yakuza Kyousuke has gotten involved with probably know as well. However, the police are yet to realize that Maou is the mastermind behind this disturbance. At any rate, it should be difficult to get an accurate profile on Samajima Kyohei, a dead man.
Yup.
I've never been in trouble with the police, and I've left behind almost no photographs. Even when I was playing those games with Usami, I took utmost care to leave no evidence. 8 more hours. There will be a few extensions, naturally, but my goal is in sight regardless. Senior Superintendent Tokita added to the conversation. Do you realize how difficult it would be to grant your demands? Well, it's certainly of a different echelon than a pizza delivery. That's right. The release of prisoners is not something that can be done under my power. The entire police force couldn't grant your request. That's why I said you should call the Prime Minister. Summon him and his cabinet to a conference call. I'll pass that order on. Still, I can't guarantee that we can set all that up within 8 hours. It should be possible. There are currently no cabinet members busy campaigning around the country. There will be absolutely no time extensions. Negotiators will often make use of the repository theory of psychology in order to request something from the criminal in exchange for granting their request. You have 8 hours, not a second more. Among the most common of those requests is an extension of time. Very well. Maou is not so fucking silly. I'm sure that despite his acknowledgement, he'll be sure to use every means at his disposal to request an extension on the deadline when the time limit approaches. Superintendent Tokita, I have no intention of negotiating with you. I am well aware that my demands are not within the realm of traditional law enforcement. That you should just think of yourself as my liaison for communicating my demands. A friend, if you will. What an honor. Then do you mind if I give you my personal opinion as your friend? Go right ahead. I believe that your desire has a distinct possibility of being granted. What is he playing at? On occasion, the government and the police have been known to take extra legal measures to facilitate the escape of criminals in an attempt to protect the human life. A certain 1970 case, for example, would serve as a promising precedent for you.
So you're trying to suggest to him that he's going to be successful?
I can't tell you if it's in the bag, but I can say there's a possibility you'll succeed. So would you mind putting a stop to the carnage taking place in the streets? The ongoing slaughter of innocent people only serve to create dissenting opinions at the forthcoming conference concerning the release of the prisoners.
That's his incentive to get you to do this in the first place. You think he's just gonna stop? Yeah,
I shook my head.
He knows what he's doing.
I happen to know that the government has changed their policies governing the release of criminals. After the recent global surge in terrorism awareness, the Prime Minister went on record and stated that he would not yield to terrorists. The times changed. We live in a different era than they did in 1970. I brush off all emotions.
Very different.
And isn't this precisely why I needed to formulate this unprecedented act of terrorism? No standard hostage cage would press the leader of this nation to stand up and take responsibility, or even extra legal measures for that matter. Criticism both domestic and abroad has molded the government new hard-headed stance.
Yeah, something like this is gonna get national, if not international, attention.
Hijacking a few planes wouldn't get through to you. I needed to paint a living landscape of hell.
And you've been successful in that regard. A little bit too much so.
Give me back my father. Why the death penalty? He's just a prisoner. There are murderers who take lives with booze and steering wheels. There are murderers who commit premeditated and infanticide. Not one of them is sentenced to death. Bottomless hate and malice welled up inside me. I'm sure this tragedy will be reported all over the world. It should also be noted that we are circulating images of this slaughter all over the internet. We want the whole world to know.
God damn, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Just when I thought it couldn't get any more fucked up.
Know that death is always close by. When you go out shopping with your lover or family on the peaceful weekend, know that an unjust capital punishment might be waiting for you at the store. We won't let a single human being escape this reality. This one-sided massacre is happening here, in one of the safest, most peaceful nations on the planet. We want mankind to know that we could mold this same terror in any city at any time. An act of unprecedented terrorism. I spent 10 years in preparation for this, a chill and shudder in the spine of the Japanese government, nay, the world. I promise you, Mr. Kokira, if our demands are met, we will cease the destruction within the city immediately and will never again cause a similar tragedy. My mouth almost slipped for a moment. I almost mentioned that it would be a small price to pay for the release of my father. If the government absolutely must save face, release the captives in an informal exile or the like. Say that you cannot pardon the prisoners, but you can liberate them. That sort of sophistry is the political forte, is it not? A proposal is the only compromise I can make. There's something I need to confirm. He spoke in a serious tone. The hostages are unharmed. I will upload a live video to the homepage of Central Boulevard Shopping District. Any other questions? He did not give me an answer. Very well then. We'll speak again before 8 hours' time. I look forward to a prompt response. After all, the longer it takes, the more innocent people will die. Shit.
Oh. That's the name of this track, Down the Dark Path. We left the department store after dusk. We scrounged up for some props, and I ended up with a piece of wood. Usami managed to get her hands on a bent iron pipe. We should blend in better with the violent mob now.
But if the police finds us instead, they might just shoot us on sight.
We walk casually along the main road. No one takes notice of us, just as we'd suspected. Destruction, along with other bitter fruits of violence, littered our path. Doors torn from their hinges, shards of glass from shattered windows, and corpses decorated Central Boulevard. Just how many millions, if not billions, of dollars worth of damage have they caused? Good lord.
Not just the money, how many people are dead? Just
I think
littered in
Maou
the street.
said hundreds earlier.
Fucking hell.
Already. My god. The corpses in particular told tales of the deathly horrors of the past few hours. Beatings, shootings, you name it. Crows flocked to the ground and meandered around the disfigured heads of human beings.
This is too cruel.
It's chaos.
It's hell, mate.
Yup. As Usami had predicted, the riot had started to die off a little. They must have finally gotten bored, as our way was blanketed by an almost eerie silence. A single gunshot or a single scream would ring out every so often. We need to find a way out of here.
Sorry, I'm excited.
I know.
If there even is one.
There are countless narrow alleyways around here. There should be at least one opening somewhere. Maou is not that foolish. Usami shook her head.
If there was an opening that obvious, then the police would have already charged in through it by now.
I guess so.
How about, say, a small gap between two nearly touching buildings?
That could work. You could also check large stores like that department store, one with tons of exits. One of them might lead out of Central Boulevard.
Do you have anything specific in mind?
Let's see. Big buildings with exits facing out of Central Boulevard. A coffee shop, a big karaoke bar, and... As I was trying to render an image of the downtown area in my head...
Hey! Hashimoto.
Startled, I turned around. I was met by 5 boys who were clearly bad news.
Well, if it ain't you, so who fucking voices Hashimoto?
I think you do.
Okay. Have we got that written down or no?
I'm gonna have to... My who does what. We didn't actually write down Hashimoto. Because I don't think we knew if he was gonna be a recurring character or not.
Yeah. Well, looks like it's Mike.
Yep.
I guess I'll play him. Well, if it ain't Azai and Usami.
Shit. Among them, wearing a nasty grin, was our classmate Hashimoto. Sup, Hashimoto? How's it going? Thinking that thing you got in your hand there wouldn't happen to be a toy, would it? The object in his hand shone silver under the streetlight. I've seen that model handgun somewhere before. Oh, that's right. I remember it from the time Gonzo took me hunting in some remote mountain area. I already missed the days when he would ask me to join him for firearms training. Come to think of it, his wake is being held today. Looks like I won't be able to make it. You don't say.
Were you guys on a date or something? Talk about bad luck.
Tell me about it. Got ourselves into some deep shit. The group of 5 seemed to have recognized us as prey. They slowly closed in on us.
Hey Azai, I got a little offer for you.
Oh boy. I received an unexpected proposal.
How would you feel about joining us?
Interesting. Why?
I'd heard from Takeda that you were a Yakuza kid. Rich as shit too. We were told to recruit people like that.
I take that to mean Hashimoto is unaware of my connection to Maou. I could feel Usami's stare. I'd say this is an offer I can't refuse. And what about Usami?
Well, I couldn't tell you about her.
He directed attention to the group of boys with a twisted smirk. Each of them held a lecherous taint in his eyes.
How about it, Azai?
He lifted his right hand and pointed the gun to my head. I heard the crackling sound of glass at Usami's feet. I knew what I had to do. In your dreams, you son of a bitch! I suddenly chucked my wooden prop at Hashimoto. There you go. Deflection wins the day once again. However, I knew something Hashimoto apparently didn't. That particular weapon isn't meant to be held in one hand. Wait, was that a high caliber weapon? Did he have like a deagle or something? A Desert Eagle? Cause yeah, that's got some mean kick to it. Even with 2, it's hard to aim. I doubt he's able to hit me even from this distance unless he aimed at my stomach. The wager paid off as Hashimoto's arm was wrenched by the recoil. He screamed out pathetically in pain. Usami! I broke into a run. Usami quickly caught on and started to chase after me. Skill issue.
Don't let them get away!
Off we go again. We ran through the very core of Central Boulevard.
Ooh.
We're in a much more dangerous situation than we were this afternoon. The number of available prey has been thinned out since then. Innumerable boys dressed similarly to Hashimoto lurked out of the darkness like rats. Kids sitting on the side of the road dressed in hip-hop fashion heard the fuss and rose to their feet. They all fired their guns off at random as they chased after us, shouting with joy. What do we do? The more we run, the more pursuers join the chase. We saw a group of buildings in the central office ahead. Since there isn't really much entertainment in the business district, maybe there won't be as many kids there. You okay? She tripped over a corpse or something. Took her hand and helped her to her feet. Fucking hell. They're right on our tail now.
Don't let them get away. Surround them.
We were approached by uncountable footsteps and shouts. It's only a matter of time before those bloodlusting crackheads could see the whites of our eyes.
I'm sorry.
Usami was wincing in pain. She might have hit her knee in the fall. I too was reminded of my own exhausted state. Who knows what they'll do to us once they capture us? Filthy hyenas. Sure, they'll probably just kill me, but if they get their hands on Usami... Usami, you go off on your own! I turned back toward the angry mob without waiting for an answer. Me against the world, huh? Man's literally embracing the mantra of Simple Plan's song there. Me against the fucking world. What are you doing? I could hear her behind me begging me to stop. Paying no heed, I charged forward.
They split up. Get him.
Seemed like Usami ran off without further complaint. What else can she do? Needless to say, I don't plan on just handing myself over. Over here, cocksuckers! I waved to lure them after me. I ran into a narrow alley. I won't have to worry about being surrounded in here. If I can take just one of them down and nab his gun, I might be able to get through this. Leroy would be proud.
Yeah, John, our boy Kyousuke, start John Wicking this shit.
Something falls down from above me, smashes into my face, and I black out for an instant. Apparently the thing that fell down was a person. I'm not lucky enough for it to be a corpse. It's a boy in a hoodie. He throws me to the ground as we struggle. He's carrying a knife and panting heavily. He grabs hold of my arm. Ah! He's absurdly strong. Pins me down and mounts my stomach, and I find myself unable to resist. His eyes, muddied with drugs, were right in my face. The dull gleam of his knife invades my sight. God damn it! Haru! First thing that flashed through my mind was that disgusting girl. Hey, Etienne, how are ya? There was a thud with it. The boy's eyes rolled back in his head. The hand gripping the knife went lifeless. Behind the boy was someone holding a club. They were shivering, as if they regretted what they had just done. It was someone I knew well. Oh? Hey man! You sure you should be appearing in a serious scene like this? How did I know?
You grateful little prick. I was scared shitless, you know that?
How did I know it was you?
Hell boy.
How the hell are you still kicking? But boy am I glad to see you. Oh my god. Hello, you beautiful bastard. Aizo Aichi helped me to my feet and immediately started to run.
Hurry up and hide, you idiot.
Oh yeah, he was in Central Boulevard too, wasn't he? Urged on by Aichi, I followed him through a door deep in the alley. I'm surprised this place is still intact.
While we're in a moment of somewhat peace at the moment, I'm gonna go to the toilet to refill my drink.
Good idea.
Oh,
Holy
this is
shit.
good.
Woo! This is some intense stuff we've been enduring up until now. Yeah, Kyousuke embraced his hitter Leroy Jenkins. This whole first hour almost has been pretty intense. Like seriously. This scenario that we find ourselves in is nuts right now. Like I said in my little flare message, propping up tonight's stream, like, holy shit, this is nuts. You did indeed choose a good moment to join. So while we wait for Caleb to refill his drink, how have you been, ETN? What's new with you, dude? I feel like I haven't seen you in a bit. I'm gonna have some more jujus in the meantime.
Alright, boys, I'm back.
Ah, yeah, that's fair enough, ETN. Busy with exams. That's fair enough, dude. Focus on that first. The streams will always be here to come back to when exams are over.
Yeah, we've had a few people that we've told just fucking watch the streams.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you can't make it live. They'll always be up. But how have the exams been going, on a different note? How have you been doing?
Alright. There we go. Ready with new ice, empty bowels, and full of excitement.
Excellent.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, a rare breather in this chaos. A rare moment of calm.
Shit. I just hope Asami's alright, you know?
I know, because we split up. No telling where the hell she ended up. Can only hope. But yeah, I'm surprised this bar has remained intact from all of the chaos.
Yeah,
granted, you know, it's like
alcohol...
it's, you know, hidden in an alley, but still.
Places with alcohol are like holy lands. No one fucking goes and causes trouble there.
Not on the kind of grand scale we've been seeing outside the bar.
Yeah.
Should be able to pass. That's good to hear.
Yeah, the level of chaos in this store is someone put an icy drink on the table without a coaster.
Yeah. Inside was the bar we had once visited during our pursuit of Saijo. Ah, yeah, good old Mephistopheles.
Oh yeah.
Only one
I still can't get over fucking Cannon's route where he was just beaten to death.
Yup.
That'll be forever
Haribe
a
had
moment
enough
to
of his
mention.
shit. Yep.
I will never get over
Haribe
that.
had enough of this guy's shit. I love
I
it.
just like they just fucking nonchalantly. Oh yep, he was beaten to death.
Yep. It just mentioned it so casually. That's the part I can't get over.
Yeah.
Alright. As I said, only one window had been cracked, and the food and liquor hadn't been rummaged through at all. Yeah. It's impressive.
Man, I just hit someone for the first time in my life. It's finally come to that. Think I'm a genuine evil bastard now.
You really saved my ass.
Yeah, you better be grateful you owe me your damn life.
Yeah, anyway, you're still alive, eh? Yep, he's still not dead.
Yeah, man, I was fucking delirious, bro. I mean, I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I guess my bestial sixth sense kicked in or something. I've just been hiding here the whole time.
What a lucky little bastard. Yeah, he's like, you have not seen the shit I see. You ain't seen shit,
That is
boy.
probably the best way to, like, describe Aichi. What a lucky little bastard.
A perfect encapsulation of him.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Wait a minute. I looked around the shop. Where's Miss Noriko? Oh.
Oh no.
Aichi trembled.
Naruto, they got a hold of her and then... No. No. You...
He's done it
Fucking
again.
with you.
God damn it, Aichi. Never a dull moment with you, is there? Huh?
She blew me off, bro. She was never in Central Boulevard to begin with.
Well, that's some silver lining, I guess. That would be good news in this situation. Now's not the time to be relieved. I took out my cell phone and called Usami. The signal must have been bad or something, as I couldn't connect.
What is going on here anyway?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't look like there's any way out. No way in! No way out! No way in! No way out!
Seriously, man? Fuck, I knew it. I just fucking knew it. It was screaming coming from all over the place. I thought America had declared war and bombed the harbor or something.
A la Pearl Harbor, huh? This is no war. It's a massacre. To make things even more fucked up, it's kids that are doing the butchering. Hospitals, police boxes, government buildings. They haven't spared anything. Everything's on fire.
Don't tell me this is that Maou guy's handiwork.
Most likely. Come to think of it, there really is no hard evidence to support the Maou theory, but both Usami and I are pretty much convinced it is.
Well, you asked about Naruto, so it's my turn. Where's Usami?
I don't know.
Seriously? Come on, man. You're dating, aren't you? There was a rumor going around the school that you two were skipping to go to some hot springs.
We aren't dating. What the hell? Hot springs? Tokita probably just shot off her big mouth and pulled that one out of her ass. Yeah, that sounds like something Tokita would do to cause trouble. Just to stir up shit at school, just to fan the flames. I can totally see Tokita doing that. That is absolutely something that girl would do.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to look for Usami. I headed for the exit.
Where do you expect to find her?
Well, I've got no place particular in mind.
Wouldn't it be better to wait until you can get in touch with her?
No. She might be in a situation so precarious she's unable to use her phone. Or the rioters just destroy it as soon as they get a hold of it.
Wait up, man, you fucking crazy?
Yes, I think he does have a death wish. Suddenly, when Aichi went to grab for my shoulder, they were on the other side of the door. Uh-oh.
I know you're in there, as I...
Shit. We've been found. They keep pounding on the door. Are there any other exits? There's one shattered window, but I don't see a back door. I pointed out the window to Aichi.
No good, man.
He spoke in a whisper.
We're surrounded.
After a gunshot, the door was kicked open. They started pouring into the bar like a pack of zombies. Hashimoto closed in on us, his face blackened with dirt and soot.
End of the line.
The look on that face was completely alien to the student on the basketball team I'd been familiar with.
Oh, I'm gonna have my fun with you before I torture you to death.
Suddenly, I felt a pressure at my back. My sight flashed for a moment. My head burned like it was on fire. Oh, my vision was soon engulfed in darkness. I thought I heard Aichi's shrill voice, but I couldn't even lift a finger in response. This is not looking good.
No. I hope Kyousuke's alright. Usami Haru was concerned over the boy who had sacrificed himself to save her. She was able to escape the clutches of that angry mob thanks to him. He may put up a cold facade, but he really is a hero when backed into a corner. She wanted to contact him immediately to make sure he was safe, but for whatever reason her calls wouldn't connect. No matter how many times she dialed his number, she never got through. In the office district, just a short way from Central Boulevard, there didn't seem to be many thugs hanging around. In their place, she spotted a man in a military garb carrying an automatic weapon.
Uh-oh.
Perhaps he was one of those mercenaries Yuki spoke of. Seeing as Haru only spotted one so far, there was probably relatively a few of them in this operation. However, the man she did come across did not play games. He killed indiscriminately and without pause, never bothering to give chase. After gunning someone down, he simply continued his patrol unaffected, keeping a sharp lookout.
Yep. Wouldn't be surprised if it was another one of those guys that he trained with.
Yeah. The gears in Haru's head were ready to turn at a moment's notice. Ever since that bombing at the Moscow theater, ever since the day she lost her mother, Haru's anger and hatred towards Maou never left her for a minute. The fact that Maou has posted a professional here implies that this region is more important than Central Boulevard. Next, she simply needs to understand why. As Kyousuke mentioned, Mao's objective is the release of Samajima Toshikatsu. Presumably, the main hostage is the politician Imagawa. She knows that Sannou Corporation employees are being held captive. The terrorists likely indeed to kill them to serve as a warning to the police.
Yup.
Will the police really accept their demands? Police jurisdiction does not include the premature release of incarcerated convicts. However, Maou must already know this. He's not the sort of man to cause this perverse uproar without even the remotest chance of success. Then again, perhaps he's using terrorism on such pretty centered scale in order to sway the government's decision.
Exactly.
Naturally, the police will stand by their tenets. They will not negotiate with terrorists. So then, what could be stopping the police from charging in when there have been multiple civilian casualties already? Contributing factor number 1, the majority of the rioting mob is composed of minors. Contributing factor number 2, the police have likely not secured a satisfactory insertion point.
Yep.
Contributing factor number 3, Amagawa's location has not been confirmed. The first contributing factor is a perfect example of Mao's pathological caution. Though Japan does occasionally see crimes committed by minors, it's still a small fraction of the juvenile delinquency of the West. This situation, however, is severe enough to warrant calling in an assault team.
Exactly.
On top of it, children involved have barricaded themselves in a contained area. Needless to say, the police higher-ups who are calling the shots must be scratching their heads on this one.
Yeah, something like this is just completely unprecedented. It's just
yeah.
If you are a high-ranking police official or law enforcement officer, what do you even do? What even is the protocol for this?
Yeah.
No amount of training can prepare you for this.
No. The second contributing factor gives birth to a number of doubts. Let us assume that each one of the land routes into Central Boulevard have been barricaded. Even so, it is entirely flawless. Barricade even truly realizable? There must be at least one weak point in the defenses. If I wanted to cut a swath through downtown, there are a number of available methods. Off the top of Haru's head, an armoured vehicle could crash through a building, or explosive could blast through a pile of sandbags. Thus, the case of hesitation would ultimately have to be Mr. Imagawa.
Exactly.
I herself not very familiar with him, but he appeared to be quite the political big shot. If the police can't pin his location down exactly, then even should they secure an insertion point and extraction point, he would be killed before the special assault team could even reach him.
Exactly.
And therein lies the reason why Maou chose to create such a wide buffer of devastation around him. Even if they did manage to break through the barricade and search aimlessly for Amagawa, the police would be face to face with the lurking mobs. Naturally, their trigger fingers would be less itchy when faced with a horde of children, especially when each of them would be impossible to readily identify as civilian or bogey. Just then, Haru thought she heard Kyousuke's voice. "Come on, Usami, what are you thinking?" He's got a point, Usami thought. Really, what was she thinking? She should be devising a plan to reunite with Kyousuke as soon as possible, maybe even escape this hell. Let's just go home and listen to some classical music. Honestly, she didn't want to listen to classical anymore. Kyousuke would no doubt ask her to play the violin again. She never imagined that he would be a fan of hers. She couldn't play the violin anymore. Not after that. This is all Mao's fault. The imaginary devil on her violin's G-string had robbed her of everything dear to her. "I'll kill you." Haru looked up at the Sannou Corporation's headquarters. She could see a black box moving up and down through a column of windows. It was the main elevator, and it was in operation. Seeing as they had closed off the fire shutters, she had assumed the higher floors were permanently blocked off. Apparently, that assumption was incorrect. But why? Of course, the terrorists intend to relocate the hostages. Police had no doubt had their sights set on the location where the men guarding Amagawa sent out their last communications. That location was the Snow Building. Right, I'll find out where they're going. Once they confirm Amagawa's whereabouts, the police should decide to charge in. It's quite unfortunate, though, that Haru won't be able to kill Maou with her own hands. Now, this is a surprise. A voice shot out from behind her.
Oh,
She hadn't even noticed him.
Oh, yeah, you didn't hear Kyousuke's voice. You saw me. Oh, no.
If you're still wondering how I did that, maybe it's time you started studying your enemies. Maou looked down on her with his usual overconfidence.
I don't think
at his side was a Caucasian she had seen the other day, pointing a gun at her. "Field work, Usami. You spot a rat near your base, sneak up on it, and get rid of it. Even if I were as incapable as you must think I am, my friends here are all experts of field work as well." Maou. I heard tell of a long-haired girl spotted in the area, so I came here off the on chance. Lo and behold, it really is you, Usami. He spoke happily to the man at his side. Apparently, this was his way of introducing Haru. "I'm delighted that you were able to survive among this landscape. This isn't exactly the first time I've been a victim of terrorism." "Ah, I suppose that's true."
Indeed.
He spoke like he had forgotten.
Yep, he's just toying with her.
Unforgivable. "So, what brings the hero out to these parts? I take it you're not just out for a walk." "I came to kill you, of course." "Let me guess, you came here to discover Amagawa's whereabouts?" "I suppose that's top secret information." "Your bravery is commendable." He shrugged his shoulders with a touch of humor. He then indicated the entrance to the Sannou building behind her. "You'll be coming with us." "What?"
Are you really gonna question him?
Why not just kill her now? The man standing next to him seemed to be thinking the same thing. He said Maou look at protest. Sorry about this, Alan. Old habits die hard. You know that. It's immature of me, but I just can't help wanting to play with my prey a little before I kill them. She couldn't stand that arrogant composure. When he killed her mother, he left Haru alive as part of some sick game.
Yup, and all these years later, it's picking up again.
Haru bore the insult and followed after Maou. She felt a chilly sensation against the back of her neck. Snow was trickling down from the black, sooted sky.
Can't say I'm not surprised. I was awakened by the sound of a heavy iron door closing. My head ached. After a short while, my vision came into focus.
Up yet, sweet cakes?
Hashimoto wore a faint smile and cracked his fingers. Nah, I can't do it right now. I was in what seemed to be a basement. It was a square room. It looked to be about 30 feet to a side. The stifling silence weaved together with the stagnant air of the room. There were no windows, and the only source of light was a naked bulb hanging from the ceiling. I withstood the pain and opened my mouth. Where am I?
A confinement facility.
He shrugged. There were no other captives here. The only other things I can see right now are the cigarette butts scattering the floor and the two female corpses laying among them. Their clothes had been ripped apart, and their hollow eyes looked in my direction. Did you do this? My pulse was pounding so hard I could hear it. Clear indication of my fear for what was about to happen to me.
We're in the basement of a club. Ever heard of Yuri?
It's one of the bigger clubs in the downtown area. As I recall, it's located on the outskirts of Central Boulevard. I get it. You wait here and ambush people that are looking for a way out.
Correct. The east exit on the first floor leads to the national border.
What? Hashimoto snickered. Checked out my surroundings once more. My surrounds. Okay? A bottle of sake, a lighter, and an ashtray were scattered across a table near the wall. A businessman lay collapsed over it. He was dead. Of course. Do you think you'll get away with all this?
Get away from who exactly?
The police, of course. You may be minors. If you go off and do something this insane, well, you know what's in store, right? He just snickered again. The laugh contained a hint of pity, but it was easily dwarfed by the ridicule. How are you gonna get away this time, huh? The entire area is completely surrounded by the police.
We ain't running.
What?
I told you this is a nation, and it's our nation, so we have no reason to run.
I looked up to glare at Hashimoto.
The boss is about to demand that this area be given extraterritorial rights.
Mind translating that for me? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you don't. It means that the currently blockaded area along with the sky above it will no longer be a part of Japan.
I was at a loss for words.
We'll be free from police intervention and Japanese law. Truly a country of dreams.
There was no hint of lies or deception in Hashimoto's voice as he spoke with fervor. Instead, they seemed to be filled with deep faith and conviction. Is he really that convinced? They had a twist of ecstasy in them. The result was the spitting image of some crazed cultist. Do you really believe all that shit?
Fine then, let me ask you this, Azai. If someone told you that Central Boulevard would suddenly turn into a battlefield one day, would you believe them?
There's nothing I could say to that.
No, something Azai. My father is different from me. He was really serious about being a teacher. Vice principal is a pretty impressive position, I hear. But ever since Shiratori's prick of an old man set us up, everything went to hell. The media hounds us day and night. My mum went back to live with her parents, and my little sister is being bullied at her elementary school.
I had a similar experience myself, so I could understand his grief to a certain extent.
If you hand over a gun to a guy like me, would it really be all that strange if he finds he might just want to off somebody?
Yep. Those words of Mao's ring more and more true the more stories we hear like this. What if you give a kid like this a gun? So simple and yet so clever. Goddamn Mao. However, I couldn't sympathize with his base nature. To a kid in the prime of his youth, pride is everything. You can't let people look down on you. If someone pulls one over on you, you return the favor. If someone screws up your family, then you get back in the world by screwing up everyone else's family. Mao understands that part of the human psyche rather well.
Can you still hear me clearly, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's weird because I've got like the symbol, like
Yep.
it says like our stream interruptions, but my MS is like really good and like I've got no delay in the thing of it.
Yeah,
Maybe it
and
was
your
just like a
voice
weird
hasn't been
Discord
choppy
thing.
on my end at all, so
Yeah, that's good. And I've got my backup network ready just in case.
yep.
It's
Don't
currently
wanna
charging.
have to call
on
this
the
early
floor.
because of that.
Nah, you definitely shouldn't. Yep, it's at 100%, so if ready, I can just connect it to the computer, the Wi-Fi network's on it, and because it's a different phone from my one, it should have no issues connecting to this computer.
Alright,
Because
good deal.
that phone used to be what actually gave my computer internet. Alright, let's go.
Okay, but just think for a minute. There's no way you could make your own country.
Oh, we will.
First, what would you do about food? You may have enough for another week or so, but what then? Plus, if you break off relations with Japan, they're going to cut off electricity to the area. Not to mention the fact that your guns are going to run out of ammunition eventually. And when that happens, this little country of yours will be smashed into dust.
Mal will figure something out.
Yeah, Mao may be an intellectual, but even he knows he can't
This
keep
is
this up
interesting
forever.
that this is the first time that Hashimoto has fucking said Mal's like involved. So he just practically confirmed that Mal's involved in this.
Yep. He really believes in everything that Mao says. He looks at him as almost like this messiah, like savior figure for him.
Ah, thanks, Screamer. Mal will figure something out.
Uh-huh. It's like, that's just not how this works.
No,
And
not
Mao
in the
knows
slightest. Yeah, like,
Mao is just telling you this so that you just keep doing what you're doing. He's instilling the rioters. He's spurring them on. That's all he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
I love.
He just needs to keep them busy long enough to get what he wants, and then he's done. He doesn't care anymore.
Because I got fucked around so much, like at work. My manager actually bought me a bottle of spirits as fucking thank you, and he bought me Jack Daniels. So it's finally good. Like after like months of trying different shit.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm back to my homebrew.
There you go.
I'm back to the drink that started it all. God, I missed him. Just the smell Jack and Coke radiates is just, it's different.
I might have to try it one of these days.
No, it is
That's
quite nice.
not an answer. You guys are just being used.
Everyone says that at first, and now we've come this far, there ain't anyone saying that anymore, because they're all fucking dead! You've killed them all!
Yeah. Well, yeah. At this point, they've already committed numerous crimes and offenses. They have no choice but to trust Maou now that things have come this far. Yeah. So in other words, it's like a sunk cost fallacy type of thing. They're in too deep to quit. So, So yeah, it's either, they put all their faith in Maou, or they're fucked for the rest of their lives.
What's going to happen now?
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
You motherfucker! He stole my line!
I couldn't help myself. But this line hits real. I read in a book once that corrupt religious and cult leaders attempt to mold situations in which their believers can no longer turn back. Along Central Boulevard today, anyone who wasn't contributing to the violence was immediately targeted. Thus, because of the circumstances, people had to kill others, lest they risk being killed themselves.
Kill or be killed.
And I'm still in shock that all this occurred amongst children. Obviously, the police are in shock, too. Everybody is. I was overcome with a dizzy spell. The absolute cruelty of my brother's plan left me in despair.
Don't bother trying to save me through persuasion or something, it won't work.
Yeah, he's too far gone, dude. Yeah, I know. We weren't even friends at school, really.
You got that straight. Oh, speaking of which, do you know what's going on with your little friend?
Aichi?
He's laid out flat on the floor from this one. He said he'd join us and then suddenly attacked us. I mean, suddenly. Please, it was so obvious what he was going to do, you fucking stupid little shrimp. No! Don't tell me, you fucker. Alright, that's this cunt.
Yeah,
if he did anything to
that
Aichi,
about
kill this
sums him up.
cunt.
My voice was so empty, I'm surprised even by myself. So he's still alive?
Yeah, we're talking about putting on some kind of show after this.
He spoke with glee.
A public execution, I guess. You ever go to the website with a video of a soldier getting his head cut off in the Middle East?
I'm aware of it.
Well, we're uploading a lot of brutal shit to the internet right now. Everyone in the world is going to fear us.
Again, that's just not how this works. They've entirely left the realm of sanity. This they have. I steeled myself for what was to come. So, you're planning on making Aichi the victim of whatever sick bullshit you can think up?
And you too.
He nodded without a second of hesitation.
We know what we're doing is bad, but I finally realized that evil is sometimes a form of salvation.
Well, you and I may be small fries. There's one thing I think you ought to know.
The fuck?
I will always be the bigger fry. You're just a tool to be manipulated by a greater evil known as Maou. You're not even trying. You're not even trying to think for yourself. I thought back to my late father. A true villain is one that neither follows nor flatters anyone, a being of absolute solitude. I never really understood that until the last minute, either. So don't go running your mouth about shit you think you've realized. Hashimoto suddenly came flying at me. The anger on his face was on a different level than before. Yeah, he is not going to be talked down to in this moment. His foot left the ground with sharp force. I tried to block with my hand, but my body would not move like I wanted it to. It's to be expected. By the time my brain had time to recognize the dull pain, I had already been knocked against the wall. I was still conscious, but I couldn't breathe.
Try saying that again.
He delivered a vicious blow to my abdomen. I was unable to form words. A bone leaked out as I writhed in agony.
Get up!
I slowly tried to get up. My body felt extremely heavy. I had trouble breathing, like there was something stuck in the back of my throat. I finally managed to lift myself up by planting my hands and feet on the floor. Hashimoto took a step backwards. Fuck. I was planning on charging at him. I released my hands from the ground and managed to make it to my feet. I need to stand up, move, and get out of here to meet up with Usami as soon as possible.
You rich, spoiled little brat!
Hashimoto pushed me down and delivered another kick to my side.
Pretty much an apocalypse.
Yup. Yeah, pretty much, Zach, pretty much. Small fry, I continued jeering him. Maybe the reason he's flying off the handle so badly is because he just doesn't like my face.
Come on, stand up!
Oh, I'll stand up. I'll stand up as many times as it takes. The floor around me was shaky, so I couldn't find a steady foothold. I sprawled forward onto the ground, then pushed backwards against my lower body. I planted my feet on the ground, straightened out my knees, and finally rose to my feet. Used both legs to support my upper body. Then, this time, it was a punch. As my backside hits the floor once again, I stared up arrogantly at the little small fry. He was the one losing his cool. The swaying of the floor grew more severe. My ears started to hurt from the lack of oxygen. Nope.
You know what? I've decided what I'll do with you. I think I'll burn you at the stake.
Hashimoto looked down at me. I meant to insult him as best as I could. Small fry! But I just ended up blurting out that pathetic line. After glaring down at me for a while, Hashimoto left. I heard the door shut, and I was left in silence. It took quite some time, but fighting against the pains and chills, I finally managed to get myself back up. After staggering to my feet, I headed for the door, muttering to myself, "This is nothing. Compared to the shit Gonzo put me through, this had no chance of forcing me into submission." Grabbed the doorknob. Open! Of course. There was no way it was going to open. Damn it. Usami! Meanwhile...
The elevator shuttled silently upwards towards its destination. Just as silently, Maou watched Haru with crossed arms. Haru was similarly watching him, waiting for an opening to attack. Maou was clearly getting a kick out of the situation. He had left Haru unrestrained, and was now simply watching her. His grin seemed to scoff. "If you've got something up your sleeve, show me."
Uh-huh.
The elevator doors opened. Just beyond a dark, narrow passage, the faded rooftop awaited her.
Oh, yes! The faded scene!
We have been waiting for this.
How long have we been waiting for this?
The standoff.
At long last.
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
Kyousuke's here in Central Boulevard too, isn't he? What about it? An overcast sky loomed from above her. Nevertheless, the numerous lights on the street below shone with enough brilliance to pierce the thick clouds of smoke. I hear this is where you met Kyousuke. Maou spoke as if ruminating on the distant past. He carried no weapons. He simply stood arrogantly before Haru. What are you playing at, Maou? I was merely setting off the proper stage for your death, he said with a smirk. I would have preferred the drainage channel, but all the entrances are tragically outside the currently barricaded area. Haru shot Maou an angry, defiant gaze. Maou continued on. Long ago, I used to play these video games with Kyousuke. They were called role-playing games, apparently.
Yup.
Sometimes our sessions would continue late into the night. What about it? The final battle between the hero and the Demon Lord was always in some poignantly relevant place, much like this one.
Yup.
His eyes held a content, distant gleam. The hero would grow stronger, and then use his newfound power to destroy the evil Demon Lord. However, will you live up to those fairy tales?
Spoken like a true villain.
For the past 10 years, revenge was my everything. Its objects included the nation itself, a Zygon zone, a variety of other concepts and people. But the centerpiece of my hatred has been and always will be Usami. Likewise, Maou, you ruined my entire life. So you intend to kill me even though I'm Kyousuke's brother? Haru's expression tensed as hesitation attacked her. Wouldn't you feel sorry for Kyousuke? He loved me quite dearly, you know. Imagine how devastated it would be if I died. Are you pleading for your life?
No, he's toying with you.
Not at all, he replied, shaking his head. I merely wanted to reassure you that your intentions are as evil as well. I already know that. Mao's eyes flooded with enough hatred to nearly push them out of their sockets. Listen, Usami. Every last man lives in a world where he's always righteous. Every last man will stay there until he rots in his grave. She knows that. Even as they speak, Haru's heart is ablaze in an attempt to justify her desire for Mao's destruction. Whenever one succumbs to violence, one turns that beloved weakness known as justification. Whether the victim be a heavily armed terrorist or a helpless little girl, once a person has killed someone, he or she will always seek righteousness in the act. They say that humans are inherently fickle by nature, and that no emotion will last forever. Even I had moments during which I felt I should forgive you. The obvious notion that parents are parents and children are children nagged at my conscience. Haru shared that particular experience. There had been sleepless nights in her life, nights where she considered releasing the assigned revenge in favor of a normal life.
Yep.
But in the end, hatred won out. My father once said Usami will never learn his lesson until the girl Haru is killed. The girl Haru was drawn to speak up. I too was unable to give up my pursuit. Every day, every time I opened my violin case, I was reminded of my mother's regret. Maou nodded in understanding. It was the most profound nod so far. Perhaps he was seeking some backward form of reprieve. Just as he had hated Haru, he wanted Haru to hate him in return.
Exactly.
In any case, Haru herself felt a twinge of relief upon hearing of Mao's hatred towards her. There was no rest for the wicked on this chain of revenge. Wouldn't you agree, Usami, that hate of all emotions has the most viable longevity? As evidence, war has been omniscient. I'm not even gonna try.
Omnipresent?
Omnipresent. Yeah, that's a weird word. Omnipresent in the history of mankind.
Yup.
Haru didn't know whether she should agree or not. Well, I suppose there is one other. Maou grinned. He knew what Haru was going to say.
I think we all do.
Hatred was not the only thing ruling Haru's heart. She could say without any hesitation that the past 10 years had divided between her love for Kyousuke and her hatred for Maou. Kyousuke, huh? Haru was shocked. For the first time, she saw something akin to warmth gleaming in Mao's eyes. If only for a brief moment, he returned to his role as the worrying older brother. It didn't take long, however, for Maou to regain his casual smirk. There's no need to worry. After I kill you, I'll be sending Kyousuke to meet you shortly. You can remain together forever. It was a hackened speech. What a sad man, she thought. Samajima Kyohei was a man of extraordinary talent and initiative, yet he had gone on to devote it entirely to a life of revenge. He would follow his own beliefs and stay true to his morality as the devil to the very end. Alright.
Here we go.
Maou pulled a gun from his suit. Since you've come to kill me, I trust you have another fun little trick prepared for me. He scraped the ground as he stepped forward. She took a step backward to keep a proper distance. It was obvious that a head-to-head contest of physical strength would not be in her favor. This is an alternative form of the fucking theme between Maou and Usami.
Yup.
What does Haru have in this situation that can provide a victory over Maou? It's just like this is it, the final battle.
Yep, the grand finale. I think this track was called.
Hand to hand. Yeah, was out of the question. She had no weapons. Perhaps there was something on the rooftop that could be used to distract Mao's attention. No, Maou would be extremely familiar with the entire building by now. I'd say despite the lack of poetic locale, wringing your neck is still the way to go. Yes, his arrogance is Mao's greatest weakness. He can pull the trigger or call for his comrades at any time, yet he chooses to play with his adversary.
Yup, that is going to be his undoing. I was going to say it earlier.
Even so, it would be difficult to escape this situation. Maou had cracked a tongue-in-cheek joke about setting the stage for her death, but the rooftop he brought her to was indeed a death trap with no escape. The bloodlust he exuded made it clear to Haru that this was no game. In contrast, Haru was completely unprepared. Haru was pressed backwards. Each step she took, Maou closed on her equally. You're good with heights, aren't you? Haru had at last been cornered on the rooftop fence. She was unable to think of a means of counterattack. Urged on by gunpoint, she moved along the fence. Is this the end? Just then, she heard a roaring above her. It originated from a helicopter. It probably belonged to a news station. There were no signs that they had noticed the commotion, nor was there any guarantee that they would come to save her if they did. Nevertheless, it was enough to distract Maou for a moment. He looked to the sky. Now!
Now!
No, wait. It was an invitation. As if to confirm his suspicions, Maou spoke. What's wrong? Wasn't this your big chance? Maou suddenly charged her. Haru searched for a means of escape. If they fought now, no one would be coming to save her this time. The rooftop had no cover of any sort, and Maou was much faster than Haru. The only escape was the other side of the fence. A gust of wind tore across the rooftop.
Careful!
Haru just barely dodged Mao's grasp as he set foot at the edge of the rooftop. An air current from below pressed against her back. Well, I suppose falling to your death from the snow building wouldn't be so bad either. Maou pointed the gun at her. His finger was on the trigger. The chill running down her back was not a result of the cold surge of air from the distant street below her. She gripped the fence tightly, but craned her neck around to look down.
The cardinal mistake!
Haru felt that she had discovered her last hope. Farewell. Say hello to your mother for me. Haru twisted around to avoid the bullet. The bullet Maou fired did not hit its mark. However... Wah! She tripped over herself. She was knocked into the air. This would be the second time she was in this situation. Last time, when she was but a child, she was saved by a young boy. Kyousuke. She frantically reached out, struggling desperately to grab onto something. All she found was snow. It melted fruitlessly in her hands. She screamed in a voice she could barely recognize as her own, praying for any possible help. Die. All other noise vanished from her ears. Haru was hit with the reality that she was falling. She looked at Maou.
No.
He was not laughing anymore. He stood with a solemn expression, like he was mourning the dead. Haru's line of sight switched from Mao's face to the endless dark sky. Her extended right hand managed to nab the edge of the rooftop. One arm alone, though, was insufficient to support her weight. Looks like things are going smoothly. After just seeing Usami fall from the building, I came to check on the hostages. After all, we should be getting a call from the police soon. I take out my cell phone. I chose to use a cell phone for my negotiation with the police in order to make it harder for them to ascertain the location of the hostages. The police won't know where I'm calling from. But for my last call, I was in the streets of the business district. For my next call, I will choose yet another different location. It's almost time, Mr. Superintendent. Yeah, actually, it turns out that no decision has been reached yet. What a shame. I guess my sincerity wasn't enough to get through to you. I surveyed the room. None of the hostages seemed to show any signs of resistance. They were all slumped against the wall, looking gloomy. Well, no. There was one who looked sprightly. He looked to be a young employee. He wore a bandage around his shoulder. His features seemed to indicate of one that grew up in a nice environment, but his eyes spoke of a strong will and intent to break through this dilemma. I see. He must have been the one who saved those kids earlier. I was hoping we could talk this out. I believe I made it clear there will be no extensions on time. Yes, you did, but you know how this works as well as I do, don't you? He's a pro, right?
Yup.
8 hours just isn't realistic. It took an extraordinary amount of time just to gather the Prime Minister and his cabinet, and you're asking them to hand over such a heavy decision in the remaining time that's obviously impossible. And what would you have me do? Wait another 5 hours. If I do, will something good happen? It's the police's opinion that the decision will be reached within that time. I clicked my tongue. Wouldn't you call that slothy Lajarji a crime in itself? Fuck, Tiny, I know. This is getting exciting, but come on. Wait, don't be too hasty. I will now proceed to kill one hostage. I'll take care to ensure that you hear that gunfire. Just calm down, will you? What good would killing someone do you? Yes, it's true we couldn't meet your demands in a lot of time, but you're a pro, aren't you? What about it? Just give us a little time. Is a little delay going to ruin your plan? Surely one such as you would not confront us with such flimsy management. I see what he's doing, so he's trying to play to his ego.
Yep,
A
exactly.
magnificent negotiation trick.
Mm-hmm.
And even he's fucking appealed to the culprit. Fuck, this dude's good.
Yep.
Just called it. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, I'll be right back. Like 3
Yep,
seconds.
sounds good. I don't expect Maou to play into this guy's hands, though. There's one thing I know about this guy. He's not dumb. He is the furthest thing from dumb. He knows every trick. He ain't gonna cave. He is going to proceed as planned to punctuate that point. I would not call Maou a man of evil. A man of evil? No, a man of ego, I meant to say.
And yet we all thought Maou was Kyousuke.
Yeah, no shit,
Fuck
dude.
this game. Alright, I'm back. Perhaps I should have used Takeda to take her father out of the picture. It is precisely because we are pros that we are punctual about time. I pointed my gun without hesitation. I pulled the trigger.
Yup.
A woman's brain splashed against the wall. The heavy atmosphere among the hostages grew a step heavier. The room was enveloped in screams. They were followed by a yelling of the female's employee's game and finally wrapped up by subdued crying. Were you able to hear that?
Damn, that is twisted.
Fuck! Superintendent Takeda was apparently too mortified to respond. Contact me again in 1 hour. There are 10 hostages left. Surely you get my drift.
Oh, dear.
I will kill one hostage every hour. I hung up the phone. Just then someone yelled out at me. Hey! It was the young employee from before. I was curious about what he was going to contribute, but unfortunately... Kill me next. Why would you do that to a poor defenseless woman? He was filled in indignation, and there were tears in his eyes. I just returned a faint smile and left. Killing a courageous man like that has little effect. The most effective screams will be the ones that come from a woman's lips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this dude is fucking twisted.
No kidding. And we're back with our boy here. Naturally, the door Hashimoto used to leave was locked from the outside. I guess that means I'm now locked up as a captive. How fitting for someone who is awaiting his public execution. Someone has confiscated the cell phone from my pocket. I can't call for help. And besides, Usami and Aichi are the ones who really need help right now. Sounds fun, Zach. Think.
I really want to play. Oh yeah, dude. Me and Zach, me and Rabbit played the fucking Witherstorm mod the other day on the server. We backed up the world that we had that you played on, but like we decided just to give it a crack, and fuck, that's terrifying.
Yeah, you should send him the pictures you sent me.
Like I'm sure Zach is like, I sent the fucking one in VC talk of like, I think, yeah, the fucking. Just fucking Witherstorm in the middle distance at like one of its largest sizes, but fuck, it's scary. Like even the Warden doesn't instill as much like you're fucking doomed feeling as the Witherstorm does.
Yeah.
Like just with like shit, I will tell you, like you can beat. It's just the second stage. No, dude, that's not the second stage in the picture. That's stage 5. That's just like how far away he is. The picture in VC talk, that's stage 5. So that's at the point where you can use the Formidablom to blow him up and get him to stage 6. So, no, you are incorrect there. That's the Witherstorm at stage 5. Stage 2 is much smaller. He's got blocks on him. So, yeah, you are a bit incorrect there, Zach.
It's just nuts.
Yeah. Alright.
I look about the room. The door is the only exit. There isn't even a ventilation shaft. No wonder the room is so murky. I hugged the wall as I had for some junk in the corner. A bunch of comics and porno mags were tossed around in a pile. Great. Nothing convenient like a rock drill or something to break through the wall. A loaded machine gun would have been great too. Now think, damn it. How do I get out of here? How do I escape and save Usami and Aichi? How can I get that door open? I scolded myself for getting chicken-hearted. I'm not a righteous superhero or anything like that.
No, you're just the son of a... You're just the son of Gonzo. Now fucking think.
Can't expect to be saved by friends or anything of the sort. Now, think. I am the son of a Zai Gunzo. My life may not have been decorated with good deeds or medals, but it also wasn't so easy as to let some small fry like Hashimoto do me in. Gunzo would roll over in his grave if he could see how pathetic I was right now. The cremation and burial are today, after all. His soul is still in this world. Wait, cremation? I exploded in a grin. Watch this, Gunzo. I'll make my escape a death-defying show, just for you. Should provide some entertainment during your flight to hell. I gathered up the magazines and the wooden table in the center of the room. Oh my god! Kyousuke, I think you've gone insane? But at the same time, this is brilliant. This is brilliant.
It's playing Gonzo's theme, though.
I arranged the items in a lattice pattern, tearing or breaking them up as needed. I used anything that seemed burnable. Exactly what I knew he was gonna do. As soon as he got that twisted look, I'm like, oh fuck. Then I lit the pile of paper with the lighter I found on the table. Now, burn. I gradually added tinder until the fire grew in force. The material was dry, so all I had to do was watch it burn.
Zach said it good, like father, like son.
Like father, like son. The flames popped and crackled. The first signs of black smoke began to coat the ceiling. However, having no place to go, the smoke started creeping back down to the floor. The temperature of the room rose at a dash, and I could feel the heat against my face. Black smoke gradually filled the room as it swirled about, searching for an exit. More! Burn, choke, thicken. Then when that door opens, bellow out in a gust. I coughed at the oppressive offense to my lungs. I couldn't even keep my eyes open. The air was starting to thin out. As the force of the fire weakened, the smoke grew ever thicker. I crouched near the door. I beat the door furiously as I fought for every breath. Shimoto said that Aiji's being held on the floor above this one. That naturally implies that there's a guard or two up there. They'll come rushing in to see what all the fuss is. The second that door opens, I'll slaughter the lot of them. I continue to pound. I strain against the door to listen for footsteps. There was no one coming. Why? Water started pouring from my shut eyes. Get the hell over here! Why aren't they coming to see what's wrong? I beat the door with all my strength. My fear manifested as sweat rolling down my back. What if there's no one out there? What a comedic way to die.
Here we go. Good that I prepared that back up quickly.
Fire behind me was waning.
Can you hear me, man?
Yup. And the crackling started to weaken and die down. Put my face to the bottom of the door in order to get it at the bit of air seeping through. I can't afford to stop pounding. My right arm won't move the way I want it to. I almost black out a few times.
So what did I miss?
If I were to die here...
While before this this fucking scene came in, can I have a look up? Okay, stop. Crouching in. Okay, this is where... Alright. Just slowly go down.
Yep.
Yep, okay. I think I get the gist. Alright, that's good. Lucky I fucking prepared this backup internet. It's lucky I prepared this internet connection beforehand, because I had a feeling this was going to be coming sooner or later.
For what reason would Azai Gunzo have died? Dad. That's right. You died protecting me, Dad. I don't give a shit whether that's true or not. Damned if I'm gonna join you just yet. Body covered in smoke refused to continue operation. My will adamantly refused to die. I wasn't even
is my voice
anymore.
Clear?
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
I had just become an animal, desperately beating at the door. I had to teach them a lesson. I had to teach them on pissing on me means pissing on Azai Gunzo. I burned with hatred to fuel my anger. My memory was starting to get fuzzy. That was when I first realized the fresh air coming through my nose. My brain cells suddenly reactivated, and my consciousness became clear. It felt like my body belonged to someone else. The right hand I was using to beat the door was now beating against air. Smoke bellowed out in gusts. The door was gone. It was finally open. I heard a jumble of footsteps. Met with fresh oxygen, the fire revived with crackling sparks. Prepared to pounce. I heard a flurry of shouting. Water! Put it out! It's the chirping of my prey. Just standing up and checking the direction of the smoke, I subdued my reason. It had no place in the actions that would follow. I charged with all my strength. I saw 1, 2 hyenas. They flinched at the sight of me. I swung my arm and sank my fist into their faces. I then dashed to the side of them, not even waiting for a scream. I made a beeline for the stairs. The kid who tried to grab my arm from behind was met with a sharp overhead kick. A dull throbbing graced my arms and legs on multiple occasions. Each time it did so, a scream accompanied it. I'm not particularly strong, though these boys' resolves were just particularly weak. Brutality is the very element of a wounded beast. Once again, dark smoke ran along the ceiling in search of an exit, but this time I chased after it. I raced the smoke to the first floor. I bumped into someone, and it turned into a struggle.
You!
My body instantly reacted to his voice. The air in my lungs fueled my burning hatred. Unabated coughs, unabated tears, unabated groans leaked out of us. The ceiling and the floor twisted and blurred. Headache, nausea, upset stomach, lack of oxygen. Burns on my throat, burns on my organs, chills, fever, infection, internal bleeding. My body used delirium to beg me for mercy as I infringed upon the small fry before me. It was not effective. If you want to kill me, then go ahead and try it! I'm not sure how many times I hit Hashimoto after that. But one thing is certain. To the bitter end, the one motivating force of mankind is, and always will be, anger. Well, shit.
Our boy has unlocked his true nature.
Mm-hmm.
Like father, like son.
Exactly.
Her whole body stung all over. Even attempting to move was enough to make her bones ache. Something chilly brushed against her face. Snow. It was snowing. Something chilly brushed against her face and she felt it. That means that she's still alive. Haru looked up at the sky.
So where exactly did you end up?
So all the deep darkness of the night. The pain in her elbow was particularly strong. She would likely develop a nasty bruise there. Haru realized she had fallen unconscious. But why was she even alive? She knew that she fell from the roof. Perhaps she recalled the moment of her fall. She glanced behind her at the edge of the roof. She saw a ray of hope. She remembered thinking if she jumped towards it, she might be saved. Haru is now dangling in midair.
I see.
The window elevator.
Uh-huh, yep.
Yep. She avoided being splattered on the street by landing on a window washing platform. It was suspended no further than 15 feet from the rooftop. Apparently, she had also somehow managed to land on her feet. Well, she always had been good with heights.
Uh-huh.
Haru took a deep breath.
Survived the base jump.
Each heavy gust of wind struck fear into her heart. Just calm down, she told herself. The cable suspending the platform seemed to be quite strong. As long as she didn't panic, she was in no danger of falling. But still, how the hell am I supposed to get down from here?
Yeah, that's the part you didn't really think about in the heat of the moment, did you?
And just where do you plan on taking us? Mr. Sumiya asked softly despite the gun on his back. We're all going to be boarding a bus. That includes Miss Umaga, of course. I'm not exactly in the mood to go sightseeing. Oh, there's no need to worry. It'll only take about 10 minutes to reach our destination. Boat clutch!
There you go.
And that destination will be your new confinement area.
Indeed.
Be dangerous to keep the hostages at the same location the entire time. Seeing as the incident began at the Sannou building, the police will have done their homework on it. And likely wouldn't even be necessary, as they should be familiar with the Maou's schedule for that day. Naturally, they'll have their sights set here first. If they airdropped a few commandos on the rooftop, we wouldn't come out of it unscathed. I'll just be fine on foot. It's no further than the bounds of your little war zone here. The Maou was still right as rain. Yes, I would expect nothing less from a man who champions CO2 emissions legislations. That word I know how to pronounce. Legislation. So it's like I always fuck it up, even though I know what it is.
Yep.
However, there happens to be an angry mob out there, you see. There might be a kid or two among them who's too blood-starved to follow my orders. Still feel like walking. That sort of line as the rioting out there was never really any of my concern. All I did was order them to play to their heart's content. I wouldn't even be able to guarantee my own safety out there. For all I knew, I'd be shot dead by some kid on crack cocaine.
Yeah, that's not a joke.
You understand my point, I take it? Well, very well, then. Let's set off. Kyousuke, hey Kyousuke!
There he is!
Yes!
Oh, I almost dropped my jujus. Oh, you beautiful bastard. Come here!
You're alive.
My fists hurt.
Come on, Kyousuke.
Heavy, irritated breathing bothered my ear. Oh, Aichi! You okay?
Yeah, I wouldn't say okay. I got pretty messed up back there.
Where's everyone else?
They ran off because of the fire.
I smelled something burning. Fire? Oh, yeah. Yeah, remember? You did that.
Hey, yeah, you set the building on fire.
I did that, didn't I? He got so lost in the heat of the moment that he completely forgot this was his doing. I had Hashimoto pinned down to the ground. He was moaning, and his face was swollen something awful. After the adrenaline rush wore off, my entire body started screaming. I had lost nearly all sensation in the arm I used to pummel Hashimoto.
Come on, Kyousuke, let's get the hell out of here.
Aichi stood beside me in tatters.
We need to make like a banana before those guys get back.
His legs were wobbly. He must have taken quite the beating. Yeah, Hashimoto said there'd be a way out through this club.
Yeah, right, so let's get the fuck out of here. You don't want to be burned alive, do you?
You wouldn't happen to know where my cell phone is, would you?
What, cell phone? Who gives a crap, man? You can just buy another one. You're goddamn rich enough.
I can understand why Aichi is so worked up. The conflagration downstairs had already spread to this floor.
So get up, asswipe. If we dwaddle around, we'll get trapped in here.
I guess the police won't be able to use this route either if the building goes up in flames. Give me your cell phone.
I don't have one either. They took mine too.
Guess I'll just grab one from Hashimoto then.
What the fuck, Kyousuke? Dude, we don't have time to dick around.
Sami's number is 090. Perfect. I hate myself for how well I remembered it.
Come on, man. Just calm down and think it over. I know you, man. I know what it is you're planning.
Yeah, he has stuck with me a lot. God knows why.
Don't be a dumbass. These guys are all nuts. Besides, you look like you're even worse shape than I am.
Apparently. I really, truly What, Usami?
Oh, it works.
Huh?
Look, I never owned a cell phone before. It feels like my heart's been racing ever since I first held my own very own cell.
What?
I didn't need anything. Just thought I'd call you to let you know how nervous I was waiting with bated breath to see whether or not my call would get through. Aww. I'll be happy to make do with just a tiny bit of your time.
I don't know. That morning, maybe? If we went to the shrine around 4 or 5, it might work out.
And it's decided.
Wait. What's decided?
The point is, choose me.
Oh, just get out of here. Oh, I remember that. Huh? Where's the outfit?
I'm wearing it right now.
That's a jogging suit.
It's an outfit.
Uh-huh. She was terribly cold that night. To my father in prison. I'm sorry. Even though she's the daughter of your enemy, Aichi, you go on and get out of here.
We see our boy's eyes.
Aichi's just like, are you insane?
What?
I reached into Hashimoto's breast pocket as he lay unconscious. I feel something hard and rectangular. Alright, found his cell phone. And that's right, we finally did get an eye reveal for Kyousuke. Very nice.
Yep. Come on, Kyousuke, what's gotten into you? I don't get you, bro. Safety is right over there. Don't you see that?
Yep.
Just leave this to the police. This ain't something that kids like us can do anything about.
You're probably right.
Recognize the
are caught in
song?
one of Mao's trademark stalemates right now.
I remember this song.
The Road to Glory.
Yeah, I remember this song. Yeah, Zach, where roughly did we hear this before? Oh, yeah, it's the theme for the chapter switch, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I recognized it. Thanks, man. Is it that woman? Is she that important to you?
That's not it.
Alright, fine, I get it. I'm coming with you.
No thanks. You're useless. You'll only slow me down. I ended up overstating it a bit. Sorry.
Yeah.
I meant to say that you should get out of here and go straight to the police. They'll be dying to get any information about what's going on in there.
Yeah, but...
Just shut up and get going already! There was a familiar gun laying on the ground. Presumably, it was the one Hashimoto had been carrying. I picked it up and pointed it at Aichi.
Whatever you got, bro, it's terminal.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, whatever.
He spoke solemnly.
Looking forward to our next club meeting, God.
Aichi ran to the door. I should get out of here too, before I become smoked meat. Hashimoto was coming too. I smacked him across the cheek.
Die, you little...
You should probably get the hell out of here if you don't want to die. Forcing my protesting body back up to my feet, I dash outside. Meanwhile...
Haru heard the sound of an engine from the distant streets below. It looked like it could be a bus. The large vehicle's cabin lights are on and it sat idling in front of the Sannou building. The lights betrayed the silhouettes of nearby people as they boarded the bus in the line. Those must be the hostages. She should be fuck. She should make sure to know where this bus drives us to. Her cell phone suddenly rang. The surprise almost made her slip and fall. The platform shook in protest. Zaitan! She was overcome with emotion over his familiar voice. Her eyes began to tear up. He asked if she was alright. Just about to ask you that. What's up with the weird number you're calling from? You told me not to worry about it.
Long story. You saw me. Where are you right now?
He asked in a deep voice. It's kind of hard to explain, but Haru briefed Kyousuke on the current situation. She told him about falling from the roof and how she survived by jumping to the window cleaning gondola. She also made sure to add that the gondola was now a bit shaky. I'm trying to break a glass for a while now, but I don't think I'm strong enough. He responded with a brief question. Which floor? Probably somewhere around the 47th or 48th. Got it. His voice left her again in one last short statement. Just sit tight. Huh? She found herself dumbstruck by the time the call ended. Don't tell me he's coming to rescue me. Just then, the platform shook violently. One of the cables supporting it made a nasty groan.
Uh-oh.
It must be the result of the impact of Haru's fall.
No doubt.
Fuck.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Screenshot it.
Oh, that's funny.
Just like broken windows, smashed streets, fuck.
Yeah. Fuck .exe. That's what I'm labeling this picture. Mood.
Yeah, as accent too.
I made my way along the streets to the Sannou building. I drove my battered body forward, one step at a time. My right hand had held Hashimoto's unwieldy gun. Unlike him, though, I had a bit of experience with firearms. As long as I was within point-blank range, I'm confident I wouldn't make the critical mistakes he did. Central Boulevard was enveloped in silence. I guess everyone had finally gotten tired of rioting. There were quite a few survivors here and there. A woman peeking out of an upper-story window immediately closed the curtain upon meeting my eyes. I guess that sums up my appearance at the moment. I'll look in a second, Zach.
Oh, he's messaged me too.
Oh! Oh!
You're a head moderator, dude. Add it.
Add that! Add that right now! That is emote worthy.
Yeah, Haribe. Well, it ain't the young master. Haribe!
Haribe! Where ya been, dude? Where ya been? A number of men suddenly appeared from a dark alley. So that's where y'all have been this whole time. They were Yakuza from the Soniyama group. Well, the office is located on Central Boulevard.
I had a
so
feeling our boy would
surprise
become the
they'd
head
get
of the
wrapped up in
Yakuza
this.
after this.
Good to see you're safe. They wore an assortment of different weapons and apparel. Among them was a shirtless man holding a sword, and a man in a suit with sunglasses and a gun.
A shirtless man holding a sword.
This is Japan, after all.
You too, son. Quite the mess we got ourselves into, yeah?
Even Haribe was unique in a sense, retaining his usual smile in the face of this situation.
Let me tell you, they've kept us on the defensive the whole damn time, but now I guess it's bedtime for the little brats. We figured it was a good time to, as they need to discipline them a little.
I see.
The fact that I hear those shits from Shinei are in cahoots with the brats just pissed me off more. The weasels must have gotten the boss's mercy back then when he found it in himself to forgive them.
He had a cruel smile on his face. I somehow doubt that Haribe is capable of death. Looks like we won't be making it to Dad's funeral.
Tell me about it. First I missed his death and now I miss the funeral. I'll never let this shake down, not for the rest of my life.
I shook my head. A Zaigunzo doesn't need some formal funeral. The look in Haribe's eyes changed. He's probably pissed off right about now. In fact, I know he is. Oh boy.
Let's right.
The beast is wailing in anger. Can you hear him? I don't need a goddamn funeral. Just get out there and slaughter all who would oppose me. Well, Haribe? Can you hear him? Haribe looked at me appraisingly for a moment, then opened the way. I continued my march onwards.
What's wrong, boss? What? Well, damn, the kid had me quaking in my boots there for a second. Why? I could have sworn the boss had really come back from hell. That boy's the beast's son, alright?
Mm-hmm. He's done it. He's finally earned Haribe's respect. I made my way through the quiet streets of Central Boulevard. My cough continued unabated. Pain coursed through my entire body again, and nausea and chills threatening to bring my feet to a halt. I staggered unsteadily through the night. There was a boy sleeping at the side of the road. After he awoke and slowly came to his feet, his eyes went first to my face, then to the gun I was holding. And then he moved off the road. I spotted a few groups of people on foot, and a few people on bikes or motorcycles that seemed to be on the lookout. None of them tried to stop me, presumably because I never tried to hide or run away. Cars would come to a stop, but soon continue on their way. Mobs on the street would send me glares, but then just pucker up their brows in disgust. Covered in soot, dirt, and blood, no one stood in my way. The ground shook before my eyes. The light seemed to dance and warp in the air. I just continued forward. I was still a long ways away from losing consciousness. Some passion drove me on towards Sannou HQ. I had no idea whether it was love or hatred. I merely prayed to the devil that what little strength I had left wouldn't leave me. At least, not until I get there.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
One of the four cables supporting the platform had snapped. After a jarring metallic sound, the platform inclined at its slant. The tilt gradually worsened as time passed. As one support goes, the rest come with.
Yup.
The bolt fastened to the cable closest to the building was beginning to come loose as well. She tried to jam it back in, but without the proper tools, there was nothing she could do. If the second cable snaps, it's all over. The gondola swayed in about the air like a swing, and the footing became precarious. Haru beat against the window pane. She put as much strength into it as possible without losing her footing. Regretfully, the glass was unaffected. Were there any tools she could use to break through the thick glass? Something hard or sharp? No. There was nothing. Hieronymus fell off the platform in panic. The knowledge that the more panicked she became, the more the platform would shake did nothing to stop her trembling legs.
Yup, this is just instinct. I made it. I looked up at the skyscraper. The sky was dark, and I could not spot the platform Usami spoke of. Wait a second. This is rather odd. Weren't the hostages being kept in this building? Should mean the terrorists are holed up in there too. Despite that, it almost felt like a ghost building. At any rate, this isn't the time for hesitation. I need to get in there. The only thing roaming the entrance was silence. I dragged my feet along the floor, searching for an elevator. Is there really no one here? I suddenly stilled my breath and came to a halt. I could see the outlines of a person under the emergency lighting, standing out in the darkness. He held a large black gun at the ready. He was speaking to the darkness in English. I hid behind a large pillar and assessed the situation. The man was planted in front of the elevator hall, of all places. He stood straight up and at attention without moving an inch. A minute passed with no change in the situation. What should I do? Should I launch an attack? No, that would be entirely in vain. Judging from his posture and equipment, he's a pro. Maybe I could distract him. Use the old throw a stone and wait for him to check it out, then make a break for the goal. Ah yes, the classic. No. I'm not sure how many elevators there are. There's no guarantee that one would conveniently be stopped at the first floor. I can't even be sure that they're running at all. So does that mean that I should just wait until he leaves? That seems to be the smartest move. It seems like the terrorists have abandoned this base, though I couldn't tell you why. As long as I wait patiently, he's bound to rendezvous with his comrades at some point. Then again, the light indicating the emergency exit to my left was illuminated. A stupid idea crossed my mind. I caught a glimpse of the handrail to a staircase just beyond the emergency exit door. It really was an incredibly, splendidly stupid idea. My entire body was aching, screaming at me to go on instead of just stay still. Some can be anxiously awaiting my help as I sit here. The more I sit, the more my strength leaves me. Resting makes me want to fall asleep. On the other hand, moving forward fills me with energy. Yes, that's the way it should be, someone howls into my ear. Finding something reassuring in that advice, I head toward the bright emergency exit sign. Of course, I can just take the stairs to the 47th floor.
Hello, is that Usai-san? Unable to contain herself, Haru dialed him on her cell phone.
What is it?
I'm in a bit of a pickle. Where are you right now?
Inside the building.
She could feel the ground shaking beneath her. Are you crazy? The terrorists are holding themselves up in there.
If they are, then they're mighty understaffed at the moment.
Ah. That's right. She had just seen a bus loading the hostages a short while ago. Thus, there's no reason to guard this building anymore. If you just wait a little longer, help will arrive. So, are the elevators working?
Beats me.
What? Are they not operating? Come to think of it, she recalled seeing all the lights in the building suddenly turn off. Thoughts are possible they left the lookout there. As she was pondering the possibilities, Kyousuke spoke up in a deep voice.
Are you alright?
Well, one of the cables snapped. Just then her ear was blasted by the clattering of sound from her phone. It was soon accompanied by the rattle of the wind. What happened? She heard a groan. Oddly enough, what immediately followed was a calm response.
So you could fall any minute?
Yeah. I was completely in the dark about Kyousuke's current situation. She was overcome with anxiety.
Do you know which side of the building you're on?
I would say the west one. It's the side facing that big department store. That was the most she could say. Kyousuke paused for a minute before voicing confirmation. He followed it up with a deep voice.
I'll be there in 10.
She could guess that Kyousuke was injured. But what was that sparkling? What was sparkling all that bravado? Don't tell me. The call ended.
You're just gonna have to wait and find out.
The only sound was the whistling of the wind. He's not planning on climbing the stairs all the way from the first floor, is he?
That's exactly what he's doing, sweetheart.
Ira didn't understand. He was supposed to be a cleverer man than that. And he never once uttered a word about loving Haru. Why? Nevertheless, her chest was ablaze with warmth from the notion.
Aw, man.
He's coming.
That look on her face. I stepped through the darkness. The emergency lights served as my only beacon. I climbed the stairs, one by one. Forced my laden feet into action. My consciousness seemed to drift into a state between waking and sleeping. Despite this twilight state, there was still one thing I had control over. It was almost like a special consciousness, one that had been stored away for emergencies. It urged me repeatedly, upwards and onwards. Rather, it didn't urge me. It seemed more to pull me along, as if it were a separate entity. Regardless, whether it urged or pulled, it was commanding that I move as fast as possible. There wasn't much time left. Lost count of how many times I've had to peel my soles off the ground against gravity's heavy toll. My thighs are probably swollen like a balloon. Passing areas that look identical to each other over and over only serve to aggravate my dizziness. I focus all strength into my legs as I fight off the nausea. I think I've cleared 10 floors. Just 10. I'll need to repeat what I've done nearly 4 more times. God, it's like I lost a bet or something. Damn you, Usami! If I had just never reunited with her. Multiple times now, I have nearly tripped over my own feet and tumbled down the stairs. I lean against the wall and almost pass out then and there. This is more than just drowsiness. This is a distilled darkness trying to envelop my entire head. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a number written on the wall. 26. Ah! I'm only on the 26th floor. Couldn't hold back my groans as they pierced the darkness. Teeth chattered from the harsh chills. Still, I hadn't been brought to my knees just yet. Even if it was just barely, I was still standing. I don't need anyone's help. Setting my sights on the staircase landing above me, I set out once more. The tilt grew steeper, its shift heralded by the crackling of
twisted metal, creaking of twisted metal. How much longer would it hold up? The tension cooperating with that, the terrifying force called gravity had pulled sweat across Haru's face. The fear that any subtle movement could upset the balance of the gondola. However, erased steady thoughts of wiping it away. My backup network's back. Oh well. She simply stood and watched the window, picturing the moment that he would show up on the other side. Think. Is there anything that she could do in this situation? Sometimes Haru doubted whether or not she had the right to be loved by Kyousuke. Has he really forgiven her? After all, the one who brought his life and family to ruin was her very own father. Was it acceptable for her to just sit in fear awaiting her prince like some damsel in distress? Haru calmly looked over at the cable that she was on the verge of snapping off. What would happen if it snapped? The horizontal footing would become vertical. The platform's main face would be unusable, leaving only... Haru carefully made her way to in front of the platform, then placed her foot upon the bar that housed the cable mounts. She didn't know if there would be any point to it. If it came down to just two cables, the platform wouldn't last much longer anyway. It would only delay the inevitable. No, he said he'd be here in 10 minutes. She had to believe in him. Haru took a deep breath and decided to wait for her savior. Come on!
What floor am I on now? God knows how many steps I've gone up by now. The steps, even the flat landings, seem to twist and writhe. It's hot. I feel like I'm burning alive. Incessant wheezing is coming from my lungs and throat. What am I still lazing around here for? Hurry! Move. Step. Up. Forward. Damn the soles of my shoes. They refuse to leave the ground, as if they're glued there. My side is met with a stabbing pain whenever I try to breathe. I'm alone. Alone in an artificial construct with no lights and stagnant air. Not even moonlight is permitted to shine in here. But hey, that's what you get when your god is fickle and worthless. Good thing I'm not asking for his help. Solitude makes a person stronger. And if a woman you must protect lies at the end of that solitude, all the better. If you think you can stop me, go ahead and try. There's no room for heaven on this wayward soul's stairway to glory. Nice reference. The howl of a beast tore at my eardrums. It was my voice. What's holding you back? Gunzo's voice. The turbidity of my consciousness forced me to mistake my own voice. The monster of fear that had pervaded my entire being roared out. Move forward. Shoulder the karma of your mother. Died squashed like a worm. Bear the sadness of your brother, who went mad with revenge. Go forth to your enemy's daughter. Huh? My head bumped into something. It was a hard wall of iron. I tried pushing against it, but it didn't budge an inch. My fingers started to twitch. My chest was scorched by an inferno of vexation. I looked up at the wall. 46th floor was painted on it. It was the fire shutter. The thick wall that had once saved us now served as an obstacle, blocking my path. Clenching my teeth, I rose to my feet. Could something this stupid really be happening? It's just a little further. There are only 1 or 2 floors to go. Must be some other way to the upper floors. Dragging along my beaten legs and spirit, I searched the 46th floor. I walked like the dead. It's kinda late. Maybe I should just use the elevator. The terrorists might be gone now. No. Once I got in front of the elevator, I realized something. It's still in operation. Be no need to guard an elevator that doesn't work. There might still be armed men on the first floor. If I call the elevator to this floor, they'll no doubt find it suspicious and come to check it out. I need to find another way. Like a freight elevator, or a dumbwaiter, or something like that. Like a ventilation shaft big enough for a person to fit through. Like anything at all. Like some hidden secret passage. Or a hole that the terrorists blew in the floor. Is there anything at all to get me started? Search. It's already well past the 10 minutes I promised. Will I be breaking yet another promise? Usami! I bet she's placed her faith in me, even now. And yet, God damn it! Oh shit!
Can I expect a more sincere answer this time, I hope? After exactly 1 hour, I received another call from the police. I'm well aware that Superintendent Tokita is in a tough position.
I'm just butting in to say I waited the whole game for this moment.
Mm.
Finally!
So what, the snow?
Uh-huh, it's been teasing me all game. And bloody finally, it's starting to look like what season this game has been said it's taking part in all game.
The government the police force are going to want to retain their firm position on this. It was snowing a lot in Tsubaki's route, though.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that means they have no intention of allowing the release of prisoners. That said, it's too much too convenient to expect me to release the hostages and surrender without seeing proof that at least some of the prisoners have been released. The government probably figures that all they need to do is fire enough cops to correspond to the number of casualties and everything will turn out fine.
Oh yeah, because that totally makes sense.
However, Superintendent Tokita's next words completely overturned my expectations. The government has reached a decision. They say they will accept some of your demands. I laughed through my nose. I hear that negotiations often use feints as strategy. I can understand why you'd find it hard to believe, but it's true. In consideration for human life, they've decided to accept your demands, but only under certain conditions. Took nearly 5 hours, less than I thought it would. Honestly, I wasn't sure how probable the odds were of the government accepting my demands until I actually put it into action.
Yep.
This goes to show you how valuable Maou's life is. Or perhaps it's a trap. And these conditions are: first, they cannot allow all the people you listed to be released. Very good. Yep. In particular, they refused to free any extremists who had plotted to overthrow the government in the past. The blacklist is as follows. Yep, he then went on to list the name I'd prepared as dummies one by one. I didn't care about any of those people to begin with. I only included them because I figured they could work as leverage in my negotiations with the police. This is ridiculous. To be truthful, I wanted to give them the green light right away, but if I jumped at the offer, they would find that suspicious. I should pretend to be angry, but also show a willingness for compromise. That would leave only Akai Yosuke, Manida Midakimi, and Samajima Toshikatsu. What kind of joke is that? Just 3? As expected, my father made the list. After all, though there was the time he was rumored to be a part of an extremist faction, he's not a real deal. In reality, he's just a good-natured death row inmate with absolutely no political ideals. This is the best compromise the government can give you. Don't you think you're getting a pretty good deal here? Indeed I do, it's fantastic. That mean my refusal would result in immediate use of force? As I said, the best compromise they could make. Think for a moment about how incredibly derailed from common sense this outcome is. I gave the nod for the time being. I'd like to hear your other conditions before providing you with an answer. Naturally, they want all the hostages released and the demilitarization of the blockade zone. In addition, our surrender. We were judged according to Japanese law. It would be without a doubt result in the death penalty. So then, about the prisoners. I gave them details on how the prisoners should be escorted out of the country.
Alright, sounds good, Zach. See you in a bit.
They had to be airlifted to Komura, near the Japanese coast, and then shipped to North Korea by sea. It's rather similar to my arms smuggling route.
Yep.
I've arranged for the comrade of mine to pick up my dad after the ship gets out of Japan borders. Roger that. So would it be safe to say that you have approved of this deal? I'll call you back in 5 minutes. I then hung up the phone. In any case, the answer I will give in 5 minutes has already been decided. I couldn't suppress my emotions. I won. It was a grand sense of fulfillment. Father.
Well done. You sick bastard.
As just as Harry predicted, the cables had ruthlessly snapped. The only thing at her feet now was a single bar. The number of cables supporting her weight had dwindled down to 2 as they groaned incessantly under the stress. Hara had to balance herself constantly as if she were a part of some deathly circus. That alone was a great difficulty. Pardon me. It was only compounded each time the gondola, or rather, what was left of it, shook wildly. The wind played pranks on her as she tried to straighten herself up. She was out of time. The cables wouldn't hold much longer. The sounds they made as they lay on the verge of snapping were like the shrieks of the Reaper. Kyousuke-kun. I recalled his name in fragmented breaths. There were no sign of anyone on the other side of the window. The only thing visible there was the reflection pale from fear. She gritted her teeth and withstood the fear as long as she could, but there was no sign of her circumstances would improve. It was so cold. Snow began to fall once more. In this situation, even the nearly weightless snow was highly unwelcome guest to the platform. God, what should I do? She could literally hear her heart pounding. Her legs started to rattle. Courage, the very defining trait of a hero, gradually started to diffuse away from her into the vast depths below. She timidly looked upwards. 2 cables. They played the role of Haru's lifeline. But very soon the curtain would be coming down and the act would come to an end. I'm sorry, Kyousuke-kun. In the end, she decided to think of him. She didn't want to spend her final moments trembling in fear. She would always complain that she was disgusting. He would always complain that she was disgusting, but when all said and done, he always found time for her. Remember the cheesy little promise they made when they were kids. He was the one that had brought spring to her desolate life. It was her feelings for him that rescued her from drowning completely in an ocean of vengeance. If only I could play the violin one last time. She wanted to play for the violin's sake, for his sake, if not hers. Then the moment of truth suddenly visited upon her. Her feet felt no pressure. Her heart leapt from her throat. Her blood began to flow backwards. She let out a pathetic scream. She reached for the window in one last stubborn attempt. It was in vain. The glass was just too smooth. She shut her eyes in despair. Suddenly, the sound of glass breaking interrupted the darkness. Good, so he did come to save me. Only it was too late. Haru was already in midair. Gravity had invited her into death's maw. Her consciousness became intermitted and eventually cut off. At the very end, she thought she heard Kyousuke screaming. The idea that she had caused that scream left her final moments filled with regret.
This is the game doing its thing. I promise you.
Okay. That was when Haru first noticed something calling her. Her brain, after recognizing itself as dead, reactivated at the stimulus. The now revitalized cells attempted to revive their functions as a whole. She felt a firm pressure in the area between her chest and stomach. It seemed to squeeze her. There was a slight warmth to it even. Its strength was bestial, and the whole sensation seemed to be proclamated that whatever force had gripped her would not release its quarry.
Haru.
Her name was called again. This time it was right next to her ears. Her body reacted to the heated breath. The voice was a man's. The only man who had ever said her name like that was her late father. Thus, this place must be hell.
Open your eyes!
But what was this burning sensation? It felt similar to when he held her. She didn't care if it was merely a dream. Haru decided to open her eyes.
Moment of truth.
Just maybe. Right. Something like this had happened once before. The sky that day had burned with the glow of the sunset. She had dropped her precious pocket watch, something her mother had given her, but her life had been spared. The boy had held onto her firmly as if to it.
The woman I love.
Kyousuke. Not gonna lie, I kinda cried a little bit. Good moment.
Yep.
She could clearly feel his breath on her back.
Good moment to do so. He wasn't too late. He was literally just in time.
Right, yet gentle breathing belonged to the young boy from 10 years ago. Naturally, though, he was no longer the irreverent lad he once was.
You've been a real handful. You know that?
Her tears flowed without end. Didn't I?
Yeah, it was a close one, alright. Guns have this thing called the safety. If I'd spent just a little more time fumbling around with it, you would have been a goner.
What?
I shot out the window.
Yeah, I gotta remember that part. Fuck that music.
Mm-hmm.
She had no recollection of her arm being grabbed at the moment of the fall. Regardless, here she was inside the building on the safety of solid ground. So you made it in time. I guess the sensation that I was falling was a hallucination or something.
That was no hallucination. You really did come falling down.
Huh? Come falling down? Kyousuke went on to explain.
He didn't go down. Yeah, he didn't try to go up. He went down. This is the 46th floor.
Yeah. Sorry.
Couldn't go any higher because of the fire shutter. So I decided I'd stay here and look around the building for the gondola you were on. You following me?
Her head was still a little foggy. The droning of his voice seemed to envelop her in a sort of sugary sensation.
Your tits are huge and your hair is crazy long. So catching you the moment you fell was a piece of cake. Damn, bro.
I can't believe it. There was no way it could be as simple as he said. There's no way it could be simply said Haru was either on the 47th or 48th floor. Distance from there would have had to been 10 feet at the absolute minimum. Taking into account her weight and the speed of fall, no human being could catch that and walk away perfectly fine. She looked over to the window. The window frame was about 3 feet from the ground. He must have braced his lower body against that space. Otherwise he would have gone tumbling over the edge along with her.
You hung on to the bitter end, huh?
What?
You were sticking to that window like a frog.
He chuckled. Right, he was able to catch her because she had fallen close to the window. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You don't need to thank me.
Just then she felt strength leave Kyousuke's arms. He had expended the last of his energy. One look at his shoes staying closed and slashed fingers was enough to tell that the story of the hardships he must have faced.
Really? You don't?
Are you gonna ask for money instead?
No.
His voice grew weaker.
Just let me hear your violin. One more.
Kyousuke went still after that. He was still breathing, he just lost consciousness.
Yep, at long last he can rest.
Haru began to squirm. But on the other hand, she thought it might be nice to stay like this a little longer. How wonderful would it be to just forget everything else and fall asleep like this? Just a little longer, she thought. She would lie just a little longer in the arms of the man who nearly threw his life away to save her. Aww.
God. What a scene.
I'm getting a drink. I'll be back, boys.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
Fuck.
I need to empty the tank. If you catch my drift. We will continue shortly. We're not done yet.
How's it going, boys? My name is Peter. Oh god, I can't believe I just did that. Damn. I hope that was a... Oh shit. I'm gonna pour some of that back in, fuck. Oop, fuck. Yeah, I've accidentally poured too much scotch in my drink. Fuck. I need to fix that. Okay, that's all good. We're in the clear.
Alright. I'm back.
Nothing wrong with too much scotch. Yeah, you're right there.
Yep.
I just like to have my balance.
Yep.
Right, you. Alright, mate. You're about like 12 episodes late to that one, Zach.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Canon already bet you to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, alright. Alright, looks like it's your time to shine.
I suppose so. I had apparently slept for quite some time. Thanks to my rest, my feverish haze has subsided a bit. Unfortunately, the endorphins masking the soreness in my legs and waist have subsided as well. The terrorists had already left the building. Just to be safe, we took those blasted stairs. We took our time and allowed for frequent rest breaks. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, considering you bolted up 46 flights of stairs
building on fire
after everything you've been
went
through.
up 46 flights of stairs.
Yep. Good lord, dude.
Sorry, meeting. Are you doing okay?
Yeah. I don't really like it when people worry about me. I try to hide my wobbly legs.
I know where they took the hostages.
How did you pull that one off?
I saw a bus from my vantage point on the gondola. It set off from the front of this building, then headed toward the cluster of hotels in the middle of Central Boulevard.
You were able to follow it from up there?
Fucking subway is good shit.
Yep, clever girl.
Yeah, the bus lights were on, and the path it took to get there was illuminated by neon lights and the like.
I see. So, what about it?
When you say this information could prove to be a valuable weapon...
I nodded after a second of confusion. Yeah, I follow you. If the police know where the hostages are, particularly Imagua, they can stop waiting and break the blockade. After considering our options for a moment, I spoke up.
Let's get closer and check. Oh, sorry, your turn. Whoops.
Let's get closer
Sorry,
and check it out.
You're okay with that?
Well, at least we would have a solid direction. I'd say it beats wandering around searching for an exit that we don't even know exists. And I can't lie. Backing out after coming this far would leave a bad taste in my mouth. The animal inside me howled, urging me to slay the one who felled the beast. Supporting each other with our shoulders, Usami and I head for Central Boulevard. Meanwhile...
The incident is now in its 17th hour. Oh, 500 hours. The police had been quick to act. I received a word from a comrade in a coastal fishing village that 3 prisoners had just been loaded onto the boat as I'd prepared. Very good. Once you have Samajima Toshikatsu, feel free to use either of the other prisoners as part of a deal. You can toss them aboard for all I care.
So he's made his preference clear.
Alright then. My victory has been assured. I'd say that takes care of everything but Kyousuke. I sincerely hope you put on a good show. Don't disappoint me now, little brother, my other half.
We had just passed one of Aichi's father's hotels.
Pretty sure it went this way.
Looks like you're right. There's a bus parked over there. It was stopped in front of a cheap motel. Armed men stood at the entrance.
I'd say we hit the jackpot.
Yeah. We eyed the hotel from the corner of a nearby alley. All of a sudden, a group of people stepped out the door. They all wore suits. They must be the hostages from Sannou. I sighed in relief upon seeing that Iwai was among them. They were lining up and boarding the bus. There was no sign of Imagawa among them.
I think we can rest assured about at least one thing.
Yeah. Imagawa's still in that hotel.
We left the prisoners with your man as promised. Good work. The hostages shall be released as well. Including Representative Imagawa. You're on the ball as usual. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for him. He'll be in your hands the moment my comrade's ship reaches international waters. Then I want you to call off the rioters in the blockade zone immediately. But of course I'll cooperate, but I regrettably believe the situation's inertia will extend its lifetime beyond immediately. Then let's go ahead and move on to negotiating your surrender. Don't be so hasty, I will keep my promise. My life is now insignificant, now that my comrades have been freed. My conversation with Takeda was interrupted by a report from Alan, who had been surveying the area from the roof of the hotel. I chuckled. Victory was mine. No one can stop my father's ship now. Now let's finish this.
Indeed.
I whispered to Usami.
The problem will be getting the police to believe us.
Yeah, if it was just a little brighter, I could take a picture with my cell phone.
Do you think we could get any closer? The bus the hostages are boarding is pretty bright. The lights inside were shining brightly enough to illuminate the surroundings.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that might be enough light.
How about we pretend to be a pair of riders and casually walk by, then secretly take a picture? Getting a shot with both the hotel entrance and the hostages in the frame would be plenty enough to prove our claim. He decided upon a course of action and set out nervously toward the bus.
I'll call you back in a moment, Mr. Kita. Mr. I abruptly hang up the phone. I dash out the hotel entrance. I pull a gun from my suit and shove it away for the line of hostages boarding the bus. Usami! She had fallen from the roof. I never imagined she would live to fight again and show up here of all places. Nonetheless, she and Kyousuke were casually strolling down the middle of the street. Why would they be here? They obviously identified this location as the holding place for the hostages. They edged closer to the bus as they walked down the road. What are they planning to do by getting near the bus? And say with good degree of certainty they aren't attempting to open fire and free the hostages. Something in Kyousuke's right hand flashed momentarily. A camera. So they intend to call the police, do they? I calmly opened fire.
Here we go.
Okay, yeah, I did this.
A bullet grazed my cheek. I turned around to the dark figure of Maou. Oh!
Damnable rats!
Usami and I dashed off in tandem. My strained muscles screamed in agony. I commanded my body regardless. If I didn't want to die, I had to move. We've got the photograph we need. All we have to do is get away and we're home free. Don't expect it to be that easy, boy. The sound of gunshots blared out once more. My survival instinct took over. I turned around and fired a shot of my own as I ran. I didn't manage to hit Maou, of course, and all I managed was a wrist wrenched by recoil. It seemed to slow him down for a moment at least.
Over there!
We ran into a narrow alley. Followed the sounds of gunfire. I think that's your line, actually.
I followed the sound of gunfire into a narrow alley. Usami and Kyousuke have escaped into a blind alley, and yet they were nowhere to be seen. Doors led to the alley's right wall, each appearing to be the rear entrance to a pub or some similar joint. The left wall had a singular door. It looked like it belonged to a storage room of some sort. Now, where would they have run off to? It's got to be one of the doors to the right. If they had chosen the left door, they would have ended up trapped and cornered. Pubs have front entrances after all. Storage rooms are dead ends. The only unknown here is which of the three is the correct door.
It all comes down to a 25% chance.
My best bet is probably the door closest to the alley entrance. If one was running in a panic, one wouldn't have the luxury of choosing one of the farther doors.
Excellent deduction.
I reached for the doorknob of the first door. It was locked. Did they lock it from the inside, or was it locked to begin with? Wait a minute. I noticed something peculiar about the farthest door. The keyhole had been shot through.
There's your answer.
I heard a gunshot before arriving at this alley. This must be the one. I pushed the door open.
But is it really?
I ducked and held my weapon at the ready just in case they were planning an ambush. They're not here. It was just a dark pub. Was I wrong? The chairs were in disarray and the tableware had all been cracked and broken. I screwed up. The interior was too disheveled to be the work of two people in the middle of a frantic escape. The lock had probably been shot through by a few rioting children looking for a good time. I'd say that means the gunshot I heard was just a diversion. Just then, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. The door on the left-hand side of the alley, the one leading to the storage room, slowly opened. The muzzle of a gun slowly pointed in my direction. I immediately went prone to avoid the bullet.
Drop shot!
As the bullet ricocheted off the wall with a high-pitched clang, I took out my transceiver and called for backup. It's me. The devil must be on Usami and Kyousuke's side today. It's been fun. But my will is unshakable. Even if you call the police and fog, you will accomplish nothing. I gave Alan the word. We're putting a stop to the games now. You know what to do.
Here we go.
Maou didn't have as many soldiers as we initially thought.
Indeed, Kyousuke, indeed. We managed to shake off our pursuers and reach the center of Central Boulevard. Usami panted heavily.
You hurt?
I'm fine. Though I feel like I've used an entire life's worth of energy in one day. My legs feel like 2x4s. Seeing as they felt the need to chase us, I guess that nails it. The hostages are in there.
Yeah, but how are we gonna get this image to the police?
Call it a favor from Tokita.
I see. Come to think of it, I missed a few calls from her earlier. I didn't exactly have the time to be answering the phone though.
She's the daughter of a police big shot, isn't she? She might be able to convince her father that we aren't part of the angry mob. Sami whipped out her phone.
Hey, is this Yuki? Yeah, it's me. Yeah, I'm fine. You heard what's going on from the news? We have information on Mr. Magua's whereabouts. I'll send you the text in a second. See if you can get it to your dad somehow.
Still, would the police force even accept a call, a personal call, during negotiations? Well, I guess if she lets them know it's an emergency pertaining to the case, the police wouldn't pass up on information concerning Representative Imagua's whereabouts.
She says leave it to her.
I guess all we can do now is trust in Tokita.
She's also wondering if the situation is Mao's handiwork.
I see. Tokita has met him before, so she can relay what information she has to the police. Naturally, that will lead the police to question her about her relationship with Maou. Give me the phone for a second. I snatch it from her. Listen, Tokita.
What's up? How are you faring in Ground Zero? You sound downright awful.
I didn't have time for her sarcastic small talk. The mastermind behind this riot is Maou.
Yeah, Haru told me. The news said he's calling himself Hasai.
Really now? Anyway, we were just attacked by the man himself a minute ago. Maou is definitely the one behind this.
Yes, I understand. I intend to tell the people everything I know.
I thought so. Don't forget the money. Better not spot anything about the school hostage incident. She responded after some hesitation.
Very well.
She hung up. Even if she keeps quiet, though, she won't be getting off easy once they know about her involvement with Maou. She said that Maou had introduced her to a variety of criminals in the past. Tokita likely believes that she herself shouldered some sort of guilt each time he did so. Well, it's a pit she dug for herself. I'm sure she'll find a way to get out of it on her own. I guess the only thing left to do is sit back and pray the police come save us. Fortunately, I have a weapon, effective or no. Should at least function as a deterrent to the rioting mobs. Huh? Is something wrong? She seemed to be mulling over something.
No.
Hmm?
I just feel like something's off here.
Like what specifically?
I can't quite put my finger on it. Something just isn't quite right.
Oh boy.
After a dozen or so minutes, I resume my negotiations with the police. The devil, too.
Yup.
Mr. Tokida's previously fluent speech suddenly stumbled. It's time to hand yourself in, disarm yourself completely within the next hour. What was that? No, nothing. Just a little equipment trouble. Now, where were we? Something must have happened. Is something the matter, Hasai? That the image Kyousuke took must have reached the task force. Are you there? It's only a matter of time before their assault team comes charging in. Yes, I certainly am, and never you worry. I've prepared myself for surrender as promised. Why have you yet to release the hostages? The police have started to take a more forward attitude. That just about confirms my suspicion. Things are lagging a bit due to a few injuries among a lot of them. The hostages have boarded a bus and it's about to take off as we speak. Regardless, we have passed the point of no return. I've managed to save Father. Having accomplished my lifelong goal, my mind wandered to thoughts of my mother.
After waiting for 10-20 minutes, there was still no sign of an upcoming police raid.
I wonder why.
I don't know, but I suppose the most probable reason would be they don't have a good point of attack.
Right, do you think there's anything we can do from the inside to help them out?
Usami's eyes told me she was serious. Couldn't hurt to give it a shot, at least. The fighting spirit I had cultivated over the past couple of days revived once again. As you've just seen, the number of professional soldiers is overwhelmingly few in comparison to the rioting mobs. There must be a weak point in the blockade somewhere. If we could just move one of the trucks blocking the roads. Hey, Usami. Do you have Haribe's cell phone number?
Huh? Yeah, I do. He gave it to me during the fiasco at the figure skating arena.
Perfect. With his help, we should be able to do something about the kids protecting the choke points.
You mean?
You bet. If the police aren't gonna blow this blockade, then we're just gonna have to do it for them and invite them in. I won't let you have your way, Maou. I can understand my brother's sorrow. I failed to protect Mom, so maybe I don't have the right to criticize Samajima Kyohei. However, Maou tried to kill Usami. He toyed with her on multiple occasions. Wouldn't you say that's plenty enough cause for retribution? Brother?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Oh, here we go.
I just received word that the boat has left Japanese waters. Father is currently in the process of boarding a different ship. Relief heaved from my heart and my lips alike. I finally attained repose. It was a long time coming. I shed a few uncharacteristic tears. Even the devastation permeating the street overwhelmed me with emotion. This is the last time I'll ever see scenery like this. The phone rang essentially informing me that the Superintendent Tokida's called. I lifted the phone to my ear. Thank you for all your cooperation, Senior Superintendent. Leaving that simple statement, I calmly ended the phone call. You're all finished preparing for your withdrawal, I trust. I bade my farewell to the comrades I had asked to assist me in painting the portrait of hell. Granted, most of them merely joined up for the pay. That's a wrap. You're free to disband. And now I am alone.
Move aside if you don't want to die. Pointing my gun at the kids dozing off in the driver's seat of the bus. He turned to me with a face that said, "What the fuck do you want?" Then he caught sight of the 3 grizzled ogres, Sonayama men, behind me. Where could this vehicle have been stolen from, anyway? 2 gargantuan buses parked end to end blocked one of the streets leading to Central Boulevard. We approached one of the 2 buses in an attempt to seize the vehicle. The kid who was occupying the driver's seat ran away in terror. The rest is up to you, Haribe.
You've got it. Never you worry. There's more ways to start a car when you forgot your keys than there is to skin a cat. Hey, you.
Haribe produced a screwdriver and issued an order to one of the men. I left them to their own, deciding not to be privy to this method of Grand Theft Auto.
It's I, son.
What's up? She seemed to have something on her mind.
There's a crowd amazing outside.
There's a crowd amassing, yep. They must have heard the commotion. More boys started to show up one by one. One of the Yakuza guys fired a few warning shots through a window with his submachine gun. "You need to open your eyes!" I shouted as loud as I could. "The police will be here soon. It's all over for us." A murmur ran along the crowd of boys. They might be worn down from all this. They were likely afraid now that they'd come to their senses and witnessed the immeasurable destruction they'd caused. I decided I'd capitalize on that fear. The police have found where the hostages are being held. They're gonna come charging in here any minute. I'll wake them from their foolish dream of creating a nation just for kids. Don't tell that to the show Kid Nation.
Oh, what? How does he know how many ways there are to skin cats? It's Haribe. Come on.
We were just being used. Throw down your weapons. If you don't, you'll be killed by the police. More submachine gun fire. More than 50 people had gathered by now. Some among them shouted, "Yeah, he's right." It sounded somewhat familiar. Perhaps it belonged to Hashimoto. Or perhaps I merely wanted to believe that. The murmurs accelerated into chaos. The crowd had already exceeded 100. No longer consisted solely of young boys. The middle-aged and elderly had joined them out there. Looks like there were more survivors than I thought. Luckily, not a single member of the rumbling herd was attempting to cause harm upon another. The rioters were preoccupied with thoughts about saving their own necks. I hear the bus engine fire up behind me. There's no need to stir the crowd any further. The bus scrapes against the building wall as it slowly heads forward. Aloha, Chester! How you doing? The blockade is breaking! Sonayama man driving the bus blared the horn as he drove into the crowd of people. They were no longer a violent mob.
The rumbling.
It was every man for himself as they rushed toward the outside world. Now's our chance. Help! We don't want to be caught by the police. We need to get the hell out of here. Screams and yells weaved together in the pandemonium. A nearby police squad shouted orders via megaphone in an attempt to quell the rushing human tide. Stop! Remain calm! It was futile. The crowd continued their advance like a tsunami. The riot police, equipped with duraluminium shields, duralumin.
Yeah, I think it's duralumin.
Yeah, duralumin.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Seemed to be at a loss for how to handle the incoming crowd. Stressed as fuck? You got some big stuff going on in your life, Jester? What's new, dude? I guess since they were neither rioters nor protesters, they weren't sure how to deal with them.
Jesters continued the fuck train.
Oh, ha! Yeah, I
Just
hope you
in
guys
Maine,
like
it's
the new
just
emote
fuck.
in the server.
Fuck.
QR code's right there if you're not part of it already. The group of refugees included people of all sorts, from young boys to the elderly. Businessmen, yakuza, foreigners, students. A large variety of people have been trapped in Central Boulevard up until now, after all. Among them were men covered in blood and women barely covering themselves with their tattered clothes. Now that the kids had disarmed themselves, there was no distinguishing between civilians and rioters. The officers decided to take on everyone regardless, but in the end they were swallowed up in the mob. They frantically requested backup. Another police group appeared shortly thereafter, pushing itself through the waves of people. There seemed to be about 20 of them.
Not good.
Oh, yeah, that's
I hope your
very
friend is
not
okay.
good, Jester. Yeah, I hope they're doing okay. What happened? Do you know? Because, yeah, that's not something we ever want to hear. Something anybody wants to hear, dude. Just want to make sure.
What are you making sure of?
I just
We're
want
on to
I just
five.
want to hear if he knows what happened.
All good.
No clue. It's serious, but he's been trying to play it off like it's not a big deal, which is just making me worry more. Yeah, I can understand, man. I'm hoping for the best, man. I'm hoping for the best.
I have a feeling because, yeah, but I'm not gonna say anything.
They wore guns at their sides. They were likely a special assault team or something. The group entered a formation and tore through the crowd. Their trained, nimble movements seemed like a lightning bolt ripping through the stormy sea of people. They paid us absolutely no heed as they made their way to the end of the street in a flash. They seemed to be headed for the cheap motel Usami and I had snapped a picture of. This should spell the end for Maou.
Son.
I couldn't hear her very well over the incessant tumult.
Phone.
Phone? For me? Who would want to talk to me in this situation? I made my way out of the crowd. Who is it? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Hopefully your friend's okay, man.
Yeah. We're hoping for the best, man. Who is it?
I think you'll know once you take it.
She wore a rather grim expression. I took the phone from Usami with some hesitation. Hello? The voice on the other end left me agape.
Kyousuke.
I lost all words. Likewise, the clamor around me suddenly seemed to disappear.
You must be surprised, Kyousuke.
What do you want? Maou responded in a calm voice, one unlike any he had used before.
I just thought we could have a little talk before the end.
Huh? I felt a lump forming in my throat.
Father is finally free. I have no more regrets.
What? I had no idea. The police accepted Mao's demands? And...
Nothing. That's all.
that's all? I had no idea how to interpret my current feelings. I saw the image of my loving brother superimposed onto my hatred of Maou. My heart became a jumbled mess. You're not planning to die, are you? Maou didn't answer. And that was all the answer I needed. It was obvious, now that I think about it. Duh. I mean, he was able to occupy Central Boulevard, sure, but what exactly was his escape plan? Simple. He didn't have one.
Yeah, this was the end of the line.
Mm-hmm. This was his final
And-
blaze of glory. He got what he wanted. And there is nothing more for him to do in this world. He got what he wanted, and he is going to die a fulfilled man. He did horrible, horrible things. But in the end, he got what he wanted.
Won.
Yep.
He won.
He didn't need one. Exactly, yep. Doesn't matter. Even in death, he still wins. The scale might be huge, but in the end, he had holed himself up. You've planned on dying all along.
It was unavoidable.
That was when, for the very first time, I bore witness to the extent of Mao's resolve. His entire life, he had been on his own. On his own, he challenged the country. On his own, he won. The price he paid was his very life. But you've committed many serious crimes. Newsflash, Kyousuke. I don't think he cares at this point. Do you think he really cares about what he had to do to get what he wanted? So I'm gonna give you a little tip. He doesn't give a shit at this point. He knows he's won. Nothing matters anymore.
I know.
You've deceived and killed a large number of people.
I know.
That's not something that can just be forgiven. Found myself clenching my fists. But Mao, no, Kyohei, had not called me to seek forgiveness.
So you were the one who released the blockade, Kyousuke? You can accomplish a great deal when you put your mind to it.
That's my message.
I see. You've grown much stronger, haven't you?
My chest burned. I wanted to scream. But it was my fault that Mom...
It was fate.
He tried to comfort me, and that's when I couldn't take it anymore. My family was all leaving me. First Kiyomi, and Mom, now even my once dead brother.
What a cursed family we are.
I spoke in self-derision.
However, you and I are different.
Nissan.
I lived only for revenge, but you have... Well, she's right next to you, isn't she?
You saw
Nice.
me. Yeah. Yeah, she is. She's trying to listen in on our conversation, actually. She must be worried about me. Nissan laughed.
I was not able to forgive her, but you can. Forgive her, and sever these chains of vengeance.
I no longer had any clue of what to say. We just spent the time in silence. Snowflakes were dancing in the wind.
Farewell, Kyousuke.
At that moment, the dark night sky was overcome with a red glow. Damn! Did he really just detonate the building he was in? Wow. Talk about going out on a bang. Puffs of dark smoke rose up into the air, and throngs of people came running from the same direction. Could hear the police screaming into their walkie-talkies. Could barely make out a couple of words among them. Motel. Bomb. That's why he went to the motel. We don't even know if the politician was still in there. I stood aghast with the cell phone still up to my ear. I just wanted to forget everything. Was there something I could have said to him in his final moments? To everyone else, he was the nefarious Maou. But to me, he was still my one and only brother. Nissan. Pushed the redial button on the cell phone. I was in a daze. Naturally, the call wasn't going to reach him. Regardless, I tried over and over. A long-haired girl grabbed onto my arm.
Nice, son.
Her words were brief but harsh.
Don't let yourself be fooled.
Usami's eyes gorged on enmity. You bloody bastard! Well, I think that's...
Time to make my escape.
He plans to just blend in with the crowd!
I came to that roadblock that Kyousuke would be kind enough to clear.
Wow, once again, games like Nope, Uno Reverse. Hiding in plain sight the whole time.
He really is the devil.
Uh-huh.
Blending in among the crowd, I made my way to the exit.
Yep, easy to play games like this when you're a dead man.
Me? Ty? You've got to be kidding. Why would I bother with such a thing when I could finally be with my father again? The hero's entourage does great work. They led the assault team right to the motel, just as I had predicted. I armed a large payload of explosives inside. It was rigged to detonate the exact moment the attack team opened the door to Amaga's holding room. The only thing police will find are burnt corpses.
So he was still in there, wasn't he?
The remains of terrorists all dressed up in military garb and equipped with weapons. Having accomplished their goal, the extremists gave up in the presence of the assault team and went out with a suicide bombing. It's a lovely scenario. Yeah, of course, they're not actually our corpses. They belong to the Sannou employees. That's why we went out of our way to take an equal number of male hostages to our own numbers, and why we killed off the women first. We did have them get inside the bus, but soon after had them come right back inside. It was fortunate that Kyousuke called the exact moment they were boarding the bus in the photograph. It'll take time then to analyze the corpse and determine whether or not they truly belong to us. By that time, the time the autopsy reports are in, we'll be long gone from this accursed country. No one among the riders know my face. The only ones in the area that do are Usami and Kyousuke. And if I stick within this crowd of people, I can easily shake off the police outside. I should thank you, hero. Yes, I played around with you for the sake of this very moment. Azai-san, this is a trap!
Huh? Somebody grabbed my arm as it shook over the loss of my brother.
I knew things seemed to be going too well.
What do you mean?
Maou could have killed me at any time, nonetheless he chose not to. Mao's shrewd plan began the moment he went out of his way to bring me to the rooftop. When he first mentioned setting the stage for my death, he had already deduced that I was searching for the whereabouts of the hostages. Moments later, he dropped me off to the rooftop at gunpoint. Though I didn't recognize it at the time, I'm positive Maou was intentionally steering me to the area above the window cleaning gondola. And sure enough, he didn't kill me after I landed on the platform. It would have been simple to shoot me from the rooftop in that position.
I suppose that's true. One would think he would double check to make sure she fell.
Then he drove a well-lit bus on a well-lit road to his destination, and on top of that he did so at the side of the building that was visible from the platform he trapped me on.
That's right. That sounds way too convenient to be true. So you were being used?
Probably didn't think I'd actually survive the situation, but he figured I would at least be able to inform somebody about the hostages' whereabouts via cell phone. Then when we tried to take the picture of the motel, remember?
Yeah?
Why wasn't Maou more thorough in his pursuit of us?
I couldn't think of a response.
They're all pros. When I was lurking outside the Sannou building, they snuck on me and nabbed me out of the sound. How could amateurs like us have gotten away from people like that?
You're right. Not to mention the only one chasing us was Maou himself. He wanted to give off the look of desperation. At the time, I was just relieved to have shaken off our pursuers.
One more thing. Look how weak this point in the blockade was. If it was really this easy along, the police would have had no trouble busting through.
So, we were used in order to invite the police inside. She nods.
Take a look. Ever since the assault team came charging in through the crowd, the pandemonium has grown even worse.
It was almost difficult to breathe in the congestion. In every direction, wherever you looked, people, people, people. Riot police, businesswomen, senior citizens, officers, young boys, exotic dancers, stampeding herds of people everywhere. Realizing I'd been deceived, I burned with fury. It's the perfect opportunity for Mao's escape.
This mayhem exceeds my expectations. The biggest point of concern for me was the timing. I didn't want to lead the police into the motel until after the negotiations had succeeded. If the police had taken longer to release Father, then I would have needed to delay Kyousuke's actions. The more time passed, the more likely Kyousuke and Usami would have had their camera on the cell phone confiscated by children. But of course, I had also accounted for the possibility that they didn't follow my lead. If that scenario had played out, one of my comrades would have betrayed me and leaked the location of the hostages. I would have also had to broken the blockade on my own. For much to my entertainment, those two performed splendidly. I would never have dreamed that Usami might survive. You have truly grown stronger, Kyousuke. And the excessive sentimentality, that no doubt led you to save her and has always been one of your charms ever since you were a boy. I wonder if you're crying for me now. Just as I proceed, that I hear a shout from behind me. Maou! They were clearly calling for me. I turned around. There, standing just behind the Lady of the Night, was Usami! She realized what I was up to? He stepped back and thought about things calmly and logically with a detached eye. He would certainly find some suspicious points, yes. She's been on the verge of death numerous times by now. You telling me she saw through my plan despite being in a death trap for damn near 24 hours? Looks like you played around a little too much, Maou. I suppose I must admit I did. I had a little too much fun with Usami. She managed to grow into a hero that surpassed even my own expectations. Officers, that's the guy right there. That's the one behind this incident. Usami's long hair grabbed the attention of the cops, and at her heeding, they turned their fangs against me. You there, don't move! Police cars rushed towards me. The riot police held up their shields in an attempt to block my way forward. Damn you! Did I lose sight of the big picture, adhering too tightly to my plans? Rather than continue forward toward the exit, I darted back and searched for another means of escape.
This is why you should have just gone out with a bang, dude. Would have been better.
I pushed aside the people in the crowd and shot anyone who got in my way. I heard a scream. The police held their guns up and shouted something. Paying no heed to any of it, I came upon the bus that had been blocking the road. The door at its front was open. White smoke was puffing from the exhaust pipe. The engine had been left running. Climbing on the step of the bus, I turned around and fired randomly behind me. I ducked into the bus and shot out the window. Hit one of the officers that had been pursuing me in the process. I took steady aim with my gun. The scene spiraled down to hell. Oh, sorry.
Maou was starting a shootout from inside the bus. Bullets crisscrossed and people collapsed to the ground. Corpses piled up in the crossfire, with people literally falling onto the recently dead.
Azai-san, your gun, let me have your gun!
Usami latched onto me with bloodshot eyes. What the hell? Calm down! This is unbridled rage.
We've got to kill him now, it's our only chance.
She was overtaken by frenzy.
He deceived you!
She shouted through a pool of sweat and tears.
He murdered my mother in cold blood.
Don't get any stupid ideas.
Don't you hate him?
I do! He tried to trick me from beginning to end. There's nothing you can do in this situation. She's gonna be like hell I can't. The police have already gotten near the bus. They have him cornered and have shot out the tires. Finally, somebody shoots the tires! But I don't think that bus would be going anywhere regardless. The road was littered with people like an orgy from hell.
Damn it, let me go, let me go!
She must have been possessed by the vengeful spirits of the dead. Usami was unrelenting in her advance. Usami, stop! She was getting too close to the bus. Maou started moving toward our side of the bus. The rear. The terrorist's silhouette was visible in the emergency exit. Run!
Now!
You idiot! He's unable to shoot out of fear of hitting us. Looks like they were having trouble getting a complete encirclement of the bus thanks to the surrounding bedlam.
I'll kill him and then I'll be able to play the violin again!
The cursed hero's screams of carnage are suddenly followed by the sound of gunfire. A bullet shot through the window of the bus and caused a splatter of blood. Mao's scream tore through the night. Just then, the inside of the bus suddenly flashed red. Flames licked the air. He planned that. They spread to the gasoline that had spilled out along the road. An array of soft bangs and loud booms rumbled through the atmosphere. Was he carrying explosives on his person, only to have them accidentally ignite? Nearby buildings and trees were caught in the conflagration. Further fueled its raging. The police gave out orders for everyone to retreat to safety, making no attempt to quell this tragedy. The vehicle was enveloped in flames. Maou cried out on the throes of death. I watched as he made it out of the bus. He collapsed to the ground in a ball of flame. Even still, Maou maintained his grip on his gun. His tenacity was otherworldly. The flames transfigured him into a demon as he slowly rose to his feet, and started walking towards us. However, he didn't make but a few steps before sinking to the ground. Come on, Usami! Let's get the hell out of here! We ran. I took Usami by the arm and charged through the crowds of people. We were surrounded by a menagerie of voices. Officer shouts, women's screams, explosions, earth-shaking, stampeding footsteps, the sirens of fire engines. As we were passing a police car, I overheard them say something over the radio. We have confirmed the death of the suspect. It's over. It's all over. He really went out with one last twist. God damn. We'll see, Etienne. We'll see. I have no idea how far we ran. I held Usami in my arms, stroking her hair. She just sobbed into my chest the entire time. I'm sorry.
Whoever
I'm so
fucking in
sorry.
that community that said the music in this game is shit needs to have their skull caved in.
Yup. She apologized, regretting her own brutality. It's okay now, Usami. I was hit by a wave of exhaustion. It's over now.
Huh?
It's all over, Haru. Usami stood agape, like a princess whose evil curse had suddenly been lifted.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Come on. Smile or something. We're safe now, you know.
Yeah.
However, her expression showed no sign of brightening. She burst out in a wail, making no effort to wipe her tears. The snow on her eyelids accentuated this portrait of sorrow. Come on, Haru. Let's go. I brought her more strongly into my embrace and took on all her tears. Let's go home and listen to some classical music. Epilogue. And finally we can breathe.
Fucking hell.
What a ride. What a sequence.
Shit.
What a game.
Let's fucking finish this, man.
Indeed. Listen, why don't you stop cooping yourself up in here and try going outside for once?
You're the one to talk. You slept all day yesterday. Like I said, you really should go to the hospital.
Oh, shut up. Ever since that day, Usami has spent most of her time at my place.
Alright, I guess I'm in complete girlfriend mode.
To make some food.
Coming right up.
Usami skipped off into the kitchen. I turned on the TV. Pretty much every single channel was reporting on the blockade incident. The large-scale blockade, which began with the abduction of Imagawa Tsunio, a member of the National Diet, officially came to an end 2 days ago at approximately 7 a.m. Mr. Imagawa, along with a dozen other hostages, were killed in the incident. The police detained all the people in the area. So I guess that gives us a timeline. It's been 2 days. Good lord. Ordinary civilians were released shortly thereafter. The injured were transported to hospitals, and juveniles suspected to have participated in the violence on Central Boulevard were brought in for questioning. Those of obvious guilt were immediately taken under arrest. However, it is estimated that over 1,000 people escaped during the bedlam, and they remain unidentified. Oh yeah. It's gonna be impossible to catch all of them. With how large scale this was, that figure would include yours truly. In any case, once they get a look at the video feed from the cameras scattered around the place, I'll be brought in for questioning too. Who knows? Maybe I'll even be identified by Hashimoto. They say the police have made additional arrests already based on the testimonies of people involved. I couldn't quite bring myself to part with the gun, so it's still hidden away in my coat pocket. Though I guess it could lead to trouble if the police find it. I should probably now hand it over to the Yakuza or something soon. There were a devastating number of casualties. Supposedly the count is upwards of 2,000.
Shit.
No longer a tragedy at that point. A grim statistic. God damn, Maou. I hear you on that, Brad. Nvidia does the same thing to me whenever their drivers have an update. Among them was EY. They found himself locked up inside the motel. Aww. Poor bastard. He had suffered some severe injuries, but apparently managed to escape death.
Dude.
The testimony he gave after regaining consciousness led to the police to discover the criminal group's motive. They learned that the principal offender behind the event was a man by the alias Maou, and are currently in the process of further investigation. Was trying to find an MP3 file for Last Ray of Light, but couldn't find one. That's too bad.
Now we're gonna get arrested too, huh?
I told you to shut up.
You said you got rid of that gun, right?
Yeah, I lied. I'll be in big trouble if Miss Hard-On for Justice here finds it. But man, this sucks. Gunzo's dead, so I don't have anyone supporting me anymore. Speaking of Gunzo, apparently his funeral was cancelled, seeing as neither Haribe nor any of the other high-ranking members of the Sonoyama group could make it. They said they'd contact me with more details at a later date. School is closed for a week as well, due to the number of students and faculty members that got caught up in the mess. Only a week! You wear your school uniform even when relaxing around the house, eh?
Well, yeah, I have multiple sets of the same clothes.
You serious? Hey, Aichi!
That boy lived. Kyousuke still alive?
Yep. The police haven't come for me yet either. Maybe I'll be able to make it through this in the clear.
I doubt it, bro. The police were busting down my door to get at me not too long ago.
Really?
Actually, it was more like I let the police in, but yeah.
Whatever you say.
Anyway, it's good that we both made it out alive. And Sami's alright too, ain't she?
Yep, alive and kicking. How's everyone else?
Well, Shiratori and Tsubaki were worried sick over you, man. How's Cannon?
They've temporarily locked down the airport because of the terrorist incident, so she hasn't come back yet.
What about Yuki-sama?
Yeah.
She hasn't come back ever since she went to the police.
I see. She'll probably be under investigation for a few days. In any case, Tokita hasn't committed any crimes that should land her in a courtroom.
You probably ought to watch your back too.
Yeah, I know. I busted out the window of a building, fired a gun, burned down a club, did a lot of shit.
Hey man, didn't you turn 20 recently?
Yep, last year in December. No one knows when my birthday is, so I celebrated all by myself in my apartment. It was lovely.
Man, you flunked school way too much.
Shut your damn mouth.
You're totally getting the death penalty if they find out, dude.
But it's all peachy if they don't. If you don't get caught, it's not a crime. Yeah, number one rule of breaking the rules. Don't get caught.
Don't get caught. That's some asshole logic right there.
Hey, if it works, Aichi. I don't want to be called an asshole by you. But whatever.
Alright man, I gotta go buy some food for my pets.
ETN says these punks. Sure,
Oh, yeah.
have fun with that. It was snowing outside.
Azai-san.
What? Jeez, quit making such a fuss.
Do you know that today was Valentine's Day?
Do it! Huh? I don't believe it is, actually. Of course it is.
I hear it's your birthday today.
What exactly are you up to?
Come on, let's celebrate. We can celebrate my birthday too while we're at it.
Okay.
So, do you think you can take me out on a date or something?
Now? At this time of day?
Yeah, you can take me out to dinner or something.
Oh, I get it. You screwed up the food, didn't you?
I'm terribly sorry. I was trying to make foie gras with truffles, but you know how it is.
What in holy hell? You're poor and you can't even cook for yourself?
I lived off cup ramen. Well, that and bean sprouts.
Every college student ever would be proud of you, Usami.
These noodles were the key to their success. Brad, you broke the fuck chain, you dick!
I can't right now. I can't. God damn it, Usami.
Fucking beast.
Oh my god. Freaking bean sprouts.
That settles it, I guess. So where should we go?
That's a tough one. I mean, we can't go to Central Boulevard, so... Yeah, that place is gonna be under some pretty significant reconstruction for a while.
How about the Western District then?
Oh, I bumped chat. Oops. Oh, chat's getting reset. Sorry, that's what my banging on the keyboard did. Oh, sorry, man. I just couldn't help it. I couldn't help it,
Whoop.
dude. Whatever, I guess.
We can eat together as much as we watch the sea. It'll be romantic.
Stop. You're starting to sound like Monica. You do realize there's no beach out there, right?
Oh, come on, don't be like that. Why, it's the very place we said goodbye as kids.
We were searching for copper and found fucking gold. Yes, we did. Ah, don't jinx us like that. Oops.
I'm very happy you feel that way.
Put on my coat. Come on then. Get your ass ready. I put my aching, stinging legs into action just long enough to get my car from the parking garage. We stopped at the first Western-style restaurant I could find, and Usami got the steak that she wanted. She gets a steak dinner. God damn.
You ate like a pig.
Yep, so it wasn't very romantic. After
the
dinner,
first time.
we hopped back in my car and headed for the docks.
Wow. Look. The star-studded sky. How beautiful.
What the hell are you talking about? It's snowing.
Just making the mood.
Well, try harder. Oh, this place.
Yeah. That's nice,
She leaned up against me. Let me guess. You're freezing?
Busted, huh?
And whose fault is that, Usami? Fine, whatever. I'll buy you a coat or something next time we're out. I'm surprised you don't have one.
Really?
Don't get me wrong, I'm only doing it because it's embarrassing to be walking together like this.
Oh, well. I'm sorry then, for real.
That was just a joke.
So, in the end,
She stammered.
what happened to your father?
The Japanese government are requesting that he be extradited as a fugitive. Whatever country he's in right now is being uncooperative. They're saying the terrorist incident has nothing to do with them. In fact, the government isn't even sure if they're negotiating with the right country. They lost track of the boat after it left Japanese waters.
I'm sure you'll see him again.
That would be nice.
I have a little request.
Her expression suddenly grew serious.
If you do see him again, would you please introduce me to him?
If this were the old me, I'd probably hit her on the spot. But hatred isn't something you can retain forever, it seems. Alright. I spoke somewhat awkwardly. But that's a big if. Usami hung her head quietly. There will be no more hatred. Now that Maou is dead, the strife is over. Oh, weren't we celebrating or something?
Oh yeah, sorry. Valentine's Day is actually a couple of days away.
I knew it. False alarm. Alright, we'll celebrate then, too.
You got it. I'll make my best chocolate.
I don't think I can
He
expect
fixed-
much, but I
Brad
got it
fixed
anyway.
the flux chain.
You cold?
He repaired. Zach, Speeder fucking repaired the fuck chain. It's been fixed.
Good job, Brad.
Yes.
See, y'all are enjoying
We're
your
on
new
to
emotes.
7.
Here, let me make that 8. You're
Oh,
welcome. Scan that QR code there if you're not in the server to join the chain.
Oh god.
Uh,
Alright.
she
Oh,
smiled
no.
bashfully.
I'm not cold anymore. I'm never cold anymore. Now that there's someone at my side.
She must have been so lonely. She'd lost her entire family, just as I have. I'm probably the only one in the world who can make her happy. Come here. She left herself to me. I wrapped my arm around her. Softly, gently, like a leaf drifting over the surface of a pond.
Mm.
And there it is.
Aww.
There you are. You have a good one, Brad. You enjoy the rest of your
Okay,
day.
man. Mate,
A nice scene
screenshot.
indeed.
This deserves to be permanently, shove it in the server.
Yep. The moment of catharsis we've all been waiting for. Let's long last. Do that one. And then we'll get the moon in there too.
Fuck yeah. While you do that, I'll be right back. Just gonna go for my round.
Alright. It was a sweet kiss. I bet it was. How nice. How nice. Guys, what a fucking journey this game was. Holy shit. I never would have guessed that this is where we'd end up. After 27 episodes, 70 plus hours of narration, and reading, and discussion, and joking around, that this is where we'd end up. Oh my god.
Like Scoop.
Welcome back.
I fucking like combined Goofy and Shaggy into one fucking thing.
We saw
I'm
each
terrified
other
myself.
as if trying to supplement what we had each lost.
There we go. Kyousuke.
Her choked whispers floated to my ears.
I love you.
I answered her by strengthening my embrace. I wanted to tell the little girl I had once made a promise with that I would never again let her go. My lips passed that message on to Haru. The snow dancing down from the sky fell to the ground and melted, along with the devil on Haru's violin G-string. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the devil on G-string.
Holy shit! All this music. I don't think I even have anything to say right now.
No, I just want to let the music play.
I'm clapping, mate. The opening theme. Oh, we're definitely having one last listen at that.
Yup. It'll be our send-off.
Yeah, by the way, there's a fucking paid patch to this game where there are actually voice lines, but they're in Japanese, of course, so
Makes
kind of
sense.
wouldn't have worked out for us anyway. Fucking hell. Now that... Oh, Jesus. Are you British? No, I'm Australian.
Mm-hmm. There's a difference.
Yep. I called fucking Oreo a dickhead for fucking getting that wrong. But no, I'm not Australian. Our boy Brad is British, but no, I'm Australian. I'm a full-blown Aussie. So no, yeah, I'm like beer in hand, motorcycle off roof.
I'm joking around, ETN. And to answer your question, Joey, yes, when I posted this, or no, in the Fruits of the Literature Club server, I saw some people talking about this, some OSTs they had heard from various visual novels, and of all things, I heard this game in that discussion. And there were people who did not like the OST to this game.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots.
Yep.
Alright, here, the moment we've been waiting for. Mate, we know what's coming.
Have no taste.
Mate, the main menu theme.
Yes.
We've been waiting for this.
It is the moment we have been waiting for the whole game. The moment the menu theme is complete. We have all the instruments now.
Oh.
I wasn't sure there would be a post-credits scene.
Let's see.
One last scene. It seems to snow just about every day this season. Today is Valentine's Day. Hey! As I neared the apartment, someone else came out through the auto-locking door. I exchanged a quick greeting with them and proceeded inside. I wonder what Usami is up to right now. It would certainly be comedic if she was making handmade chocolate. I stepped off the elevator and made my way to the front door. I pushed the button for the intercom.
Coming!
A joyful feminine voice responded in kind.
That was fast.
Her footsteps pattered as she rushed to the door. I was burning with anticipation. I couldn't wait to see her. A sweet aroma wafted through the ventilation.
Alright, I'm opening the door.
The door slowly drifted open. I could almost say that I missed the girl that stood before me. Her eyes were closed. I suppose she was expecting a welcome back kiss or something of the sort. I jammed my foot in the open doorway and greeted her.
It's great to see you, Usami.
ETN called it. Don't mind me. That face says it all. How? Epilogue. Oh, we ain't finished yet, boys. Spring. Haru. I have so many questions.
This boy called it, he's fucking alive. I couldn't even begin to describe Usami's face at that moment. It was like a blanket of snow that but once melted suddenly decided to freeze over again.
Damn it,
Haru. Oh,
I
yeah.
need to go out and buy vanilla extract. Damn. Here I am regardless, on my way back from being her errand boy. My phone suddenly rings. Since I lost my old one, I had to buy a replacement. I answer it on the off chance it might be a client.
Evening, son.
Oh, Haribe. I take it they've decided on a date for father's funeral then?
Oh yeah. No problems there, but the thing is...
Hmm?
We realize... Oh, well, I realize you're probably not the guy to ask about this, but I'm fresh out of ideas.
I'm listening.
I want to ask you about this kid named me Kahusha, a kid who works for the family. You know him from Adam?
No. Name doesn't ring any bells. What about him?
I see. Oh yeah, I figured, like, fuck, now where did that little shit disappear to?
Disappear?
Yeah, he's been missing ever since the incident on Central Boulevard.
I have a bad feeling about this. When was the last time you saw him?
When we were moving to that bus through the blockade, he was the one driving the thing.
The bus. My mind went back to the scene. I watched with my own eyes as a man crawled from the bus, enveloped in a pillar of flame. Excuse me for a moment.
Are you okay there? Are you still with us, Ben?
Sorry. I just really needed to do that.
What happened?
I screamed into my fucking pillow. Sorry. I just really had to do that. I thought the explosives he had on the bus was his last trick. But that only shows how much I've underestimated him. For the millionth fucking time in this game. How in the fuck?
The devil sneers.
Yes. Clearly. We'll talk about this later. I canceled the call. Without so much as closing my phone, I dialed Haru's number. The first attempt, Haru did not pick up. The second attempt, Haru did not pick up. She was supposed to be at home making chocolate, and yet I wasn't getting any answer at all. Now I've smudged up my glasses. I wasn't ready for this.
We thought it was over.
Just when we thought it was over, it pulled us back in. As Mao's done so many times before.
As this game has done so many times before.
Uh-huh. You thought earlier the officer that reported his death was a lackey of his?
Yeah, the credits,
I'll admit I wasn't paying attention to all the names.
Well, it's just...
I dropped my shopping bags and ran. Shit. The man in that terrible conflagration wasn't Maou. Must have given the driver his gun, then used him as a substitute. Now that I think about it, I remember seeing Maou go near the emergency exit window. He staged a shootout with the police, busted out the window, and then shot the fuel tank. Mao's like... I'm like... His final trick was the explosives? And Mao's just like... It was never about the explosives. No fucking
Just imagine
way.
Haru, like, innocently opening the door to see that.
Yeah. I mean, her face says it all.
Boys, one final ride.
Yup. And just that line, too. Titling that, oh fuck. He made use of the ensuing chaos to escape. Even Haru and I were able to elude the police at the time. It would have been a simple job for him. I have to hurry. Maou is still alive.
Unadulterated dread descended upon Usami Haru as she saw the devil in her doorway. She immediately dashed back into the living room to escape him. This is my first visit, believe it or not. It's a lovely place you've got here, really. Maou spoke with his usual confidence. Haru's eyes were still wide open in shock as she retreated further back into the kitchen. What's wrong, Usami? Cat got your tongue? You're still alive. Of course. I would have loved to drop everything and go see my dear old dad as soon as possible. But there were a couple of loose ends I needed to tie up first. Let me guess, you came for the chocolate? Oh no, I know better. Those weren't intended for me. And why are you here?
Why do you think, Usami?
To give you a glimpse of hell, of course.
Why else?
Maou advanced on Haru. Our chat's gone again, apparently. Hold on. Just.
Yep.
Hold on. Yep.
The empty
Okay, yep, it's back on.
Suited to the grave. Yep.
Haru receded further into the kitchen. She felt around for the kitchen knife. She grabbed air once, twice. Where is it? Hurry! Now it's getting closer. Haru eventually grabbed the pen instead. She removed the lid and chucked it at her foe. The boiling, bubbly chocolate splattered out but failed to reach Mao's face. What was that? Mao's smile was long gone. His emotions had apparently been entirely rooted out and his expression bore not one iota of hesitation. He was the angel of death himself. Haru waited for the moment that Maou stepped over a chocolate-drenched tile. When he did, she rushed him like a berserker. Maou noticed her attack and took its stance against her, but she continued her tackle regardless. The Reaper had fumbled over ever so slightly. She followed through with an uppercut of the jaw. He dodged as if he predicted her next move. The neck result saw Haru lose her balance and tumbling to the living room floor. Is that it? Maou looked down on Haru as she lay on the ground. His eyes followed her as religiously as if she just sat down in the electric chair. Something was different about Maou. He wasn't up to his usual games. Something deeper, something more sinister in store for her today. Sweat trickled from her forehead. She squeezed her fist tight in an attempt to quench their fear trembling. My sworn enemy is here. Her mother's murderer, whom she had failed to kill with her own hands, had reappeared before her very eyes once more. This was heaven's sent opportunity. Haru rose to her feet and glared into Mao's lifeless eyes. Hatred erupted within her. Even if she has to go down with him, strength filled Haru's every limb, preparing her for what must be done. Good enough. Have a good one, Sarah. A gunshot suddenly rang out. Maou arrived. He had been hit in the shoulder. Blood spurted from the wound, staining his suit red. Haru looked to where the shot had been fired from. Kyousuke stood in the doorway, holding a gun at the ready. He fired a second shot, but it did not make its target. Maou groaned and savagely charged Kyousuke.
Maou! I pulled the trigger without hesitation. Unfortunately, despite being only a few yards away, I missed. Maou reached inside his suit. He pulled out something black. A gun. But then for some reason, he just threw it away.
Out of my way!
He delivered a blow to my stomach. His strike caused me to lurch forward. Before I was brought to my knees, I raised my gun once more. Before I could fire a shot, he wrenched my wrist. My gun fell to the floor. Maou delivered one final kick before running out the door.
Kyousuke-kun.
Hey, aren't you glad I didn't get rid of that gun? Haru, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah, same here. I managed to straighten out my knees as they're on the verge of collapse.
We have to go after him.
Hey! Haru dashes right past me and heads outside. Wait! It's too dangerous! Wait until we can call the police! Or even the Sonayama group. I look for the gun I dropped on the floor. It's gone. Did Haru take it? Snatch up the gun that Maou tossed aside and chase after Haru. There's something weird about all this. Why did Maou run away? All part of the plan. He pulled out a gun, but didn't even bother using it. Did he not come to kill Haru? What is he up to? Where on earth did he run off to? I think I know what he's planning.
What do you reckon, man? I want your thoughts. I'm dumbstruck at the moment.
I can hear Usami's footsteps behind me.
That's me, probably. Yeah. I can hear Usami's footsteps behind me. Ah. The wound in my shoulder is throbbing. Usami gave pursuit as predicted. My legs are starting to get unsteady. Wanted to take it to a place with more people around, but I guess things don't always have to go perfectly. Alright, Kyousuke, this will be your final trial. I'll make sure you get a taste of hell as well. I will never reform. You will receive no loving quarter from me, little brother. No, that's not true. It's precisely our fraternal bond that prevents me from letting you off the hook as things stand. I see a little park to my left. There are no swings or slide. It boasts nothing but a tiny sandbox. Let's say it's a worthy playground to serve as backdrop for Mao's grand finale. The question. What was it that served to drive Usami Haru? The answer, a thirst for revenge, accompanied by a degree of obsession. Just hearing the word Maou was enough to revive in her mind the spectacle of that day. The sounds of gunfire and screams, the sights soaring limbs and dangling organs. The nightmare will only get worse. She must now kill or be killed. Thus, she pursues him. She carries with her the gun Kyousuke had dropped, despite her utter lack of firearms training. Mao's voice surfaces in her mind. Even during her last moment, your mother thought of you. At least spare my daughter, she kept begging and pleading it with me. Maou provoked Haru, played with her. You're no different, Usami Haru. You finally managed to find me after all. You're just reverent. What you need isn't love or friendship, but an adversary. Or evil, something you can use as a pretext for your obsession. During this long battle, Maou had placed a curse on the hero. Isn't that why you abandoned the violin? Demons always have a knack for talking advantage of the weakness within people's hearts. Haru had already lost all self-control. She knew what she had to do. No one would be able to get through to her now. She'll chase him and kill him without a second of hesitation. The only question was how. Haru had completely forgotten the gun she so tightly gripped.
I ran after Haru and Maou. My pursuit took me through a quiet residential district. Suddenly, I saw Haru turn a corner to the left, the path that leads to a small park, if I recall. Only, I was filled with dread. I caught a glimpse of Haru's face as she left the road. There was no sign of the aloof girl I knew so well. She had a terrifying look on her face as she chased down her prey, one that I had never seen before. Reminded me of some old myth or legend. After vanquishing demons for so long, the hero himself became corrupt with evil. So that's it. It was at that moment that I finally understood Mao's plan. So it's not quite what I thought. It was a scheme of profound magnitude. I was attacked by a wave of despair. It's all over. Found myself looking up at the sky. Why do I look up? Despite knowing that there is no God to find there. For whatever reason, I can't help but look to the heavens when I imagine what is about to happen. Haru, I'm so sorry. So I was the only one who thought we had finally severed these chains of revenge. So I was the only one who thought we had finally brought an end to this karma. Maybe if we had just a little more time, we could have truly understood each other. If we had just the opportunity to talk a little more. What are you doing, Kyousuke? Someone whispered in my ear. My head throbbed as if someone's fist had just knocked me senseless. There's only one beast who would ever do such a thing to me. It could only be the man who died protecting me. Oh, I see what you mean. Guess I'll try taking a page out of your book. We've known each other for a long time now, after all. Very well. The beast grinned. Looks like I just can't help being your son, huh? I release the gun's safety and head to the park.
What are you waiting for, Usami? I lean against a tree trunk in the center of the park, awaiting her action. Her shoulders are heaving. Her eyes look no less than possessed. She's been transfigured into the very image of the Maou that I had hoped for. Come on. Safety is off. She's holding the gun properly with both hands. All she has to do is pull the trigger. Even an amateur wouldn't miss at this range. There aren't many people around, but the bigger crowd was sure to gather upon hearing the gunshot. The gun at Usami's hand shakes. It's clearly not out of hesitation, though. It's overcome with exhilaration, relief over finally being liberated from this nightmare. Her finger moves to the trigger. Die. Her shouts through the disheveled hair. A figure suddenly appears behind Usami. Very good. After all, I need to ensure Kyousuke would not have the time to directly stay Usami's hand. Gunshots crack through the air. One shot lands its target within my stomach. A burning pain soon gnaws at the entire area. I see. So this is how it turns out. That gun is easy to aim even for an amateur. I wince from the impact of the shot. I can sense Usami's survive, that the gunshot came from behind her. She collapses straight to the ground like she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. My vision starts to mist over. But I have no complaints with this conclusion, in fact. Now my plan has been realized.
Maou. For shooting off all the bullets in the gun, I approached Maou. Haru was laying collapsed against the park's bared earth. I immediately took up her gun and stashed it away in my pocket. The event caused an uproar in the surrounding residential area. People screamed and shouted over what had just transpired. Among the commotion, I could hear someone calling the police. To my left, a middle-aged man stood pointing at me. Before me sat a woman who watched over the entire spectacle with a satisfied grin.
Kyousuke, well done.
I knew why Maou had come here to meet his end. There could only have been one reason. Dad, Samajima Toshikatsu, is dead, isn't he? Maou nodded slowly.
Father suffered from heart disease. Did you know that?
I shook my head.
I thought not. And that is why you had no hope of salvation.
His steadily closing eyes flooded once again with tears. And you predicted it, didn't you? Or rather, you planned for the worst case scenario. Getting Dad out of prison was one thing, but allowing him to start a new life was another beast entirely. He was an old man, and you had your doubts as to whether or not he would survive the long boat trip.
My fears manifested in reality in the end. It was like I killed their father with my very own hands.
Damn. Did you get to see him?
No. I was too late.
Maou continued, struggling beneath a sadness too heavy for his shoulders.
I'll have every opportunity to apologize to him in hell. But regardless, I still believe things are better this way, instead of having him die at the hands of the country and its unfair judgment. I wanted to bestow some hope to him at death's door. Thus, I resorted to terrorism.
And all the while, you provoked Haru.
Horror, huh?
His sad attempts at mockery caused blood to dribble from his mouth. Despite it, he continued on.
Kyousuke, why didn't you stay by mother's side? I left her to you. I told you to look after her.
He's got no answer.
Why did you become the son of that debt collector?
I could not answer. It was to escape a life of extreme poverty and eventually come back to get her. It was to become even more rich and powerful than Gazai Gonzo himself, and then make the many people who look down on our family rue their behavior. Whatever answer I might give, it would only be an excuse to Samajima Kyohei.
Was it the money? Of course. It had to be the money. Money is always a source of conflict. It has a will of its own. War was the same way.
He paused for a fit of coughing.
Nevertheless, I hate those weak enough to become slaves to money.
I know. That's why he had me pull the trigger.
To make things worse, you fell in love with the Sami's daughter.
It was only natural he couldn't forgive me. It would take magnanimity on par with the Buddha himself to simply allow our happiness.
Be strong, Kyousuke. You have to atone. Although it seems you've already figured that out.
Yes, and that is why I chose to pull the trigger.
And apparently that girl over there isn't as flexible as you. You'll have to open her eyes. Let her know there is no meaning in revenge.
He sneered at himself.
I guess his Gonzo was right after all.
The fool who had sought salvation through revenge smiled.
Kyousuke, you know what's in store for you now that you're a killer, don't you?
I nodded.
I see. Then go ahead and curse me. Hatred is what.
He was about to say something, then looked down, catching his mistake.
I guess love too can.
His sentence trailed off into the ether, never to be finished. Snow continued to pile up on what was now nothing more than a silent, motionless lump of flesh. I cannot pity him, nor can I cry. Maou remained Maou to the very end. He died after a flawless execution of his sly, wicked, perfect plan. Just then, I remembered that my brother never did listen to classical music. Somehow, that was the saddest thing of all. There was no time to dwell on sorrow. Haru. She showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Come on now. If you sleep out here, you'll catch a cold. I picked up Haru and headed back home. The people on the street continued gaping and pointing at me. I held my gun up to Haru to make it look like she was my hostage. The room was dark. I laid Haru down on my bed and to rest and mulled over the situation alone. My eyes wandered to her violin case. It's a keepsake from Haru's mother. I wanted to hear it one more time, but I guess that dream will go unfulfilled. Unfulfilled dreams. Like her dream to be a violinist. I need to help make that dream come true. At this point, staying with her won't do her any good. In fact, my very presence would crush all chances of her success. Haru was already a known artist under the name of Mishima Haruna. She spoke of being retired and whatnot. There's no doubt that in actuality, she wants to continue playing. If I stay by her side, the media will have a field day with her. I learned just how dreadful they can be back when I was a boy. That's why I hate standing out. Well, I guess with what's about to happen, I won't be able to avoid it. I'm sorry, Haru. I was the one who wanted to get you playing again. But now irony has come to bite me, as I won't even be able to be with you, let alone hear your music. After all, I'm a murderer now. Looks like the police sirens woke her up. I went out to the terrace and used my cell phone. Hey, Miki-chan. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I've got a little favor to ask. Yeah, but it'll be my last favor, so help me out here. Alright, well, you remember me talking about a girl named Tsubaki? Evening, Haribe. Truly sorry, but I won't be able to make Father's funeral. If you want to know why, turn on the news. Anyway, I have a little favor to ask. After some time passed, I heard the sound of the terrace window sliding open.
Kyousuke-kun?
Finally decided to get up. I tried to maintain a cold tone of voice.
What happened?
Does she not remember very well? That's fortunate. The police will be here shortly.
What?
I killed a man. Haru winced.
You mean Maou, right?
That's right. And now the police will be taking me in.
You can't be serious.
She jumped onto me, screaming.
Hold on, now just wait a minute.
She clung to me desperately.
That doesn't make any sense.
She made no attempt to hide her flowing tears.
I mean, come on, that was in self-defense, wasn't it?
Don't be ridiculous. I continued coldly. He was unarmed, and I could have called the police at any time. Despite that, I chose to chase down a fleeing, wounded man and shot him multiple times. What part of that is self-defense? Haru, he's got no case. This is exactly what he wanted. If you have to kill me, then I'm taking you with me. Yep, if you're gonna kill me, then I'm gonna take you with me.
Yeah.
Furthermore, I'm in the possession of contraband, an illegal firearm. I could have gotten rid of it at any time. I'm completely painted as a murderer here. The fact that the victim was my own brother is just the icing on the cake.
Maou was a despicable criminal. He deserved the death penalty.
That has nothing to do with this. She's probably screaming and crying about silly, obvious things because she feels that this is all her fault.
No, this is just all...
Her breath was frantic.
I'm sorry. Let me be charged as well. I'll share your punishment.
I steeled my nerves and spoke. What are you talking about, Usami? Being called by her family name seems to have dragged her back to her senses. What crime are you allegedly guilty of,
This is all my fault that you pulled the trigger. You fired that shot because you knew you wouldn't make it in time to stop me any other way. I should have realized it was a trap. For God's sakes, he went to a public park and leaned up against a tree. It was right in my face and I didn't see it.
She's right. It was all part of Mao's perfect plan.
Oh, Zach, you're back.
She lured Haru out,
Yes,
purposely timing
yeah,
everything
Maou
such that
Maou
it would not
came
be able
back
to
in,
intervene
yeah.
directly.
Kyousuke killed him
Uh-huh.
to prevent prevent Usami from doing so.
Pulling the trigger was the only means I had to stop her. Maou had intended on making either me or Haru out to be a murderer. Exactly. Like I said, if I'm going to hell, then I'm taking you with me. There was no way I could allow Haru to commit such a sin. She has a future ahead of her. A bright future, filled with the lush melodies of her violin. I have no idea what you're talking about. You didn't do a thing.
But I took a gun. Wait, what?
Her memory must be vague. A gun?
A gun?
What are you talking about? You didn't have a gun. I need to persuade her.
That can't be.
I didn't come across anyone on my way to the park. Most likely, no witnesses saw Haru chasing Maou with a weapon.
But no, that can't be.
You didn't do anything. Got it?
No.
Please just listen to me. Sent her the gravest look I could muster.
No, I don't wanna.
She pouted like a spoiled child.
I love you.
I'm sorry.
I love you. I've always loved you.
I'm so sorry.
I want to be with you. Why? Why? We were finally going to be together. I thought we were going to be happy together. I thought we were going to be with me now.
I could feel tears coming on, but there was no way I was going to let them out. I can't afford to just hold her close and cry. Getting caught up in my emotions would only lead to hesitation. I see. You love me that much.
That's the point. It wasn't.
Yup. Maou was unarmed. He was unarmed and wounded.
Yeah, I do.
Suddenly. Do you have a girlfriend or anything? You sure act like a grown-up hero. Dad always said girls were interested in that sort of thing, though. Just tell me already. Yes or no? Nope, I never even thought about it. I guess it can't be helped then. I'll marry you. If you remember, if we even see each other again, I have to move soon. It'll have to be a faithful reunion, I guess. Romantic, don't you think? You're moving? Yeah. Why?
Study the violin more.
I remember her weeping face as she bid farewell like it was just yesterday. That's why I pushed her away. He's gonna do it, isn't he? She looked like an abandoned child as I turned my back on her. If you really love me that much, then you know what you have to do, don't you?
Huh?
You know what would make me the happiest, don't you? She knows. She's a smart one, after all.
No. Please.
She calls after me in a hoarse voice.
Please don't leave me.
I step forward. Our time together has been a repetition of meetings and farewells. The cruel march of time once robbed me of my memories. By the time we reunited, she was all grown up. And now, we must part again.
Kyousuke, please.
Only this time, we will not be meeting again. I knew it! I knew it would come to this. He wasn't gonna let the police have him.
Just give me a little more time.
Another reunion will simply not be possible.
Please. Please. God, help. Help him, he hasn't done anything wrong. Kyousuke hasn't done anything, he hasn't done anything.
She continued wailing. Snow fell upon her trembling shoulders, then melted away. The white sky above decorated her in a shining blanket as she prayed to God. She's a good girl. Perhaps God will actually listen to the prayers of a beautiful girl like her. Unfortunately, I'm not as innocent as she says. I've committed a number of sins, both light and heavy. I've come this far by living a life of deceit. I've cheated many people, Tsubaki and Kanon most of all. I wasn't able to save my mother, my father, or my brother. Nevertheless, Maou has left a final trial for me, at the cost of his very own life. Very well then, Maou. I accept your challenge.
Kyousuke!
Epilogue. Oh? A number of police cars had already surrounded the entrance. I put my hands up to signify my surrender. This is not what I expected at all. I expected him to just walk off and bye-bye! Plop. In addition, I set my two firearms down in a spot where the police could see them. They booked me in the standard fashion. Then, on the night of February 14th, I was dragged away in handcuffs. Three days passed. Each one of those days, I was interrogated without a moment's rest. Since I was suspected of murdering the criminal behind the incident of unprecedented terrorism, it was clear they didn't want to leave a single stone unturned in their investigation. I was taken back to my apartment so they could take photos. So they at least understand that detail.
Yeah.
That's good. I was taken back to my apartment so they could take photos. We also visited Mao's final seat under the tree and the supposed murder weapon. Absolutely nothing escaped the flash of the camera. Each night, I was taken to the lock-up cells at the back of the station in handcuffs, dragged by a rope tied around my waist. Doesn't that seem a bit harsh? All of my belongings, including my cell phone and wallet, had been confiscated. They took my fingerprints and then had me stripped naked to take my measurements. They took my belt and shoelaces, placed my footwear with sandals emblazoned with the number 40. Once I was marched into my cell and got a glimpse of the meshed windows blocked by iron bars, the apprehension really started to set in. Immediately after I was arrested, they asked if I had a lawyer. I guess I could say I did, but without Gonzo backing me, I highly doubt he would be so kind as to come to my aid. I ended up using a court-appointed lawyer. He was a middle-aged man with entirely empty eyes. His subdued mannerisms didn't assuage any of my concerns about his lack of motivation. Yeah, this is just another day at work for him. After that, I met with the public prosecutor. After being told of my right to remain silent, my right to an attorney, so on and so forth, I was then put back in my cell to continue my life of custody. The interrogation suddenly grew more severe. They started asking the same questions over and over, and kept pushing the same documents under my nose. The section chief of the 1st Investigation Division himself participated in the investigation. He was a middle-aged man that relentlessly smiled, but was always accompanied by a sharp glint.
I think I get the gist of it. So let me ask you one more time.
I've already lost count of how many times that would make total.
Azai Kyousuke.
My name is not Azai, it's Samajima. I had my adoption officially annulled not too long ago.
Oh yes, that's right. Well, excuse me then, Samajima-kun. You have one? You say that the one responsible for the terrorist event the other day, Maou, is that your brother? Is your brother?
Yes, without a doubt.
Alright, we're still in the process of investigating that matter ourselves. However, supposing that is true, that would mean you killed your own brother, correct?
Yes, as I've told you several times now. For whatever reason, the detective was tapping his finger on the desk.
So let me clarify the details of the case. You returned home, whereupon you saw your brother assaulting a girl. The girl's name is Asami Haru, correct?
Yes. The detective picked up on my slight agitation.
Oh, you don't have to worry, she's still a minor. Whatever happens, her name will not be published.
Maybe not, but regardless, they'll make a big fuss over her as Girl A. Please go on. You need courage in dealing with a grizzled police officer.
Were you two living together?
Lies won't work here. Yes.
Makes sense, it was Valentine's Day, and we discovered what seemed to be handmade chocolate scattered about the floor.
Yes, that's right. Go on. What the hell? I have no idea what he's getting at. Or I guess, maybe he's just trying to unnerve me or something?
Realizing the danger she was in, you fired upon your brother without hesitation. By the way, where exactly did you get your gun?
As I've stated before, I found it during the blockade incident.
That's right. Hey, you could have gotten rid of it any time. Why didn't you report it to the police?
I wanted to sell it off to a Yakuza guy I know.
So you didn't just forget.
Correct. Like I said last time, I'd committed quite a few crimes back on Central Boulevard, so I was afraid of getting involved with the police. I wasn't lying.
Can you give me 1 second?
nodded
I just gotta go to the bathroom.
Alright. This is about the ending I expected, I have to say. And apparently Cerberus just got off work, as according to the chat in the server. Things are getting thick and thin. Yep, this is true. He will die in prison? Probably.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back.
Whether or not you can be held responsible for what you did on Central Boulevard will be decided at a later time by a different investigator. For now, let's get back to the topic on hand.
Very well.
You stated that your brother fled the apartment, possibly scared off by the gunfire. Judging by the bloodstains, fingerprints, and footprints found at the scene, we confirm that is true.
Let's see.
But then you pursued him.
Exactly as he planned.
Why did you do that?
Everything was happening so fast. I don't really recall.
So you were in a state of panic?
Yes.
So in a panic, you chased into a park about 100 yards from your home, and fired wildly upon your brother as he laid against a tree.
Correct.
You can certainly imagine your feelings. Your brother was a vicious criminal of unprecedented extent. You couldn't keep your cool because in your mind it was either kill or be killed. If that's the case, I'm sure a prosecutor handling your trial will do so with a bit of understanding. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes. He's trying to say that even though I murdered someone, if I was in a questionable mental state at the time, my crime will probably be treated lightly. Starting to see a tiny light at the end of the tunnel. However, at that moment, the glint in the detective's eyes suddenly changed.
Something still doesn't add up.
What?
You were in possession of 2 guns.
Yes. What about them?
You said one of them was dropped by that monster.
Right?
There doesn't seem any doubt about that. We matched the fingerprints of the gun taken from his corpse.
Then what's the problem?
Don't play stupid, you switched guns.
Prayed that the surprise I felt didn't show on my face.
At some point, you must have parted with the gun that fired the bullet in your shoulder and gone out of your way to take up the gun that he dropped before dashing outside. Why would you do that? You were in a state of panic. If not, I find it hard to believe that you had the mental faculty to do something like that.
I don't know. I don't really remember.
The gun you used inside your apartment was out of bullets, knowing that you switched to a different gun. Is that or is that not what happened?
Oh, so the gun that Haru ran off with didn't have any bullets left in it. I wasn't sure how to answer this question. If I admit to that, it would be used as evidence to say that I was in a clear state of mind. But the detective's words were enough to freeze my blood.
We questioned your girlfriend as well. Girlfriend as a witness to the event. Turns out she had some intriguing details to add to the case.
God damn it, Usami.
She said the one who chased after the monster was actually herself.
I couldn't think of an excuse. We wanted to keep her out of this.
You left the room chasing after her. What are your thoughts on this?
That may be true. What about it exactly?
Allow me to give you a synopsis of my own. Your girlfriend recklessly chased after a dangerous criminal, so intent on stopping her, you ran after her. Upon arriving at the park, you encounter your brother and girlfriend in a face-off. Sensing that your girlfriend was in danger, you ran up from behind her and shot the man to death.
This was an invitation from the detective. An invitation for me to say yes here and then fall into his trap.
Moreover, one of the nearby residents testified of hearing a girl scream the word die in the park.
This is the end of the line. I guess tricking the police was simply too daunting of a task.
We asked the girl herself whether she was the one who said it, but she said she didn't remember. Okay. Yep, where was I? She's a pretty honest, intellectual girl, and I doubt she's lying, but regardless, judging from the situation, there doesn't seem to be anyone else who could have been.
My hands froze and my breathing grew shallow.
Okay, so from that testimony, we can conclude that she had the intent to kill. Your brother was unarmed at that stage. Furthermore, as per your statements, he had seemingly already given himself up by resting against a tree. That would mean she was in no danger in the previous synopsis crumbles. She intended to kill your brother. Furthermore,
My heart was about to leap out of my ears.
it's also very plausible that she had a gun.
I could sense a slight dizzy spell coming on.
Though she didn't deny it, your girlfriend said she doesn't remember picking the gun off the floor.
My knees start to rattle.
However, we have her fingerprints on the larger of the two weapons.
I'm such a fucking idiot! Why didn't I think of the fingerprints? If this goes on, Haru's gonna be charged with a crime.
Should be noted that, though while that we have the fingerprints on the gun, there is no evidence that she fired it. In all likelihood, the gun was already empty by the time she possessed it. Pretty stupid for someone with the intent to kill. But again, you could also take that to show just how worked up she was at the time.
Damn it, what do I do?
With the case, she had a weapon on hand, pursued a fleeing enemy, and then tried to finish them off. We're going to have to just bring her in. Oh, excuse me, by bringing her in I mean under arrest, not just for questioning.
For what crime? After pausing to think for a second, he responded.
The most obvious would be weapons violation. You two were living together, she would have had to known as a gun as well. She would have had an ample opportunity to get rid of it.
That's not true. Haru didn't know. Is this yet another result of my carelessness?
In addition to that, the use of excessive force. No, I guess it would be attempted murder actually. We won't know until we bring her in and get more details.
Attempted murder? A cold sweat ran down my back.
So, now I'd like to hear your testimony once more in light of this new information.
What should I do?
Well,
What can I do? Haru's gonna be arrested. She didn't actually kill him, and she was in a complete state of panic at the time. In light of all that, I doubt she'll be charged with anything major, but she did use a gun. She has a future ahead of her. Who the hell would want to listen to an ex-con play the violin? I doubt anyone would understand her trauma involving Maou. The media will have a field day. They'll only look at the surface of things and try to bring her down. I should have just thrown away the damn gun. No, I guess since Maou intentionally dropped his own gun, the results would have been the same either way.
why did you suddenly get all silent on me?
He just realized he's fucked. Think. Bite my lip in an attempt to send blood to my hazy, panicking brain. I can't lose here. This is my brother's final trap.
Cough it all up, starting from the beginning.
The detective behind me stepped towards me threateningly. The other detective across the table raised his hand to stop him.
Your confession will serve as an important evidence at the trial.
Confession? I remember reading in a book or something that in Japanese trials, there's no stronger evidence than a confession from the criminal. Something about once you sign your confession, you'll be found guilty even if you were innocent. I have no idea if any of that's true. I have no idea, but I have to go for it. Fine, Mr. Hotshot Detective. I'll give you what you want. I guess that bitch turned out to be a useless piece of shit, though.
That bitch? You mean your girlfriend?
His eyes grew more stern than before. Her prints are on the gun that I took home with me from Central Boulevard because I made her hold it.
You did what?
He has become devil incarnate! He shook his head.
You do such a thing without her knowledge. She didn't mention anything like that.
Well, yeah, no shit. I did it while she was sleeping. I froze my heart over. Anyway, the stupid little bitch didn't even have the slightest clue that I had a gun. That much is fact. Nothing I said thus far should conflict with any future evidence or testimony.
Very interesting. So what exactly did you plan to accomplish by giving her your gun?
I was gonna have her kill Maou, Samajima Kyohei. She was terrified of the guy day in, day out. I figured if she ever had the chance to kill him, she would have jumped at it.
See, and why did you want Kyohei dead?
Use your head, will ya? We have this thing called payback in the Yakuza business.
That it was revenge of the murder of Zai Gonzo, your former foster father?
That's right. I fucking worship that man. Gonzo was the bravest, strongest, greediest son of a bitch on this planet. He was truly the ideal villain. That's technically not a lie either. But getting put in the slammer for killing Maou? Fuck that. There's no profit in that shit. Now, I would have preferred to kill him right when he came to the door, but...
If you have done so when he evaded your house, you could have argued for self-defense.
So then I figured it would be a good chance to sick that bitch on him. But just as you concluded, my gun didn't have any more bullets in it. This is the biggest hurdle. Just need to pray there were no witnesses. As long as there's no one who saw Haru carry a gun on her, as far as I know, wasn't anyone else on the road when Haru was running off into the park after Maou. And as soon as I got there, I took the gun from her. Please. Please let no one have seen that sight. The bitch ran after Kyousuke just like I thought she would.
Kyohei.
Sure would have helped if she'd kicked him to death or something. Whatever. Anything. I don't give a shit. But instead, she decided she'd just pass out on the spot. I guess she was scared shitless or something.
So you're saying that you never voluntarily laid hands on the gun? Not once?
He signaled something to a person standing behind me. He was probably sending him off to that scene to try to find some proof. Well, yeah, I guess that's what it comes down to. Shit, if I had just had a couple more bullets, I would have given her my gun.
You had another gun at your disposal. Why didn't you give her that one?
The fucking bitch ran off without listening to me. This is also true. By the time I caught up to her, she'd already fainted. Fucking useless, I tell ya. Just then, the large detective behind me flared his eyes in anger. Little punk! He glared at me with a ferocity that could make the Yakuza jealous. Still, I remained unfazed.
Now, wait just a second.
A sharp glint shot from the detective's eyes.
I see, I'm aware that you've done some nasty things as a shadow executive of the Sannou Corporation. I hear you've made many corporate executives cry.
Yeah, what about it?
Alright. Then let me ask you this. How did you know Maou was still alive?
The gears in my head turned as I analyzed the intent behind the detective's question. Basically, if I didn't know that Maou was not the Burning Man on Central Boulevard, then I would have no reason to make Haru hold my gun. After all, I did so with the intent of having her kill Maou. But I can't tell him that I heard it from Haribe. I make it sound like I only found out moments earlier. He'll point out that I wouldn't have had time to give Haru my gun before that point. You should be asking the dunces here in the fuzz why they seem to think he was dead. I saw Maou escape from that burning bus. If they investigate, they will indeed find that we had approached dangerously close to the bus. But I lost sight of him in the chaos. So after that, gave that bitch my gun in anticipation of my next chance at revenge. The expression on the detective's face gradually twisted further and further into indignation.
Bitch this, bitch that. That woman loves you dearly, don't you know that?
Could have sworn someone stabbed me straight through the heart. A sharp sting radiated throughout my entire body.
She believed in you, you know. She slaved over boiling shocker for you. And she waited for you to come back.
I forced my nearly twitching lips into a smile. Oh, she had it that bad, huh? That's hilarious. Maybe I have what it takes to be a gigolo. My chest felt ready to burst. She may be clever, but she's an amateur when it comes to matters of the heart. It felt awful. I hated myself for having to trample over her feelings. Continued spinning my hateful words as each one tore at my chest. Money is everything to me. You think I'd want a broke, unprofitable chick like that? She was completely useless to me, except maybe as a patsy for murder.
You little...
Chocolate! Don't make me laugh. It hurt. I remembered Haru's smile. Her innocent smile, nearly excited to have an opportunity to give me a present. But I have to continue. A storm of emotions brewed in my heart. As long as we live and breathe, our way is paved with ice. A person's life is not comprised of 4 repeating seasons, but a year-long winter wilderness. Whether or not you stop to wipe your blood or tears, they will inevitably freeze over. Motherfucking chocolate. Be damned if that's not the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Don't waste my time with that bullshit. Suddenly, I felt something in front of me. The detective who was behind me had grabbed my coat. You little brat! Good. Get angry. Lose your cool and seize your pursuit of the truth behind this case. Hey, wash it, man. That hurts. I'll tell on you to my lawyer. For jerking me around a bit, he throws me down to the ground. Gah! That's good. Jump at the obvious evil in front of you. This is no ordinary evil. The only issue left is Haru. She'll desperately plead for my innocence, but now the detectives will only see her as a poor innocent girl who had been tricked and manipulated. There's no turning back now. The police department's forensics labs and the sharp intuition of this veteran detective might be able to see through my lie. No matter what happens, I will never revoke my testimony. Once the sentence is handed down, I won't file an appeal, no matter what that sentence may be. If this trial ends, this whole case will be all over. Haru's a smart one. I'm sure she'll understand. And then she'll play the violin again. Wow. Like I said, he has become devil incarnate. Lordy. This is crazy. It's been about 10 days since I first surrendered to the police. I'm back in lockup again. I haven't heard anything about Haru being arrested. For some reason, there were a few gifts for me. Among them were a few letters. They came from various senders. Yep. I was allowed to use the small amount of free time I had between interrogations for visitation. They do allow you to refuse, but there was something I wanted to check up on. I needed to see whether or not Miki-chan had managed to complete the job I gave him. Azai-kun. I faced Tsubaki with a sly smile. They give you up to 20 minutes for visitation, apparently. Wanted to make this quick. Azai-kun, this is a joke, right? Being in Tsubaki's angelic presence made it hard to maintain my resolve. Oh, come on. You think I'd come to a place like this as a joke? But I just can't believe it. That shit again. Let's talk about believing in people and crap. Thinking back, she was the first who lit my cold heart afire. I'm a murderer. That's not true. You must have had some reason, right? Yeah, I did. The prick killed my foster father, so I avenged him. Pretty cool, huh? Gave a slight smile. Continued talking to prevent my smile from becoming awkward. Oh yeah, and back when your brother was kidnapped. Tsubaki frowned. Now that I'm in this place, I guess I can just spill the beans. I wanted you guys to hurry up and get the hell out of that house. It must come as a shock to her. I didn't help you guys out of the goodness of my heart. I did it all for the money. Tsubaki shook for a moment, then spoke. We received a package not too long ago. What do you think was inside? It was money. Dad said there was 50 million yen in all. It was sent by Maou. It came with a note saying that he was sorry for what he did. Is that so? That's good news. Yeah, Dad, Hiroaki, everyone else were all ecstatic. I see. That sounds wonderful. I guess being a good person does pay off in the end. Suddenly her expression clouded. But I can't be happy about it like they are. What? Because I'm sure that money is... She gazed at me with eyes wet from tears. Oh, come on. Maou said it was because he's sorry. Since when did you doubt people? Well, I've changed a little ever since that incident. Yeah, I know. She's become a little more human. It's okay, Azai-kun. What are you going on about? We're friends, aren't we? She forced her quivering lips to move. So I don't care if you're a murderer or not. We can still be friends. Today, some magazine reporter came to our house and asked me what you were like at school. So I told him. Azai-kun may seem very cold, but deep down he's a really good person. A tear rolled down her cheek. So I don't mind. How stupid is this girl? Does she not understand how the rest of the world is going to view her if she sticks up for me? What's wrong with you? What? Don't tell me you have a thing for me or something. That's just too bad. I can't stand women like you. Tsubaki fell silent, as if time had just come to a halt. Don't ever come here again. I don't want to have to see your face. I nodded to the guard to signal the end of the interview. Azai-kun, wait! I'm sorry, Tsubaki. Wait, please, wait! Goodbye. Get along with your family now. They allow correspondence through letters while on lockup. Naturally, the letters are inspected, but as long as you're just sending paper in an envelope, there usually isn't a problem. There was someone that I really needed to talk to. Dear Iwai Yuya, how are you? As I'm sure you're well aware, I have committed murder and am currently awaiting prosecution. I would like to thank you for what you did back at the Sannou Corporation headquarters. If it wasn't for your act of bravery, I might very well be dead right now. However, there's something I wish to ask of you. Could you please look after Usami Haru? You're an employee of the Sannou Corporation, and I hear your father's ability is such that people are even calling him the successor to the late director Somiya. As I mentioned that day on the rooftop, Usami Haru and I aren't actually dating. And I, at least, do not have any intention of ever doing so. Nevertheless, she's a poor girl with no one to turn to. Even a bastard like me isn't completely without sympathy. If she meets your fancy, go ahead and take good care of her. It may be a bit forward of a request, but please keep it in mind. Samajima Kyousuke. There we go. I'm sure an upstanding man like you will be able to make Haru happy. He has a strong financial base as well. Costs money to learn the violin, after all. I handed the letter written with my earnest wishes to the guard. Several days later, there was another request for a visit. Is this who I think it is? Thinking back to Tsubaki's teary face was enough to crush any of my attempts to force a smile. Alright, you have a good one, Joey. Oh, you're really gonna do this to me, game. Oh, you're gonna break my heart. Oh,
No!
don't do this. Oh, please, no. Oh, Cannon, no. Oh, I can't. I can't do it, dude. No. You doing okay, Nissan? The voice was lighthearted, but her expression told a different tale. Oh? And what does a world-renowned athlete want with me? Your attention! Her spoiled words reminded me of the world outside lockup. Well, Nissan, you're the man of the hour, huh? Man of the hour? Yeah, you beat the big bad evil Maou, didn't you? So why are you in a place like this? Beats me. Her confusion seems to be genuine. Every channel is talking about you. Cool. You're so popular that non-chan is even on the radar these days. I see. Is that all you came to say? The gates holding back Cannon tears suddenly burst. Why? Why'd you have to do it, game? Why? Why did you have to do it? Oh, no. Everyone's bad-mouthing you, Nissan. She cried out in frustration. They keep talking about stuff that doesn't matter, like the Yakuza and your real dad. They're just telling the whole truth. They keep saying that the son of a criminal will always be a criminal. Guess they're right then. But, don't you hate standing out? She shed tears of pity for me. I want to thank her. With the guard watching, I need to watch what I say. Let's continue to live as the bastard who used Haru. Let me say just one thing, Cannon. Huh? I'm not your brother anymore. It's times like these that I feel it's a good thing I annulled my adoption. So I won't be seeing you anymore. Why not? Because I don't want to see you. If she gets involved with me, Cannon's popularity as a figure skater will suffer. My adoption may be void, but still, we've been siblings up till now. Don't come back. If you do, I'll just refuse your visit. No! Stop being so selfish! After I shouted, the guard behind me gave me a warning glare.
Overturned.
Please. Just don't come here anymore. I pleaded with her. You have a brighter life waiting for you. Come on. It's your job to get out there and give your audience something to gasp and cry about. But Nissan! But go on. You really shouldn't be coming to a place like this. Cannon, go! Just go! Get out of here! God damn it. I'm actually gonna cry. Are you okay with that? She muttered. Are you really okay with that, Nissan?
I nodded. That's alright.
I nodded. Cannon cried. She shook and trembled, racked with sadness. I should have paid her more attention while I still had the chance. She was still unstable, unable to become a full adult. If I could have another shot at life, I'd love to give her the support she needs. I'll do my best. I signaled to the guard that the interview was over.
God, fuck no. I had to make this a fucking feelings.
God. Why'd you have to do that to me, game? Oh, that hurt. Oh, my poor Cannon. I'm so sorry. Oh. God damn it. The same day as Cannon's visit, I received a letter. I could tell who the sender was by the eye-catchingly bad handwriting. Hey, Kyousuke-chan, baby. You really did it this time, didn't you? You get to be as hard-ass as me. You don't waste time with that interview shit. I'm with you, Zach. So yeah, man, I chose not to go. I mean, I bet if you saw my face, you'd just start bawling like a baby anyway, wouldn't you? Now that it's come to this, I guess you can aim for the top of the world of crime. While you're in the pen, I'll push my way through the legit scene. We'll have that shit locked down on both sides, bro. Ooh yeah, I finally made Noriko mine.
She did it. Oh,
good job,
God.
Aichi. Seriously. No man,
It
seriously.
only took you like a year.
Took you how long? I'm really being serious here, so come on. Hurry up and get out of there, man. The letters at the end were more crooked than the rest. It's a pretty stupid joke, even for an idiot like him. From the daily questionings, the constant trips from lockup to the prosecution offices, the numerous crime scene investigations, I was nearing the end of my rope. Being let outside in chains was really embarrassing. From what I could tell, they had yet to find any proof that could overturn my confession. My detention period should be over soon. I hear that things will get a little easier after that. Yet people still kept coming, like some damn it broken. I was surprised when I saw who visited me this time. As things would have it, she was actually the one who sent the most letters. Decided not to meet with her a single time, clueless as to what it was about. To meet with her a single time, sorry. Shiratori Mizuha.
Oh, great. I have to actually voice shit now. As someone wants to... I've got a special guest here, and she's gonna remain quiet. But
okay.
I'm gonna have to deal with the embarrassment of voicing a female character. So, I might kill myself after this, but... Yeah. I might as well pour one last drink of my glorious Jack Daniels.
Yep, whenever you're ready, man.
This one. Fuck me. I'm just pouring my drink slowly.
Yep.
Oh, God. Alright.
We're this close to the end. So,
I'm
I don't
fucking
care
going
how
all
long
in.
it takes. We're finishing this now.
Oh, yeah, I'm not stopping. Sergeant.
Hi, Shiratori. Never thought I'd see you here, Shiratori.
You got a problem with that?
She scowled. Well, whatever. How's
Does that just
Tokita
seriously
doing?
compare me to Frank Gallagher? This
Apparently.
motherfucker. We're renting an apartment together.
Ah. I guess Tokita didn't get any major charges filed against her. Good. Alright, so what are you doing here exactly? We weren't exactly friends. Shiratori was hurt by that comment more than I thought she would be. Ooh,
I have a
excuse me.
message from Nissan.
Okay.
She wants to know when she's supposed to give you your money.
Money. Alright. I said something about paying me back for the school and warehouse hostage crises. Tell her to wait till I get out. She can meet me then, cash in hand. She nodded, sulking.
Also,
What?
thank you for the concert.
Huh?
I mean, thank you for going to see it with me.
Shiratori frowned, and then the walls
This
shielding her
motherfucker
heart
took my Jack
crumbled.
Daniels. Fuck, she's sneaky, that woman. Thank you for saving us.
Her tears could almost burn a hole through the acrylic plate between us.
Thank you for saving me and Nissan from those scary people.
Oh, the thing at the warehouse.
I always wanted to. I always wanted to say thank you.
The sight of Shiratori's weeping profile was enough to twist my heart.
I'm sorry I couldn't say it till now. I'm always like that. I can never say what I really feel.
That makes two of us, Mizuha.
I just like
It's alright.
the feelings with all this beautiful music at the end. It's just
Head pats for Shiratori, guys. Head pats for Shiratori. Oh.
I can't believe it's got to this.
She trailed off, gritting through her regret. Maybe I've really misunderstood this girl. We probably would have been able to get along better if I had just tried to be sincere with her. But still, I had once thought of using her. And not just her. Had actually used Tsubaki and Canon also. It's too late to correct the mistakes of my past. Alright, I get what you want to say. See ya.
Wait, listen to me.
She mustered all her courage to her eyes, moistened from tears.
I,
Officer,
I,
this interview's over.
that,
She didn't get to
Okay.
finish that thought.
no,
Poor,
she did
poor
not.
Shiratori. I stood for my
Shiratori
seat.
will never have anything realized.
I could hear her sorrowful screams behind me. But at the moment, I just did not have the presence of mind to listen to Shiratori Mizuha's confession of love. Exactly 3 weeks later, I was finally given a formal indictment hearing. The statement read off by the chief detective mainly touched upon murder and weapons violation charges. Dreary times followed after that. I was moved to an actual city jail as I awaited my trial. When the day finally arrived, I just watched over the proceedings with a detached mind. Perhaps because I had confessed with solid testimony, perhaps because my lawyer was so
That's not a
meek,
bin.
there wasn't much of a fight in the courtroom. The letters also suddenly stopped coming. During the course of the trial, I thought I might get a glimpse of Haru. But in the end, they never summoned her as a witness. I suppose that's a good thing, though. I would often read
That's
magazines or
fucking,
newspapers while I was in jail.
Who said it? I gotta look through chat. Not housewarming. As Ethine said, bittersweet ending.
Indeed. I made sure to check the articles thoroughly. There was never any mention of Haru or an unidentified girl in any of the articles regarding my case. Before they took me in, I asked Haribe to try to put pressure on the magazine editors to avoid such a thing. Maybe I'm seeing the results of that. Well, I have to wonder why Haribe did what I asked, when I don't have any sort of money or power to speak of. He didn't do it because of power or money, dude. Remember that scene from earlier? Back in Central Boulevard? You earned his fucking respect, bro. That means more than any amount of power or money.
I still reckon at the end of this he's gonna, like, take over the Sannou Corporation.
I lost track of the seasons as I awaited my sentence in jail. Summer came, autumn came, and then winter came once more. We were woken up at 6:45 a.m. and it was lights out at 9 p.m. I lived a life of strict rules. I wasn't able to get a bath every day, but I did get regular haircuts. I ended up looking like a monk with a crew cut. I looked so stupid that I think I lost the right to ever make fun of Haru again. Over time, I naturally picked up on prison slang and made conversation with a number of my fellow inmates. The inmates that I spoke with ran with the Gamut. There were men from organized crime syndicates, men charged with domestic violence, thieves, arsonists. I ended up completely avoiding the man who killed someone because of his drunk driving. Nearly a year passed after my arrest, and I was still unsure of my ultimate fate. Upon arriving at the courtroom I had been to so many times before, I saw that the judge wore a more severe expression than usual. My sentence will be handed down today. My thoughts are purely on Haru. After these thoughts, these thoughts will never again grace my mind. Everything is over now, set in stone. I stumbled upon a certain article in an entertainment magazine. The artist, known as Mishima Haruna, has restarted activity.
Yes!
Now,
finally,
I have no more regrets. The court finds the defendant.
It's up that point. No. What the fuck?
Game's just doing its thing.
I'm wholly confused.
Feels a bit how they're doing this. So long, prison. I guess that's that. As Kyousuke looked up at the sky, a golden February sunset stretched out above him.
How long was that boy in prison for?
It had been 8 years since he had last enjoyed this scenery.
Right. My question just got answered in literally an instant.
Blanketed the heavens. Not guilty?
Not guilty.
I don't think that was quite it. Under those very clouds, he had bid his sweetheart an eternal farewell as snow silently drifted through the air.
They probably just gave him an 8-year sentence, considering that he did, like, kill a violent criminal.
Yeah. Suddenly, Kyousuke's widespread legs snapped together in an involuntary attention. Having grown accustomed to prison life, they were now unsure if moving about without permission was acceptable. Kyousuke sighed and took a deep breath. His first breath in ages of air beyond the huge walls behind him. Probably Etienne. Fresh, clean air filled his lungs. The dry February atmosphere chilled his skin. Despite the chill, his past still warmed him, even now.
Central Boulevard might have been actually restored in 8 years.
He allowed his mind to drift to the old days. He recalled days at school where he horsed around with his friends. He recalled days at home where he engaged in audacious negotiations with adults. He recalled humble days without so much as a smile or laugh, all because he refused to stand out. Kyousuke was weak in those memories. He was a slave to money. He had been nothing but a boy busy quaking in fear of Gazai Gonzo. Kyousuke looked to the sky once again. A few flakes of snow had begun to fall. A thought of snow gently falling onto her eyelashes painted in his memory, a vision which pierced his heart with sadness, even now. Yes, that girl. She was the one who
My last drink is finished.
light upon his
I likely will not get another
wayward path.
She put away my drinks.
Promise they made us
Even though I have more coke, she put them away.
Ah,
fine, I'll get it myself.
Kyousuke was filled with an unmistakable sense of happiness.
Oh,
Closed his
I don't have
eyes.
ice anymore unless I go to the freezer, but honestly, I cannot be
deep breaths
fucked
to
on
put
it.
his emotions in check. Kyousuke shook off
where's my
his old
coke?
memories.
Oh, yes, you-
There would be no relying on such heavenly repose. He opened his eyes. There was no one there. Even Kyousuke himself had wished for solitude. He decided he would walk the rest of the way on his own two legs. He had no
Okay,
destination in mind. Where he would wander like a lone
Alright.
wolf, keeping his
Can you hear me?
immeasurable sadness hidden from the world, buried deep in
I
his heart.
haven't been muted this entire time, have I?
No, you're fine.
Ah, yeah, that's good.
Just as he was
Pardon
about to
me.
drag his empty body forward, he spotted a pair
Thank
of
you,
silhouettes in the
chat.
direction he was walking.
Guides
Oh
and
yeah,
legends and
there
every
is
time.
somebody there. One big and one small.
Oh
Parent
no.
And a child, he supposed.
You remember
Hiding
that
down the
one
road in his
weird
direction.
time that... Dude, you remember that one weird time that, you know, Kyousuke and Usami did their thing and that weird shit you were saying?
A grim mood came over Kyousuke. Having been locked up in prison, it had been a long while since he had heard the voices of women or children. The pair were holding hands, singing nursery rhymes.
I
Occasionally.
think that... I didn't think that weird shit that lines after that they had their time actually had any merit, but it looks like it has.
Occasionally,
I know
the
you-
tune would be
you are
broken
thinking
up
the same
by
thing.
joyful laughter. Kyousuke directed his hollow eyes to the ground. He merely wished they'd hurry and go. However, the voices of that mother-daughter pair did not grow more distant. In fact, they came closer. Then, for whatever reason, they came to a stop right in front of Kyousuke. Aww. Oh, look at you. And yeah, I think I know who that is.
You wanna...
Nice to meet you. The voice belonged to a beautiful young girl. She looked up at Kyousuke with adorable wide eyes. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Hold up. I'm just gonna... Snap take? That might be another thing to chuck in Wallpaper Engine
would
someday.
have guessed that something that just seemed like fan services planting a seed actually meant something.
Uh-huh.
Oh god.
It's been a while. The mother spoke with a flat voice. Her hair, which reached all the way to her ankles, tousled in the wind. First, Kyousuke was at a loss for words. During his long period of imprisonment, he saw many a dream where he met her again. Each and every one afflicted him. He scolded himself for his weakness. But if... He always thought that if he did meet her again after getting out of there was something he had to say. He had rehearsed the one simple word over and over in his heart. Congratulations. In prison, Kyousuke had kept a treasure that he allowed no man to touch. It was a scrapbook. He pasted within its pages every article detailing the activities of Mishima Haru that he could find. She had made a name for herself internationally, so it was only natural that her fame had reached the prison as well. The girl who had now bloomed into a beautiful woman addressed Kyousuke.
I bet it was sad not having any music.
I had the Bach in my mind. She laughed in response. Kyousuke, however, did not. He could not laugh together as this sunny girl's equal. One of them was a convicted murderer, the other was a world-famous violinist. Snow continued to fall, as if to form a white wall between them. The scenery through the window of that run-down shack he once shared with his mother flashed through his mind. So, what do you want? She flinched at his harsh words. Nevertheless, he continued unaffected, intentionally choosing the iciest words possible. Didn't the police tell you anything? I was only...
It's okay now. It's okay now.
She repeated. Kyousuke scoffed. His white breath dissipated in the air above Haru's daughter's head. So why Yuya helped you, didn't he?
Yes.
Good man.
He offered to.
Offered to? Though a bit confused, Kyousuke slapped on a vulgar grin. I see. Well, isn't that just great? I bet you owe all your current fame to him.
I'm grateful, yes. He pays a little one a good amount of attention as well.
So, how old is she now? The answer to his question came from down below. I'm 7, Daddy. He almost repeated what he said aloud. She said aloud. Daddy? Time froze for Kyousuke. The entire world disappeared, barring only the child who had just called him Daddy. His conviction deepened. She resembled him. She had his mouth, his jaw, his eyes. Don't lie to me, he said, his voice shaking. What's up, Cerberus?
Ooh,
Oh, damn.
I called it.
Yep.
I would know, wouldn't I?
Her decisive response brought Kyousuke to a frenzy.
You're the only one for me. You always have been. You always will be.
Kyousuke cursed. He cursed the heavens. He cursed God's whims. He cursed the devil's cruelty. He just couldn't stay calm unless he rebuked something. Anything responsible for the fate of deprived, star-crossed children. It's only the miserable realization that no condemnation could alter the truth before him that brought him back to reality and dropped him to the pit of despair. A murderer's daughter spoke once again. Hey, Daddy, pet me. I would give you all the head pats in the world, little one. A murderer's grandchild sought Kyousuke's cold hand. An unknown force pulled at his arm. Her hair was soft, and he obliged. He touched the child's head. He actually did it. Oh! Oh my god, that is adorable.
We got a happy ending indeed, but not the way we thought.
Yep, not the one we thought we were gonna get. No, she's not. He can't turn this girl into the daughter of a murderer.
Yes, Hickon. It's okay now.
Haru's voice was misted with tears. Kyousuke's sight was misted with tears. Cut it out. You're wrong. She's not my...
You can cry now.
She's not my...
You could really use a break.
She's... His subdued sobbing preventing any further words. The hand resting on the child's head froze in place, as though it were stuck there.
Yes, Hickon. Let's start over from the beginning. This time it'll be the three of us.
Kyousuke's expression was torn by sadness. The madman cried. It was the howling of the beast within him who once tried to sever the chains of revenge. We'll always be together, Daddy. Mommy, too. I play the piano. You can watch me. You should listen to me play. God damn it, game. God damn it. It all checks out. It all checks out.
What checks out, man?
Kayla. Cerberus, she's a Monica wannabe confirmed.
Oh,
The eye color doesn't quite match up, but everything else. She smiled, inviting him to happiness. Her bright voice lingered in his ears. The way she said the word daddy caused his heart to waver.
Oh, I get this.
Azai Kyousuke wept. After coming face to face with such a pure angel at the end of his life fraught with demons, there was nothing else he could do. And then, Haru told him the name of his daughter. The powdery snow suddenly came to a halt. Almost as if it were a harbinger for an early spring. What was her name? Finn. And that was the epilogue. We're not gonna get to find out what her name is, are we? Oh! Oh my god! That menu theme! Also, look, we got the sunrise coming over the landscape now.
I need to turn up the stream volume for that.
I will.
Fucking hell.
There it is, the complete menu theme. What a fucking journey, guys. What a fucking journey.
A year.
A year in the making. But it's over. At long last.
Check the extras panel.
Oh, I want more of that now. CG mode, sound mode, chapter jump. We finally have the extras.
Let's have a look at the CG.
Yep. So here they are. This is everything.
There are multiple pages.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yep. There is so much to see here.
It's like a fucking glimpse of the memories.
Uh-huh, yeah, it's like looking back on old memories now. Aw. Man. They should make a mod called Doki Doki G-String Club, then I realized how wrong that sounds. Doki on G-String sounds better.
Not just like
No modder could do this game justice. I'm just saying that now, Cerberus. No modder could do this justice. I'm sorry. No modder could do this justice.
It would not be
a
extremely
chance.
difficult, more impossible.
Uh-huh. We still got 2 pages to go.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I love this one. GBs.
You say that, but eventually could be someone that could. Nah. Not a chance.
Nah, dude. The way Maou was written in this, no fucking way. There's just no chance.
It just would not be the same. It wouldn't have the same effect. It wouldn't have the same feeling. Like, that's the fucking Maou being announced. Like, fucking the hype it gave to the very end, the twists and turns.
Yep.
No modder could recreate that.
So, We've seen all but one, apparently.
Interesting. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 5, yep. Back. Alright, there's only one thing left to do.
Yep.
Start.
We gotta send this off on a high note, guys.
Yeah.
We've gotta play the theme one more time.
Oh, yeah.
So forgive me. Oh. And for resetting chat again as well. I'm gonna skip ahead here.
Who cares at this point?
Yep.
Good memories.
Yep. Simpler times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Oh, yeah.
I'm cranking it all the way up. I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
And that is it.
Fuck.
27 episodes. Gotta be 70, 75 hours at this point, at least.
We need do a
It's
count,
over.
because we need an official count. We can't end it like this without knowing how long we've actually been at this.
We're gonna do a final tally, huh?
Oh, sorry.
I'll pull up the
So you'd be able
playlist
to-
since I've got the official amount of time here. I'm just gonna count up the number of hours first, and then we'll do the minutes. We'll add those in next.
Oh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom before figure that out.
Alright. Yep, 2, 3. 3, 3, 2. You know what? I'm actually going to go into OBS here and disable my plus hotkey, number pad plus hotkey for the chat. So I can actually add properly here. Alright, so let's see. I left off here.
Alright, I've returned, gentlemen. Oh, alright. Have you done the count yet?
I'm adding up the hours.
My lovely guest here will be probably look at me in disappointment of how much I've actually been spending time on this. She's already looking at me in despair and a evil grin. Now she's smiling because she knows I'm talking about it.
Alright, so by part 20, not counting up all the minutes as well, we're at 50 hours. 7 to go. That's including tonight. We're getting to the longest episodes at the end here.
Yeah. Because, like, it just, everything just got more.
Yep, now we get the big fat 7-hour episode. Plus
yeah.
5. So then we've got tonight, which is another 6 hours and 19 minutes. 20 now.
We'll just consider it like that, because that's when we ended it.
So that is 80 hours, not counting all the minutes. So now I'm going to do that to get the official tally. So I'm going to write down 80 in chat. Now we count up the minutes. And then divide by 60. Need to click back on the calculator. 43, 21, 55, 22, 54, 50.
Minutes, then seconds.
I'll let you choose whether or not we want to bother counting up the extra minutes for those seconds.
Nah.
Like it'll be give or take a few minutes here and there.
Yeah.
By the time we're done counting up all the seconds. Somebody can count up all the seconds in chat if they want to right now while I'm doing this. Somebody wants to. 7, 5, 7, 47, 44, 42, 31, 56, 59, 22. Zach's gonna do it.
Oh my
Brave
God.
soul. 7 minutes, 42, 54. And then we are at 6 hours and 22 minutes at the time of adding. We'll say it was 20, since that's when we actually... Nah, we'll count it all here. At the time of recording, it is 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 37 seconds. So 22 it is. Alright, so that gives us our final answer of 904 additional minutes. Divided by 60 gives us 15.066666666666. So yeah, a clean 900 would be 15. So that's roughly 95 hours of streaming.
God.
95 hours of streaming to reach this conclusion.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that out loud. 95 hours.
95.
She's giving me the finger.
Yep.
How long does the TP say that average playtime of this is?
Uh-huh. And that's assuming, you're just reading it, not doing what we're doing.
Alright, I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna be the brave.
I'm pretty sure it was more in line with
35.
Yeah, 35, 40. So I said, maybe, double that when you factor in all the streaming stuff that I do. No, we more than doubled it, yeah. We almost tripled it. Okay. And I'm gonna edit the title of this playlist.
Yep. End.
Completed.
Can't believe it's over.
Uh-huh. And the description already reads, the complete series of our journey through g-senjou no Maou, the devil on G-string. Someday, all routes will be completed and showcased in this playthrough, in chronological story order. Well, that someday is today.
Mate, you gotta make an announcement at that point, like, we officially finished.
Thought that we would all be dead by its completion. No, that'll be something like Steins Gate. Yeah, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do next now.
What the fuck do we do next? Oh, Christ. That is the question. What the hell do we do next?
Yeah, we'll have to discuss that later, won't we?
This seemed just like a schedule for us. Like, this is just...
Oh yeah, this has been our thing. And now...
Yeah.
It's done. It's over. Like all good things do. They eventually come to a close.
What are your final thoughts of this story?
Oh, did you just finish Doki Doki, Aiden? We just finished The Devil on G-String. A 95-hour journey that started over a year ago. Back in March 4th. Oh my god. On March 14th, 2022.
Yes. So what are your thoughts on this? Like, just in general, like, now that we've completed this.
The seconds
11
add
hours.
up to 11 hours.
So that would be 106.
You mean minutes, don't you? Because the seconds at the end, there's no possible way.
Yeah. No,
so that would be 11 additional minutes. Is the therapist also free?
95, 96. 95, 96 then.
Yeah, minutes. So yeah. Like 95 hours and 15 minutes, roughly. Not including the last few minutes we've been talking here. But yeah.
You guys hear me?
As for my final thoughts on this journey, just... What an ending.
Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
I thought my internet killed itself for a second,
No,
but
it's
it
fine.
miraculously lived. Hooray. Anyway, your thoughts?
What a journey this game was. I remember you having to talk to me quite a bit to get me to try this out, because...
Oh yeah, just all the...
I wasn't super interested in the realm of, visual novels, and really only got into the Sphere because of this woman here.
We have so much emotes of the Devil on G-String. I think about half the anime-related emotes in the server are Devil on G-String related.
Yep. I hope we can continue to do that with more stuff like this that we get to play now.
Yeah, when will be a full retrospective video?
When will
there are a lot.
When will the full retrospective video be released?
Oh god.
Thank you, Monica. I'm gonna go cry at exit music. Oh, believe me, I have a playthrough of that. But yeah. Oh man. Like I was saying earlier during the episode, this game has set my benchmark for the calculating intellectual antagonist. God.
Cafe Stella was okay, but as Ubisoft games go, it's not one of the best.
Cafe Stella. Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, Cafe Stella and the Reaper Butterflies. It's relatively new.
I see. Yeah, I'm hoping to maybe find one that piques my interest and just start, one on my own, separate from what, we're going to be doing together. Maybe someday.
Yeah, another rant on exit music another time. We're in the server at the moment.
Yeah, you can share that in the server with us if you're curious. We have a mod talk channel for a reason.
Yeah,
in the DDLC
speaking
content
about
section.
the beginning, it did take a while to convince you that, this might be something interesting to do.
Yeah. Because I really, at the time, just wanted to focus on playing mods for the game that I was already enjoying. It's like...
Because that was around the time where I was only first, actually being involved in your channel, and then it was just like...
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, so it took a lot of convincing from you, for me to give it a shot. And I'm just gonna say it now, that was one of the best things you could have done for me. Because this... Oh, man. It was a slow burner at the start. Like I have said in other times that we have discussed this. This game takes a while establishing its world and characters. Letting you get, to feel things out first. Just get familiar with the place. Let you get to know everybody.
And then the moment that,
yeah, and then...
Mao's actual first encounter with Usami, that's when shit took a turn. That led into Tsubaki, and fuck, I forgot the kid's name, but yeah, Tsubaki's brother getting kidnapped.
What was it,
Kanon's
Hiroaki?
mother. Yeah, Hiroaki.
Yeah.
And then, Kanon's mother
basically
being
it just kept escalating
crisis.
from there. Just the stakes kept getting higher and higher and higher. Until it got to the point where he literally, took over.
Yeah,
part
when I
of a
tell
city.
you,
And it was like, fuck.
If you just play play maybe an hour worth of the game, you do not get to see the fulfillment, because when I say that this VM excels at pacing, then it excels at pacing.
Yep.
As much as we can say that, realistically, mods couldn't match what level of storytelling that this did, just because it's not... The Devil on G-String stands on its own pinnacle of storytelling, and it's why it
all those narrative tricks with Maou, just that takes an insane intellect to have that all planned out, leave the little crumbs there throughout.
And
how many times, was the answer in plain sight, but because of how the writing directed us, just, we didn't see it.
And
how many times did that happen?
It boils down to because mods will never go to this amount of, care and production. This was, like I have said to anyone at the beginning, DDLC mods, yeah, they're fun, they're interesting, but then they're nothing compared to outside projects. Yeah, you can make a parody of it, sure, but is it going to come close to the original? Fuck no. I'm
like
not
I
saying
said,
that
there's
it's
a reason I
impossible
said
for a
no
parody.
mod could ever do this justice. I'm sorry. Having seen the real
you
thing,
can make a parody of
you
it
just
too,
can't.
but you could, modders, especially the standard of work that I mainly see from them, no chance. It can't be done.
Yeah, I had an entirely different set of expectations coming into this. This is a real production here. I play the mods mainly just, for fun, because I have a fascination with the game. Because of a certain somebody. And I love learning more, I love learning more about different, other people's interpretations of the world. What stories they want to make with it. But this is a real production, a real, a story with some real meat on it. Fucking hell. And yeah, once it started, showing its hand, it just never stopped. It never ceased to just be gripping until the very end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, if you like some slow build up to, a good pace throughout, a good Story with a
you
sense
can
of
do
drama,
something better than
bravado.
this VM.
Just
You
everything.
can't, like... That's an interesting
Story
thing.
had it
like,
all.
Mods can stand on, like, its own pinnacle, which they're kind of in their own categories, where visual novels are, in a sense, each are different.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be no other story that tops the kind of cat and mouse story that this kind of did.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
going to be no other thing like it.
Yeah. That was the thing, you know, for most of its runtime, you know, this was just a big cat and mouse game between Usami and Maou. Because of their family feud, you know. And that really started to show in the final chapter here.
Yeah,
You know, we
it's
really started to
definitely
learn, you know, the full
something that-
extent of that, because up until then,
It's definitely a story
it
that
had just been
showed
left up
its
to
fruits
imagination.
later on.
you know, like it makes it, you know, just builds it. It just builds and builds to the point where it has a mystique. Like
Yeah.
this whole time, you know, you've been wondering what the deal is between those two. You know, all you understand is that they don't like each other, but you don't know why.
Mm.
But they have some
The
kind
devil-
of connection.
Yeah. So I guess that in the end leads us to the last question that we need to ask ourselves.
What's that?
We don't really know what the fuck we're gonna do, and
Yeah.
I think it's likely gonna be something. But there's
Oh yeah.
like we have mentioned this in the while. As much as the Devil on G-string is fucking amazing, it's only in the top 100. And our next project, or our next one we're thinking of, stands at currently. It no longer even stands at number 2. If you go onto the VNDP page and select rating, the current top contender for the highest rating visual novel in the visual novel database is Steins Gate.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
I shit you not if I'll put into VN Talk.
Yep, that's crazy. Like
Yep.
I know we've talked about it, and I know it was up there when we last, you know, discussed it.
Correctly.
But yeah,
There we go,
the
that's
fact that
screenshot.
it is number 1 now is just crazy.
Mm.
Yep,
Yep.
number 1 at a 9.01.
With more than 12,000 ratings.
Yep.
So, and Devil on G-string, if you go on to page 2, that got a rating of g-senjou no Maou. It's here somewhere. Because it's not the Devil on G-string, it's g-senjou no Maou.
Yep. You always got to keep
You found
that
it.
in
It
mind.
only has a 8.29 with 10,000 ratings.
Mm-hmm. Got quite a bigger sample size than a lot of stuff towards the top of the list.
Yeah.
So
And
it's definitely
in it-
gotten around a lot more.
Yeah, it's
But yeah.
definitely stands as the pinnacle of visual novels.
Yeah, I would,
And I guess in the end, we leave this up to you guys. We're probably going to take a few suggestions. A couple of big ones we've definitely thought about would be the Fruits of Grisaya and that series, which is fucking long.
oh
And
yeah.
of course, it relates to pretty much like the Fruits of the Literature Club. That's what it was based off.
Yep. And I knew that going into that mod, that, you know, someday we would potentially
Yeah,
get
and
to
that was
play
one that
what inspired that mod.
All 3 games
What
to
inspired
its
that
conclusion.
parody.
Yeah, I played that one to its conclusion, the Fruits of Grisaya, Labyrinth of Grisaya, and the mod just doesn't do the same. Like, yeah, it parodies it, but
Oh yeah.
just doesn't come close, and it's fucking long.
Oh yeah.
It is one of the longest like visual novels there is.
I see.
So, yeah, it depends on like what you guys really want to see from us.
Mm-hmm.
My vote has remained at 42%. Great. Like, I know what my pick of the next one is, but it's just like, it's up to Ben, whatever, like, he thinks is going to be next.
Yeah, I'm open to any suggestions that you guys have.
Yeah. In the end, like my vote is
mod / game request document.
Yeah, my request is definitely Steins Gate.
Yep, and I already have Steins Gate on there, so that was definitely a choice.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna take that out of the mod, / game request thing, because if that, got voted on for my weekly request series, it would be there for literal years, probably. So, honestly, Fruits is the one I really want to see me play. It'll definitely be in there.
Yeah,
in fact, I actually already have 2 requests for Fruits of Grisaya, and you're probably one of them, Zach. But regardless, I will add a 3rd one to that list. So I know that's one I've been asked to play a few times. Fruits of Grisaya is a good one.
It is a good one because it is one of the tops. Like the mod definitely doesn't do the original justice.
Oh yeah.
Again,
and like I said, I go into them with a different mindset.
The only reason I'm suggesting Steins Gate over the Fruits of Grisaya is because I've played it. I've only watched the anime of Steins Gate. I haven't actually played the original, and people say, like, as much as the anime stands as one of the top-rated 10 anime of all time, the people say the visual novel is substantially better.
Yeah, so it seems like it is going to be a bout between those two.
Yeah. And I mainly only vote for Steins Gate mainly because I want a more fresher experience. Because I mainly am trying to aim for the fresher experience, where like I'm gonna know everything in the Fruits of Grisaya, like every route and all. That's why I'm suggesting otherwise.
Yep. So that's why you want Steins Gate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
and that's all stuff we'll take into consideration when we're thinking through what we want to play next.
Yeah. But I guess for now, I think it's time.
Will, be sure to make a community tab post asking for your guys' input on this, and I will ping the visual novel server role asking for some suggestions as well. So I'll be sure to get all your guys' feedback. Everything you guys, want to see me play or you think looks cool. So look out for what visual novel we're going to be doing next. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but when the time comes, you guys will know.
Figure it out.
So yeah, with that in mind, thank you so much for watching this series. This was one hell of a journey. Episode. Yeah, not even just, this episode, if you're just tuning in tonight. Yeah, for the people
who have stuck around for the whole time, like, God.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, anybody in the chat now, just, or, anybody in the future who watches this series all the way through, thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching this through all the way. You have no idea how much your dedication means to me, because this journey was long. Been here since the start, yep.
Yep.
I salute you, Zach. Brave soldier. Like, really. It means a lot, if you have enough time to watch this all the way through.
Yeah,
so
like
thank
we
you.
Made it.
Sincerely. And until next time, take care.